legs, but he could talk. And he was talking to me before the match started, and we were just kind of shooting the shit. And he was pretty cool, you know? So then the match started, and I expected him to, like, cheer or whatever, you know? Dude, he trolled the shit out of those wrestlers. They came walking out, and he looked at one of them that was walking by, because one of them, like, walked by him. I was like, what's up, man? He looked at him and goes, you're a bitch. I was like, whoa, what'd you just say? And he said, that guy's a bitch. And I'm like, whoa. And his mom was sitting right behind him, and his mom was laughing the entire time. So then every time, like, something would happen and it'd get, like, really quiet, he would scream something out. He'd be like, you suck. Dude, there was one wrestler who came out with, like, this girl, and she was standing on the side of the ring, and he was like, hey, you. And she turned and looked at him. He goes, can I get your number, baby? Like, damn, dude. Then another wrestler came out who was walking around, and he said, hey, you suck. Get in shape, fat ass. And I was like, oh, my God.
Holy shit.
The guy walked by, grabbed the shoe, like he reached over, grabbed the shoe from the guy, took it off of him. Now, keep in mind, this guy's in a wheelchair, and then threw his shoe into the crowd, and the crowd started booing him. What did that guy do? He looked at the crowd and said, what? It's not like he uses them. They're pointless. I was like, oh my God. Anyways, it was an amazing night. I loved it. I love the local wrestling. Those wrestlers go all out because they're trying to make it big. It is excellent entertainment. And I think we're going to sponsor a few of the next events. So
nice.
Yeah. And I think, well, I don't think so. A few months from now, we're actually going to have a meet and greet. And don't be surprised if there's a wrestling event at our meet and greet. Just throwing that out there. I'm being dead serious, too. So.
Nacho Danielson.
I'm gonna have you run inside there and wrestle people, Dan.
Make sure there's like some tree props in there. He's in the trees.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, yep. That's what happened last weekend. I can't remember what happened this weekend.
Oh, wrestling match. I need to go.
You're going to go.
The only ones that I know that any of my family members have gone to are the midget wrestling ones.
See, I don't like those. Number one, they're way overpriced. And number two, they're not as fun. At least I don't think they are. Because you're going to kind of make fun of their disabilities. At the real, I don't want to say real, but at the I don't want to say regular either. At the other wrestling events that are non-midget wrestling. And I don't even know if that's the correct term to use, midget wrestling, but that's what they call it.
That's what they call it, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like those, I don't know. I feel a lot more better about myself going to the regular ones.
I feel like it is like a lot of it making fun of it, because from the picture I saw, the ring is miniature sized as well.
Oh, God.
And I'm just like, that's
a little messed up.
A little messed up, but
yeah.
To each their own, I guess.
All right. Well, you have anything else you want to talk about or say before we roll out this episode?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Well, with that being said, I want to thank you all for joining us today. And again, thank you for your support. Seriously, it means a lot to us. You are all amazing. Every single one of you. I'm proud of every single one of you, and I love you. So with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
Well, it's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone. Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts today. There's another host that is joining me, Real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say
secret. Only certain individuals with clearances could view these documents when they were previously classified.
So after many years, these documents eventually become declassified and released to the public in various ways. Now, some of these ways is individuals going through various government steps to get access to this information, which of course is called the Freedom of Information Act. Or sometimes, the government just says F it and releases them to the public anyway. However, a lot of the information is still, censored or redacted.
Oh, yeah. Those big black blocks on it.
Yep. So that's pretty much what declassified documents are. And I guess let's hop right into it and talk about the ones that we picked. Now, who's going to go first? Me or you?
Should we do the random org, or should we just flip a coin?
Yeah, let's flip a coin. Do you have a coin?
No, I do not have a coin.
You don't have a coin? Okay. All right, we'll just figure it out on random.org. Go to random.org/lists. By the way, this is not a sponsored ad by random.org.
It's just easy to use.
All right, Aaron, Dan. Okay, give me a number between 1 through 10, Dan.
9.
9. Okay, give me a number between 1 through 9.
4.
9 minus 4?
5.
All right, we're going to randomize it 5 times. 1, 2. To the people doing the tour. It just said the special late item. Pretty much you'll figure it out. It came in a crate. decided, you know what, I want to get my hands on it and I want to dismantle it to figure out more about it. Which this is what this secret document is. It's a plan to steal the unit. Specialist for the report factory markings. And they have specialized
it was going to be delivered to a station. This looted vehicle would be the last one. Start driving off, and then we will pretty much take over the problem. So they waited because they found out that the truck delivery was not going to have any guards or anything. They figured something like this, they would have guards on it. But no. As soon as it was being delivered to the station, train station, it had no guards. So they were easily able to kidnap the guy. And from what I hear, they threw a canvas bag over his head or something like that. And they took him to a different area. They ended up taking the truck to like a warehouse area. Actually, no, it was a salvage shop. And it was back into this very tight spot to where it had wooden fence or something all the way around it, nothing on top. And of course, it was very dark there. The only way they could see the lights they waited like a couple hours or something to make sure that no Soviet guards or anything were on their way behind.
person would concentrate on those coordinates and tell the research team what they saw. Now, surprisingly, the people that claimed to be psychics had the ability to do this. Other countries in real time. Now, at this time, the term remote viewing, it didn't even exist. They called it, like we were saying, scan by coordinate. And eventually, two of the scientists there at Stanford, they created the term remote viewing, and they quit calling it scan by coordinate. That's just a little knowledge nugget for you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, so fast forward to 1977. The Army Assistant Chief of Staff at the time for Intelligence Systems Exploitation Detachment, which that's a long-ass title. So this person ended up deciding to branch off and start a program called Golanda Wish. Have you ever heard about that, Dan?
I have not.
Neither have I until I read into this. So this Golanda Wish program, its purpose was to evaluate potential adversary applications of remote viewing, pretty much to sniff out anybody that is remote viewing on them. So pretty much they're kind of like, hey, this is our defense force, this Golanda Wish. And then a year later, this Golanda Wish project was retitled to Project Grill Flame, which I know you know what Grill Flame is, right? You've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then over the next few years, this project, it would shift its focus and funding, and it would become Project Centerline and then a bunch of other ones, and then it finally became Project Sunstreak. Now, a little side note real quick. There are a lot of different projects that have to do with remote viewing, astral projection, psychics, and all that stuff with the government. There's a whole bunch of various different projects. Like we talked about Golanda Wish, Project Grill Flame, all them other ones, They all have a parent title, which is called Project Stargate. That is what all of them fall underneath, okay? So just an FYI going forward. And I know you've heard of Project Stargate, Dan.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to concentrate on Project Sunstreak. And this is where shit gets really weird, okay? So this entire project was pretty much looked after and ran by a guy named Major General Albert Stubblebine. Now, this Major Albert was a pretty weird dude. For an example, he was known to gather all of his staff and all of his soldiers together. He would gather them all up in a room, and then he would say, okay, everybody sit down. They would all sit down, and then he would walk around the room and hand every single person a metal spoon. He would then tell them, he would say, hey, my staff and soldiers, I want you all to be very quiet, and I want you to stare at your spoons and try to bend them by just using your mind. This happened so much that people started calling these sessions that he'd gather everybody up in the room spoon bending sessions. Like when he'd call a gathering, everybody would be like, oh shit, we're having a spoon bending session. Another thing that this Major Albert did is that he would gather up his generals and he would take them to a small fire that he had built outside. The Major would then tell his generals to take their shoes and their socks off and to walk through the fire barefoot. And his generals would be like, why the hell would we walk through the fire barefoot? And then the Major would say, look, when you walk through the fire barefoot, it taps your inner wisdom that is overall going to help you in the battlefield. And of course, they did it. And there's another with this Major Albert in the 1980s. He got into some trouble. He was sending some of his men to the Monroe Institute to practice hemisync, which we talk about hemisync in a previous episode a while back.
Way back.
So Major Albert would send his men to practice this hemisync so that they could kind of trigger out-of-body experiences. Now, one of these men that he sent to this institute actually went crazy during one of these hemisync sessions, and he ended up leaving the facility, and he was found wandering around completely naked and rambling nonsense. And it was kind of a big deal. It caused some trouble for Major Albert. Like, he got a few spankings because of it.
Wonder if they made him walk through fire as well.
Probably. All right. So this Major Albert was, like I said, the one leading this Project Sunstreak. And as crazy as he may sound, the declassified documents of this project and its findings were pretty amazing, to say the least. So this project concentrated on remote viewing, and it was pretty successful. For an example, the psychics that were involved in this project were first tested. And during this test, they were asked various questions about what information was inside of classified envelopes, which they had no clue because these people weren't military at all. They were just regular citizens who claimed to be psychics and claimed that they could remote view. So they didn't have any idea what was inside these classified envelopes. But using their remote viewing powers, they were able to describe accurately what was inside of those envelopes. So then after that, they were asked to describe locations that they weren't familiar with, in which they described accurately, because supposedly they were able to remote view and go to those locations and say, hey, it looks like this, this, and this. Not only that, the military started using these psychics to remote view and find hostages around the world, in which they were pretty successful in doing. So it wasn't like this Project Sunstreak was a failure, because they were having some like, oh, look, we're seeing this crazy shit happen and we can't really explain, you know? And this is all detailed in the declassified documents. Another thing that these documents talk about is an individual named Ed Dames. Do you have any idea who this dude is, Dan?
No.
Okay. Well, let me hit you with some knowledge nuggets, because this guy was pretty weird, all right?
All right.
So this Ed Dames guy was one of the individuals, along with Major Albert, who kind of like monitored and oversaw most of Project Sunstreak's remote viewing sessions. Ed started seeing like how successful these sessions were. And at the time, some of the psychics were stating that they were able to leave their bodies during these remote viewing sessions and explore places outside of themselves, aka astral projection. So with remote viewing, you're just viewing locations. With astral projection, you're able to leave your body pretty much and travel around freely, not just view stationary areas. All right, so Ed heard about this astral projection, and it kind of sparked his curiosity. So he started diving into remote viewing and astral projection himself, and he was able to do it. However, it wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to push the boundaries of remote viewing, but not for the military, but for his curiosity about weird and strange things. And this is where some weird claims start happening in these documents. So in these documents, it states that Ed started to remote view for long periods of time and started to make claims that during these periods, he was able to leave the planet Earth. And not only that, but he was able to leave the current time period as well. Now, during these sessions, Ed claimed that he was able to see the fall of Atlantis. And he also claimed that he had found Loch Ness Monster, which he stated later on that the Loch Ness Monster wasn't actually a creature, but it was a ghost of a dinosaur, which kind of takes away from your credibility, Ed, but whatever. Another thing that Ed claimed was that he encountered UFOs and Martians during his sessions. All right, so that's Ed, and he was off doing his own thing, doing his own remote viewing and, all this other shit. And these experiments with these psychics, they continued on. And two of these psychics kind of stood out from the rest of them. And they were two women who ended up getting the nickname the Witches. Now, these two women preferred not to call what they were doing remote viewing, but instead they insisted that it was called channeling. So these two women not only did remote viewing, aka channeling, but they would also go around to various military officials and do tarot card readings and make predictions about their personal lives and endeavors, in which they were often right. So it kind of like built up their reputation around the base and with the military officials. And they were like, hey man, these witches, we like them. All right, so this remote viewing was pretty successful. Many of the psychics were able to locate bombs, people, and predict certain events. Which begs the question, if it was so successful, why was it shut down? Well, the CIA appointed a guy named Ray Hyman, and he came in and evaluated certain projects that the CIA was working on. Now, one of those projects that he evaluated was Project Sunstreak, aka Project Stargate. And he stated that this project had done nothing to help the government intelligence agencies, or military organizations. So in 1995, the project was terminated and declassified. And that is Project Sunstreak. And just a little rumor real quick, even though the project was shut down, there's like some rumors and theories and kind of like talks going around that the psychics didn't actually leave. They kind of stayed behind. Those quote-unquote witches, they stayed behind, and they're currently still working on various secret projects there at some of the bases.
Oh,
But that's just some rumors. Anyways, that's my first declassified document.
I like that one.
Figured, I'd bring a little bit of, remote viewing, stuff like that. People like that, give them what they want.
All right, so, next time we get together, we're going to have a, session before we start doing our work. We're all going to have spoons and
Yeah,
see if we can bend them.
with our mind. Yep, sounds good.
Then we'll go outside and we're not going to walk across fire. We're just going to walk across the grass.
I'm going to walk across fire. Hey, real quick, I went to my grandfather's memorial this past weekend, which I hate going to anything like that, but I went and paid my respects, and I saw a person that I knew from a long time ago who was a friend of my uncle's, and he ended up, when he was younger, all over his body.
Oh.
And he said the most painful thing he'd ever had to experience in his life was when they would come in, the nurses, and scrub his burns. It's like, damn, dude. Ugh.
I bet that did hurt.
Just a little random knowledge nugget. All right, moving forward. Dan, tell us about this next declassified document that you are covering.
All right. So, like you said from our previous declassified documents, one of them was Acoustic Kitty, which do you know what that was?
Wasn't it where the United States government tried to see if they could turn
bank account, PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THIRDKIND to get 25 cents per gallon or more cash back on your first tank. That's code THIRDKIND.
It's a little sports analysis, pop culture, great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions. I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
I just introduced rat poison to this equation. I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree,
I took off that phrase.
it's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
1941.
Yep.
It was right after that. Everybody in the United States was angry. Many people were enlisting, swore that they'll get back at Japan for doing it. But there was one man, a dentist, who was friends, well, not really friends. Other people did, with ideas on how to get back at Japan. Now, He had just recently come back from a trip to Carlsbad Cavern National Park in New Mexico. And he said that millions of bats be fitted with incendiary bombs and dropped from planes. What could be more devastating than such a firebomb attack? So, do you see where I'm going with this?
Bat bombs, pretty much.
Bat bombs.
Oh my god.
He goes in great detail how they could strap tiny incendiary bombs to those bats and then turn the bombs around and mix and things in the air. Now, most of the Japanese solution would be injected into the cabinet to corrode the wire to activate the incendiary bomb. So they had this all planned out. So once the wire was corroded,
And I wish my next one would give us a chance, but it's not done. Well, we do have like 2 episodes. I'm not sure the last one was pretty fun. Area, Silence, because we're going to drop a bomb on it, alright? Everybody that's here, you all have to leave. But hey, good news. They had just recently developed the new thermonuclear bomb. And they were like, we got to test this baby out. Jesus, this is where it gets bad, okay? So on March 1st, 1954, they dropped that bitch. Now, initially, this device wasn't supposed to be that big of a bomb. Scientists who actually developed it said, hey, it's going to be around 6 megatons of TNT. That's how big the explosion is. The military was like, oh, yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
It was amazing, wasn't it? See, I'm not a rugby man at all. I never watched rugby. I think the last time, was when we weren't about... Wallace Chambers, Kings of Leon on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. And England are world champions again then, so...
Oh, it's brilliant.
It was amazing, wasn't it? See, I'm not a rugby man at all. I never watched rugby. I think the last time, was when we won about 12 years ago, whenever it was. And I got into it last week because I realised we were doing so well. I'll watch England win anything.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I don't care what... In fact, I wasn't into war when I was little until I realised we were so bloody good at it.
We are really good at it.
It's brilliant. But, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it was great.
Right, that's the rugby thing over. What
dealt
next?
with.
That's it. That's all I've got. That's all I had today.
It does see me. Sometimes I watch it, and it does remind me of when I play rugby, because one of them will boot it down the field, and then someone will catch it and boot it straight back again.
Yeah.
Which is essentially how
I
we
was
played
made
rugby
to
at
play
school.
rugby. We had to play rugby. And I don't think I'd get rid of the ball so quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever got tackled or fell over.
Yeah.
I think I touched the ball about 20 times in the 2 years it was compulsory.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's the same as cricket. I can't... I'm a terrible batsman. I'm all right at bowling, but... It seemed like the pastime for people I went to school with was to injure you.
Yes.
It was funny to see someone poleaxe. It was funny to see someone get a cricket ball in the head.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
I never relaxed into rugby because the first day I was going to play it, my mum, I swear to God, my mother said, "Are you playing rugby today? You got the kit and everything. Enjoy it. Be careful." There was a kid at my school who who broke his neck. And
Cheers, Mum.
yeah, thanks very much for that.
See you later.
So I just went to school absolutely
One thing,
petrified.
broken neck, is that all? Should you get better in a couple of days? Oh,
No, couldn't find a wheelchair.
No. Enjoy the game, though.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely I was just petrified from that day
See,
on.
at least American football, you know,
Got the
helmets.
padding, the helmets.
Yeah, but anyway, no injuries, thank God.
Thank goodness.
So,
Well, I tried to play rugby, but it's awkward when you've got glasses. I don't know, there's something about
you didn't really play with glasses on.
Yeah, of course, I couldn't see anything, could I? I couldn't see anything. How else was I going to play?
Oh my God! And
So you're bound to be cautious, because inevitably you're a bit more cautious when
but
you've got
presumably
glass
you were
next
the
to your
tallest
face.
person on the pitch as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you were when you were about 14, you were probably 6 foot already, weren't you?
Yeah.
And everyone else was what, 5'2"?
Yeah.
So you were
Towering above them,
with glasses on.
just with the glasses
And
on.
you've got pretty cool glasses now.
Thanks very
You've
much.
had a bit of a makeover.
Makeover.
It's like Trinity and Suzanne said,
Yeah.
first thing to go, the glasses.
Sure, sort them out,
Yeah. And presumably you used to have those National Health sort of bottles.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Is it true? You've never been able to mosh at
I
a
tried to
concert?
mosh.
'Cause
Because
you're
I've
scared.
always watched people stage diving, moshing at concerts. I've always thought that looks like brilliant. You know when they ride above
Like a
everyone's
wave,
heads
like they're surfing
on
across
someone's
the, yeah,
hands, and so
amazing.
everyone's like, yeah. And I've always wanted to do that because I'm a big rock music fan. And the only time I did mosh was at Rage Against the Machine. I tried to mosh at Rage Against the Machine.
I love the idea of a band called Rage Against the Machine
Yeah.
aimed at a man with glasses who
Yeah.
won't mosh.
Well, it was at the Reading Festival, and I think the lead singer, I forget his name, he went, can I just remind everyone that racism and fascism are on the rise in Europe again. Let's not let it happen.
What did you do?
And we all cheered, obviously. I mean, if there's one thing that guarantees a cheer
Yeah.
at Reading Festival, it's down with fascism.
And what did they do about it after the concert?
Pretty much went back and
went home and
took
had a
some
cup of
drugs,
tea.
probably. I don't know
Yeah,
what they
sure,
got up to.
sure.
I
They
don't
didn't go to Europe then and try
don't
and stop.
think they
No?
don't think they got involved politically in Europe. I think they just continued to rage.
Against the Machine.
Yeah, but
mainly.
largely in America, I think.
Sure,
But
sure.
I tried to mosh, and I got moshing, and glasses flew off. And I remember, because we were playing away, you know, you do what you tell me. And I was just going, careful! I've dropped my glasses. Can we be careful?
Loads of kids in hooded tops,
Yeah, exactly.
just going mental.
Yeah, and they're all jumping up. So I was can we just calm down for a second?
Let's
until I
not be
got them?
silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was absurd, and I had to kind of, scrabble around on the floor, and thankfully they were okay, and they didn't get broken.
So what couldn't you do then?
What do you mean, what can I do?
What at school? Can you not see without glasses?
No.
I mean, it's like that you couldn't do anything.
It's a blur.
Really?
It's a blur, definitely.
God.
Yeah, it's like being kind of punch drunk or whatever. So yeah, you can't play sports when when you've got glasses.
But why not contact lenses? Because they're not strong enough.
No, they seemed a bit fiddly.
Oh, brilliant. Bit of Lou Reed.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, Satellite of Love. Classic. A retro cut. Lou Reed, with a little help from David Bowie there in the background. Satellite of Love on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Now, Steve, you know how Carl won't do anything outside his jurisdiction. He moans about stuff.
Whinges
He's got
constantly.
one job. We're doing about 5 things in the
Always
week.
plate spinning.
We just turn up and he's always available. He moans about it. He goes, "Oh, lucky you caught me." Right? He's not. He's chatting. He just He's one of those people that whinges enough, and people think he's overworked. So he got Mondays off. Right? He's just a whinger.
Yeah.
I haven't
He
got
won't-
Mondays off though, have I?
Yeah. Well, anyway, 2 hours on a Saturday. This is what the phone message he left me Wednesday on my mobile. But just he's chatting about certain things that are going on at the moment. What he does need to know. Duncan, who mentions, is my agent, and you know you understand a few other things. But this is the sort of message I get from Carl, right? Whinger.
Old messages.
Alright. 12:10, Wednesday. Just getting loads of people calling me all the time about shit. Yesterday, DVD's signing for BBC London. I don't work there, but I've been dragged into that. I've got a woman on leaving a message from Talk PR going on about do you want to go and see Pop Idol again? Right? Just saying you and some listeners can go. So I'm sure you'll love that. I've got Jim Benner wanting you to introduce the tin buckets at the Astoria. So can you just like let Duncan know that I'm doing his job whilst he's sat on his arse with his thumb firmly up his arse? Can you let him know that I'm running around like a here sorting shit out for you? Alright, see you later.
Message left
So,
at
do you know what I mean?
I know, but that's the kind of phone message he's leaving.
But
Do you remember who he was before you?
But he's
started working
even
with him?
annoyed that he gets a phone call. I remember he got a phone call for you to do a voiceover and didn't pass it on. You missed a voiceover. That was thousands of pounds.
No, I did
'Cause it-
pass it on though. I told you.
You
I
did.
said I
You
wouldn't.
said someone had phoned.
Yeah.
That's not good enough.
But who's that?
Well, she didn't say, and I didn't ask. But
Of
it's
course
not my
she
job to do it.
said.
She didn't say.
Rubbish.
So you didn't take the number down. She went, "Oh, can you tell Steve to call me?" And you went, "Yeah."
Yeah, well, I just thought you'd know her already. I should have known. It was a woman, so I should have known.
He's having a go. You see?
Unbelievable. I don't know how it's come back on me. You're the
No.
one who was picking on it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying. I'm defending. Why is he having a go at
But
you?
he never
Because
picks on Ricky because he knows you are his bread and butter. Seriously, do you know what I mean? The only reason he's got Mondays off is because you're still doing this show.
yeah.
That's why he's scared of you. That's why he's like, he has a go at you on the phone, but he always picks on me because he knows, you know, I'm a pushover, I'm a nice guy. He's scared of you. I can't believe, I don't know how it works.
Is that true?
Steve, I'm always sorting you out. I look after you.
I'm not
Sorted you
saying
out with
no, but
tickets. I
I'm not
sorted
saying
you
no,
out
but
lager
I got
out.
you today. Why are you
What?
picking on me?
What do you mean you're sorting about tickets and lager? What's this?
Right, whenever you want tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
I don't want to use this as like moaning time and that because I
Yeah.
don't like to moan. I'm busy and that, right? But I've sorted you out tickets for gigs,
Yeah.
right?
What somebody doesn't even turn up to.
Yeah, we won't even go on about that,
Yes.
right? Lager,
He was sorting out the Cure. He complained it was boring.
yeah. There was that big drum of lager that you had, and you said, "Oh, put that in your room for me,
Yeah.
because I don't want to carry it home." Right?
Lazy.
So I said, "All right, then I'll put it in my room." It goes missing, it gets nicked. Then you have a go at me because it got nicked.
Yeah.
I get you another one. You make me carry it around town for you for half an hour. Then you say, "Oh, I can't be bothered taking it home. Can you take it back to work for me?"
Yeah. But interestingly, this is like a year ago, so it's still pressing on you.
Oh,
is
hang
it?
on. And I forgot the one when we had an argument over 50p.
Yeah,
When I went
'cause
out
you
for a
didn't want to
coffee.
give me 50p back that you owed me.
That was the same day you'd given him about 40 quid worth of lager.
But see, this is my problem. This was my point at the time. It's not the 50p in terms of money is not what's important. The fact that you think you don't have to give me money back because it's only 50p, that was the point at stake. It's me who makes a decision. Oh, don't worry about the 50p, not you. It's only 50p. I'm not going to give it to you. Do you know what I mean? There's got to be rules, otherwise it's chaos, Carl. Come on, mate. All right.
I don't want to fall out about
No,
it.
it's not all right. Should we kiss and make up? Do you want that? Do you
No,
want to do
it's
that?
all right.
Yeah. Well, should we play a little record and come back to this? Because
I can't believe it started with you slagging him off, Rick, and I've ended up
I know.
as the monster.
I know.
Bit of R.E.M.
Yeah. R.E.M. and Animal. Animals would be R.E.M. and their Animals.
What are you talking about?
Well, no, I'm just thinking. I wonder if there's a video for Animals and the Animal
What?
on a DVD, an Animals DVD. Huh?
What are you
No, I'm
talking
just
about?
saying. I'm just it's REM there. It's just a good link. REM Animals on a DVD would be. I've got an Animals DVD out. My
got an animal
yeah, my
DVD.
DVD, my live stand-up's out. Buy it. HMV and
I don't
Virgin.
think you should.
Well, no,
I don't
I'm just
think you should
saying.
plug
Animals,
your-
no, it's
I don't
funny.
think you should
'cause
plug
no,
your
no,
stand-up
no, I'm
on
not
the show.
plugging it. It came up in the animals from REM.
I don't think you should plug your DVD.
Well, buy it now. It's a really good stand-up DVD.
If
It's
you're
out
going to
for-
buy anything, I think I ought to balance this out really. If you're going to buy a DVD, you should probably buy the Office series too, because I get money for
That's
that.
been on telly. Animals. See, Animals hasn't been on telly. The Office has been on telly. It's bored with it.
But I don't get any money for the
No, I know,
Animals
but that's
DVD.
what I mean. I get
wasn't
everything
involved.
from Animals, whereas I've got to share The Office royalties with you and some of the other actors. Whereas I get the lion's share. Lion's an animal. The lion's share of Animals. It's all mine, you see. So, by,
the truth of it is that it's not. I mean, it's your stand-up, and it's not great. It's a bit
no, but
weak.
nor's my
A
acting.
lot of the observations
Nor's my
are quite
acting or
poor.
writing. No.
You're a great actor.
I'm rubbish in The Office. One trick pony.
Well, I
I just
agree with
touch my
that,
tie and I look at the camera, bored with that.
Yeah.
Animals, whole new side.
Yeah. But
15,
frankly, you've been
15 quid.
You've been doing so much publicity on TV that if people have seen it all, they'll have probably seen all the best clips.
No,
Yeah,
but
there's only a couple of decent gags.
It's only really the dance, and you can get that on a JPEG. So
Some other great stuff.
Don't
in
buy
there.
The Office.
There's some other great stuff in there.
No. Phoenix Nights is better than The Office. So buy Phoenix Nights. Don't buy The Office. Okay.
Well,
right. Let's get on with it. That's that. Right. What else is
You've
happening?
probably heard most of the stand-up observations on this show, so.
Right. What have we got for us? Available in HMV. Go on.
Oh, well. I'm annoyed. Office. I was walking away from the show last week. I was walking towards Berwick Street. I like to look at the records and that, the record shops. And I was on my mobile phone, and I was chatting away to someone, and what can only be described as a prostitute.
Go on.
Stood on the street
Was
corner.
she a woman that gives you sex for money?
Yes.
That is a prostitute.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Go on.
And as I was walking by, she said, "Do you want to buy sex?" No.
You sure it wasn't a market trader giving 6 plums away?
No, it was definitely...
Sex for a quid?
No, it was definitely
Go
a
on.
prostitute.
Yeah.
And what annoyed me about it, what I wanted to pick her up on something, was the fact that I was on my mobile phone. It's like,
So
can you
she
imagine?
was rude.
Who would what, am I going to hang up? Sorry, Mum, can I call you back?
I've
You
just
know,
had an
you
offer.
say you want me to meet more women.
And you sent me that 30 quid
Exactly.
for my birthday.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Johnson, I'm really excited about the job. Can I call you back? I'm just going to negotiate with a whore. And it was just sort of, you could tell that she was clearly probably desperate for crack or a latest fix of smack. So she was literally the normal etiquette of prostitution. That they hang around, they show some thigh. I've seen this in
They
films.
will woo ya.
Yeah,
I
that sort of thing.
know,
That
straight
had sort of
into
gone
it.
out of the window, and she
Yeah,
was just
sure.
there, desperate, running around
Did
the
she
streets.
go out of a window?
Like a
Because
doll.
that's another thing they sometimes do, specialist
Exactly.
ones.
But I was
Yeah.
shocked because I've never been propositioned before like that.
Really?
In London.
It's weird, isn't it? Carl, thoughts?
I think you'd be sort of approached a lot because they tend to sort of go for people who look like they haven't got much chance.
Sure.
And I'm not being mean.
No,
you know
no,
that,
no,
mate.
no,
I've
no.
known you a long time.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to it. In what way aren't you being mean? By saying that Steve... I don't think... Well,
No, he does. Do you know?
yeah,
before...
no, but it's not what he thinks of his looks.
No.
It's what he thinks of you talking about his looks on...
No, but it's
Go on.
like how you were talking before about, your eyes are bad. It's nature's little way of saying, look, nothing to see here.
Sorry,
My chest is going to burst at this moment because... Vegas. These sort of all
I think that's because of the chemicals. I think that might be, but they're good. They're good. They're the best in Pringles. They're not bad. So yeah. It's interesting actually you saying that like other people, the online exchange, you get sent the crisps. Which is appropriate.
Yeah. Oh, but it's nice to be sent.
Go on. Talking of Pringles, on the Finchley Road tube station, on the way in.
There's a lot of Pringles there, isn't there?
Well, I'll tell you a job I don't like.
What?
I wouldn't want to be doing. The woman, there's a little woman who sits in the little snack stall on Finchley Road station.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to describe it really. She is surrounded by snacks. She can't move for snacks.
It's like beauty, but with
not dissimilar to that. It's a little and it's like you go to the seaside, you put your head in one of those carpet bags, and it looks like you're in that as well.
Yeah.
It's like they go to that, but it's just snacks everywhere. She's got bananas up to her chin. She's got chocolate coming over her eyes. Crisps outside of her. She can't move. She can't do 360 degrees. She's like packed in there. I don't know how she gets in there.
I think they put her in the first. They put, okay, pour in the bananas.
Yeah.
And then they pour in the nuts.
She has 2 hours of makeup before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dressing her in there. Because I'll ask her something in the fridge. She cannot turn her head to see. She has to go by the feet alone to feel the fridge. And get some back and pass it. And I'll pass it over to her. She can't. I'll let her off. It's extraordinary. But there's no music.
She has to sell her way out of it. If it's a slow day, she's stuck there till the next day.
Yeah, it's like a world breaking attempt.
Oh dear. That's Finchley Road, so
yeah, go on Finchley Road. I just want to pop that down. Look at the snack.
How does she get refilled? Yeah. So that's one of the jobs you wouldn't.
That's jobs I would not like.
I've always worried about working in one of those big photocopying places.
Sure.
Because it's that constant taste of toner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so dry, and I just imagine going to work with a hangover.
Yeah.
8 hours in that sort of.
I think it's those jobs where what's the best that can happen. that day? Do you know in the photocopying shop? What's the best?
Well, they probably have interesting things, like there's, people going and photocopying.
Porno mags.
Can I have 30 copies of my art?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I couldn't make it to the staff party.
Yeah.
But I wonder if I could do that in here.
Yeah.
Carl, what job would you want to do? Well, any job, you're a lazy...
You're joking, aren't you?
But,
I've done loads of stuff. I'm quite happy now doing what I'm doing.
yeah, you look happy.
Sound happy.
Yeah, I mean, calm down. You're on drugs. Are you on E? What? Yeah, go on, happy for them. Yeah, we're happy for them. We are England. Happy for us. Yeah. I mean, we didn't play. I did very little towards it. It was mainly Johnny Wilkinson at the end of it.
Switching on the TV was about as much fun.
And shouting, "Come on!"
Talking about jobs and that.
It's Russian. Yeah, that was the Welsh fella. It was lovely. Not as bad as Russian person. Go on.
I built his house. After it was
mainly remembered for impaling.
Yeah, he did a lot of other stuff.
He did a load of great charity work. He did.
The impaling is the thing that's really gone down in history. When were you reading about Ivan the Terrible? Or Ivan the Terrible is the thing you remembered from this informative article?
No, it's just little...
Sistine Chapel. I love how you assimilate information when it's just bordering on the academic, or just the interesting and true. It's wonderful. Ivan the Terrible gouged someone's eyes out, built him an house. That fella who painted that ceiling had a woman work for him. Imagine if you wrote that down in an essay. Imagine if you wrote that in a school essay.
Well, you probably end up with not getting a grade.
Or thinking you turned up to more than you had.
Exactly. Anyway, the woman who lived with...
Yeah, the woman who lived in a shoe. Go on.
Yeah, there's this one who, she was like in the ground girl shopping but because she didn't read or write, he used to have to draw it from that way.
What did he tell her?
No, wait. That's an excellent one. Could she talk?
Yeah, but if it's a big list then loads of different coloured paints.
But why couldn't she draw? Why did he?
Because he's a better drawer, isn't he?
That's the point. That's it. That is. We were just looking for the logic in the story. We found observations poorly performed. I would recommend The Office Series 2 on
Rubbish in that, I'm awful in that. You can actually see me forgetting some of my lines.
That's true.
Go on.
Right then, so cryptic clues. For example,
Alright, no, we don't.
Listen,
Say that long.
I'm a broadcaster.
Yeah, words are my tool.
Go on. Come on, Baldy.
No question.
Yeah, maybe boy going to the northwest. That's a different matter.
That's one way you have to think about it. Give us some again, good. Right, first one, I'm going to the northeast. What are you going there for? That's transferred as dollar signs. Well, I was really sarcastic. I was doing it like that. I was pretending that I just cared about the money. Yeah.
So, irony, you see, people say Americans don't get irony. Most people here don't get irony.
Absolutely right.
That's why they think this show's rubbish.
Yeah. I know.
We told them, we had the last laugh. We think it's really good. Carl, come on. Let's have some news. Let's do some proper radio. All your news comes from Ananover, doesn't it?
What will Dr. Fox do about now at 2 o'clock? You do some news.
It's coming up for 2, and here is the news with Carl Pilkington.
Well, like I said, it's just headlines, and I don't bother reading them.
No point. And it's all from Ananover, not from a newspaper.
It's not made up or anything.
No, okay then. Well, let's see. Okay, imagine Trevor McDonald doing this.
These are real news headlines.
Okay then. Well, they're real to Carl. Okay, here we go. And here is the news with Carl Pilkington. Bong.
Man hid in wardrobe to avoid work.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Bong.
Teenager gets stuck in
Bong.
Bushman has 2 right feet.
Bong.
Cow hit by train lands on farmer's wife.
That is the real news to you, isn't it?
That's brilliant.
I was just thinking the cow flying through the air, and the wife going, "Oh no, oh dear." Dutch man has 2 right Palace when Bush was there.
Right, an undercover journalist.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a problem if he was a terrorist, but it's sort of, and as the Palace said, you know, all our tests are to expose terrorists, not journalists.
Yeah.
I just think it was no big deal, really.
Yeah.
It was much more big a deal for the journalists than anyone else. Well, okay, well, all the journalists in the world can pop up as long as no terrorists get in.
Yeah.
We're all right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Bloke has got a terrorist. No, an ice cream seller.
Yeah.
That's all right.
It was like they're waiting hands up thinking, I can't believe it's Baz Babington from the Daily Mail. And I think that's Gary Bushell. That's fine.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But it was just that all he did wrong though was just lied on his CV.
Well, I think he did.
But everyone lies on their CV.
Of course.
Oh,
Everyone
actually,
lies.
I don't think I've ever done a CV. I tried to lie. I did one once when I was at uni and I was an events manager. I applied for a job at Radio 1 for events manager. Didn't even get an interview.
Yeah.
So I just stopped the CV like, and I just, you know.
The one knocked back and that was it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. So
You've lied on your CV, have you, Carl?
Yeah, loads.
Yeah.
It's just
just let's have a little bit. Yeah, loads. Yeah, go on. Come on.
There was
It's radio.
one when,
Come on.
there was a job going at Granada. In fact, this isn't even lying. I still didn't get the job, right? But
Well, you don't get a job just because you don't lie. It's not. Have you lied? No, you got the job.
No, but there was they ask you loads of stuff, don't they? That you think, oh, that's got nothing to do with the job. I don't know why you're bothering asking me certain stuff.
Yeah.
But it was languages.
Yeah.
Right? So it just said, you know, put your name, put your address, languages. Right?
Oh yeah.
And I just,
You don't speak any other language, do you?
well, I just thought English quite good.
You didn't.
No, I did. Also, shoes on.
I think you told me this before. Did you really put English quite good?
Honest to God. Didn't get the name out.
Well, you know what they meant now, but you know what your error was, don't you? Are you fluent in French, German,
I
Chinese?
didn't want them to think I got loads of big words and that. Do you know what I mean? Well, I don't use loads of big words and stuff.
No, they
There's
meant
no
do you
point.
speak any other languages?
It's any other languages, Carl, not the
They
one
assume
your
that you
native
can speak
language.
English because you're filling out a form.
Yeah.
Oh, what? It's like language is none. They assume you can speak something, and they probably think it was English. And to put quite good when you are English.
Yeah.
English is your first language. Yeah, I'm quite good at it. I see your point though.
It's true though, isn't it? I'm not sure quite good, is that correct?
No, poor. English, poor. Weak. You didn't get the interview now. What did Suzanne say when you told me you put that?
She just laughed. It was too late. It was too late to do anything.
How's Ray?
She's off today, so
Is it alright, is it? Oh, she's listening to me.
she's not home today.
But it's probably alright now, isn't it? Because it's about her day. It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
last.
it'll be nice. It'll be nice, not today.
You're scared of it, aren't you?
No. I mean, I don't want to...
You've learned your lesson that, you know, you can't talk about people like that because it upsets them.
Well, plus I can't do it all now because we're doing Pulp Fiction later. And it sort of involves the red. So...
Brilliant.
So let's...
Excellent. There's me thinking that you're being considerate.
Yeah.
Or worried about
You don't want to use up the material until later.
Play a record. Occupation. What's the best job you've ever had still, Carl? Talk about occupation.
Paper round.
Is it still the paper round?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's good though. If you're looking at, like, you know, what I liked about it, you're your own boss.
No, you're not. You're not your boss. The running news agents is your boss.
But then once you get out, you've got your papers and that, you sort of, you're on
Do
your
what you
own.
want as long as you deliver the papers exactly to the places you said you are in the time you said. It's a freedom, isn't it? Any jobs you wouldn't do? I just thought of that you wouldn't do with your sort of long-term friend. Proctologist. Basically sticking your finger up everyone's ass. If they've got an arse ache or something.
Which trainee doctor makes that their speciality?
Do you know what I mean? That must be right. We got a place for and it's you, Meadows. You came last.
Oh, seriously, what? not the arse doctor, was it?
Yeah, you came last.
Oh, a bungee.
Yeah. You got. Oh, I can't believe this.
Yeah.
That must be it, mustn't it?
Well, no one would choose it. No one would cure it. If you can have the brain surgery.
Well, what if you're brilliant but you're shy? You couldn't look people in the face.
Yeah.
You can be do anything you want. Yeah, just don't want to look at us with your asses. Really? Just want to do your asses. Yeah. Look at Carl's face. You didn't know there was such a thing as an arse doctor, did you? Well, he probably has a sandwich about 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Washes his hands. What do you mean he does nothing all day but that? You don't say that about a brain surgeon or thoracic surgeon, do you?
No, but that all day. That's not good, is it?
I love the fact that I can blow his mind with just things that people take for granted. A dentist just looks in mouths all day.
Yeah, but
What?
Bum job.
Just think of that. Oh. It's a lot to know.
Nice nails.
Yeah.
No rough edges.
We all got that job. No, it's the old people who had nice hands, didn't
So,
you?
yeah. And I know a lot about biscuits. I know my biscuits.
Do you?
Yeah, I know which ones they like and that.
Do you? What do they like? Do they really? Because that's my least favourite. I would never eat one. I could be starving and I wouldn't eat one.
If you want to let us know what your favourite biscuit is,
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, so with all them eating biscuits, I bet they get arse problems, don't they? So you could double up, couldn't you? You could be handing out biscuits in the morning and checking out.
So why would you go and have that done then? What sort of problems?
What do you mean? Loads of problems. Prostate?
And they've got to go there. They have to write a little.
Well, I told you that story that that bloke, it's not in a popular town, because it's about an auditor's report, and this is the bloke that filled out the form, and what happened, he went into hospital basically with a sauce bottle up his arse, and on the report, he said, obviously, you know, pleasuring himself using a sauce bottle, and on the report he said that he'd been shopping at Safeways, and he'd gone with his shopping, and he'd forgot his key, so he put his bags down on the step, right, and he started climbing up the drain pipe to get in, right, but as he was climbing up, his trousers and pants fell down, he slipped and fell, and the sauce bottle went up his arse, and the orderly said this story would be somewhat believable if Safeway sold their sauce bottles with condoms already attached.
That's like a game of Kaplank.
So he put, I love that he put a condom on it. I wonder if that was so he didn't want to get an infection from it, or he wanted to use it on his chips later. So waste not, want not.
Talking of arse,
Yeah.
blockbusters. We should give those clues again because we're not getting many right responses. So let's give them once more.
Oh, do you know what I think? Because the mentalists out there get his clues and they're rubbish. So I think his clue must be so way off
I know.
that it's something wrong. Do you know what a pun is, don't you? You can't change the word. You can't have, he's bald and he rides a bike. Who's that? Bicycle Stipe. That doesn't count. It's got to be Michael Stipe for it to be correct. It's got to be Michael Stipe, yeah?
Right, well, there's no two that we've got two right? So
Let's hear the clues.
right. First one was I'm going to the northeast. What are you going there for? S. It's a band or an artist that starts with S. Right? I'm going to the northeast. What are you going there for? Second one. She's related to the man in the land. Right? That's G. Band or an artist. The last one. The Jamaican told me to live there. It's a bit pricey though. Right? ES. Right?
DS.
ES. Emailing or texting.
Database at xfm.co.uk.
Text is for XFM.
I just thought of something. You know that thing we did about, they said that we just cared about the money sending it to America?
Yeah.
If we cared about money, would we be here now? Do you know what I mean? I think this proves that we don't do things for the money.
Exactly.
Jesus. Alright, well.
Company knows. Monkey Matt's emailed us.
Who?
Monkey Matt.
I'm at you, go on.
He says...
How's the monster?
He's alright. He says, Carl has missed a cracking headline from the Sport. Hide-and-seek champion found dead in cupboard. I hope it's real. I don't know if it is.
I doubt it.
Just looking through some of the news stories that Carl didn't make it into Carl's news roundup.
Yeah.
Just this one you might be interested in. Headline: Woman says partner ran off to become vampire.
Yeah.
And it says a young mother says her partner has dumped her to become a vampire. Rebecca Roberts from Somerset says Matthew Barron fell for a blood-worshipping woman in a US cult. The 23-year-old mother says he began shaving all his body hair, dressed in black, and used Rebecca's lipstick to redden his eyes. Rebecca caught him performing weird blood rituals in front of his computer at night, cut himself to prove commitment. She said, I thought it was just a hobby. Everyone's got a right to one. It's pretty easy.
Brilliant.
This is right from his son. Apparently he's left his entourage. He's living in this Ohio-based cult. But it's the last bit where she's been asked whether or not he came back and she's taken it. And this is where I wonder if the journalist, you know how journalists are supposed to just report on the objective. I wonder if maybe the journalist here has maybe had some interference.
Made the quote better for them than go on.
It says, I never thought this would take over his life. Now, if he came back, I'd say thanks, but no thanks. I can't believe. Imagine you're the woman.
Okay.
And
You're the journalist.
I'm the journalist. And I've gone in and I've said,
All I have to do is not say that thing.
You've
Okay.
come.
Yeah, it's gutted.
If he came back, would you take him back?
Definitely not.
What would you say to him?
Just get lost. Right, I'm really pissed off with you.
Would you perhaps say something a bit more pithy?
Listen to us. No,
You're upset.
he cuts himself, he drinks a blood, he's left me. No, sorry, I'm not interested, mate.
Because I'll tell you what. I like what you said, but I want you to be dead still. If he came back, would you say...
Go away.
Would you say something? Would you say something? Thanks, but no thanks.
No, because that sounded makes it flippant. It's not really. I know you're upset, so I wouldn't say. I'd say what? Say thanks. I might say no thanks.
What if you said it like aggressively, like you even think thanks but no thanks? Like you really
What
mean
sort of sarcastic?
Can you possibly say
I
it?
might say thanks but no thanks, and that'll be it. And I'd leave it there. I'd never change that.
Sure.
I'd never change those words.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
I like puns.
I hate them. I don't like Countdown. I don't like QI. I don't like any of those posh Cambridge, Oxford type. I hate puns.
If you have to say thanks but no thanks,
I never would. I'd say thanks but no thanks. I would, you know, I mean, I feel embarrassed that I'd even say thanks. I don't think I would say thanks but no thanks. But if I did go that far, I'd leave it there. So,
have you ever noticed, as I have, the similarity between the word thanks and thanks?
not really.
It's very similar.
Not
Thanks,
really.
thanks,
S-T-H, there's a K,
thanks very much.
G, it's A and N. Well, the A, the N, and the S, but that's about it.
Is it possible you might one day say fangs but no fangs?
I wouldn't know.
Right. I could put that though, could I?
But don't say I said it.
Right.
I mean, yeah. Fangs, but no fangs.
Yeah. This is the thing. Just if you ever read an article in the Sun, the Mirror, anything, do not believe it. Really seriously question and query it, because
if it ends with fangs, no
if
fangs.
it ends with a pun,
Yeah.
almost certainly they never said it.
Yeah. Ad breaks have we had in this
It's only
show?
about 3 an hour, 3 or 4 an hour.
3 or 4 an hour. So I've got 3 minutes. So 20 minutes. 20 minutes is wasted on shite. I mean, apart from the stuff we talk
Well,
about.
it's funny you should say that, because someone said to me last week that they felt that there were more adverts now on the show than there used to be.
Are there more adverts
Rick,
in the show?
I think just checking some emails, I think that's because people are requesting them. They find them more entertaining than what we're doing.
But can't we sort this out? No, can't we though? Why can't we have less? Why have we got so many? Is it... Oh, well no. You can't listen to radio after every record. It's bad enough trying to keep listening with the rubbish we come out with. Come on then. Right, has anyone got all 3? No, right, okay. So there's some. I'm going to ban Rockbusters. Okay, go on. What are the clues again? Tell me the answers.
Give us the ones that they did.
She's related to her.
What's that?
Genesis.
What's the band's name?
No, it's not Dire Straits. It's not Dire Straits. Dire Straits.
Jamaican fella.
Go on, make it sound like Hollies, yeah.
serious or what? Freaking me out.
My ass is frightening. You should see his ass as a scary case. It's almost over.
There you go.
Yeah, it's probably.
Who's also made a good effort? Stephen Gunn, with 2 teams, correctly identified that Carl's hair is like that of a Chinaman's.
Or it was.
Yeah, many other people have emailed in saying, how can you know what your hair's like? Because you are
Is it's like one of those things that, you know, what are those things called, write once, read many. You can just pass it on, and it's one of those CDs you can just play once.
Well, it struck me
that is you and information. It goes in, you can tell someone it's like you've lost it. It's like pass the parcel with knowledge. It's gone. You don't even remember what you told me. I'll try and sort out something else as opposed to Rockbusters next week. Less adverts, I think. What else?
Oh, better chat, better music, better presenters.
No, come on. Is there a monkey news?
No, it's gone on this week.
Don't talk. There must be some monkey news. It's not like it's real news. You tell us stories about chimps from the 18th century. Don't give me nothing happened this week. You just didn't look at the internet. And there's no news. Nothing happened. There was one little bit. giving away that prize, that laughter bag, and you know,
Playing great music.
and we're just, I mean, I'm bringing in my favourite tunes. I'm bringing the Smiths, Radiohead, Cat Stevens, David Bowie, Neil Young, the classics. Steve's doing the same. Well, Carl, last time for, apparently, someone's got it a bit wrong. We're not actually away for 6 weeks. We're away for about, we'll be back in August, won't we? Yeah, don't swear.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
On the last show, you have to say that.
Already brought the tone down.
Yeah.
Cheapened it.
And I think it's blasphemous as well.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, hell isn't, is it?
Isn't it?
No, I don't think that's not blasphemy, is it?
Taking hell's name in vain.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what was it you were saying the other week about the Queen Mum used to have the right mouth on it?
What?
I don't think we said that on air, Carl.
What? No, but last week you said about that bad language, and I was saying, that you know, there was a time when bad language isn't, you know, it doesn't matter anymore. You can F and Jeff and stuff.
Oh, I know what he's talking about, Steve. Really? Right, let me explain to you, the listener at home. Carl was worried about swearing, and as a joke, off air, it was last week, we were saying that in the 1940s and 50s, the Queen Mum used to say that, and we were quoting things she'd said, right, so putting F's and C's in there, and you believed us.
What, so this whole week you believed that we somehow had knowledge that the Queen Mum used to say
We were doing fake quotes from her in her voice, but putting in F's and C's, and you believed us. I mean, I didn't even think, I thought you were going along with the joke, but it obviously made it.
Carl, we've said this, you've got to question and query everything. You can't take things at face value, certainly not if they come out of the mouths of Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, sorry about that, Carl. A little trick.
Is there any other things now that as
Is
you
there
look back
anything
over
we
these
said,
times
you think about that I can tell you now that was a lie?
anything you've maybe queried or questioned, you know, you've thought, no, that doesn't seem right. Or maybe Ricky's told you.
Something might come to me later on, but
Okay. Well, what about Carl? I mean, we love you, right? Obviously, we know that. We've got great affection for you. We look forward to this. I'm going to miss you really, but I'll tell you what, you've got a heart of gold. No, the rest of the team is a heart of gold. Yeah.
it's all right.
Well, of course, the taller you are, the more chance you got on the high jump.
What? Explain
Everything
that
else
to
being
me.
equal. What? Are you okay then? So, is it harder for a 6-foot man to step over a matchbox or a baby midget?
That is tiny, Rick.
Hang on. Here's something I've learned, remember?
Go on.
To like show 4 or whatever.
Go on.
What is it? The flea can jump over the London Eye.
No! No, it can jump the equivalent of, if it was a 6-foot man, it can jump about 6 inches high. A flea cannot jump over the London Eye.
Yes, it can. Yeah, it can. Tell your kids that.
Go. Flea can jump over the London Eye. And that can lift 3 volts.
We're talking about fitness people now. Remember
Go
when
on.
we were in the pub, right?
Yeah.
And your mate Johnny was in there.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was talking about that guy who got done, right? Because he entered a wheelchair race.
Yeah.
And there was nothing wrong with him. His legs were all right.
Yeah.
Now, he got done because he shouldn't have been involved in it.
Yeah.
But don't you think that really he was really good for doing that? Because he's normally in a wheelchair. Sure. So he's not used to how to move about. His arms aren't as strong as the other fellas who are always in a wheelchair.
Yeah, his mate pushes. That was the wrong.
And it was motorised.
You know, you take a bloke who's not used to doing something, he does it the first time and beats the people.
In the shooting, because she was in a wheelchair, and she was just in the normal A1 Olympics, it was just a normal shooting, right? But she wasn't allowed to rest her elbow on the arm of her chair. Because that was an disadvantage. She was in a wheelchair and she's shooting, but she was getting unfair advantage. And they said, you cannot put your elbow on the arm of your...
Sneaky, aren't they? No, they are. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Do you know what I'm saying? Some of them are even disabled, it turns out.
Hold on, man. We're talking about athletes, aren't we? What record should we play next?
I'd love to hear that single that was out a couple of months back by Athlete. Let's have Athlete. Man alive. West Side by Athlete, a track that I know you and I have enjoyed.
Yeah, it was one of our favourite new tracks of the
6 or
year, that one. Yeah, it's all good. More of our favourite tracks to come on XFM 104.9.
You know,
Mentioning Maze and you. And,
you know, it's shoot the high jump.
yeah.
Do you know the reason I didn't get the gold? It's fairly embarrassing because the guy was just neck and neck, me and another guy, he was slightly shorter than us. And I was using the traditional Fosbeed flog. And he was using a method which I can only describe as the Superman, where he was running at the bar and diving head first over it. I've never seen this technique before.
It's illegal, that's why.
incredible. Is it not?
One's like only works because his shoulder that are going over before his head.
Right.
That's they got around the wall. He weren't allowed to dive over because it was
Obviously no one monitoring that.
yeah. No,
Just the
no.
game teachers having a quick fag.
Yeah. What was his name again?
Yeah.
The fag.
I think his name was Mr. Woodbine. Anyway, so he's using this method, right? And it gets neck and neck, and I don't know how many chances you get to knock down the bar. But anyway, it got to the point where basically I had to get over the bar, or I was going to come second.
Sure.
And I decided at that point to use his method. Because he'd seemed to be doing so well with it, I thought, well, I'll try that then. That looks easy.
dear.
And ran at the bar, launched, didn't actually get my feet off the ground, just hit the bar like I was someone finishing a race. It was so pathetic, just flying everywhere.
I just want to get this picture of you at the age of what, 15, 16, 6'5", I think probably what, about 9 stone. Yeah.
Of course I did.
That you must have looked pretty
And probably,
sexy.
Probably a small buffalo tank.
Yeah. Was it true once, when you were about 16, you decided to wear a dicky bow to school?
Yeah.
That was to think about it.
Drawing my PG Woodhouse face.
You're not giving me a hit with a lady if you were sophisticated.
Not only that, I thought it made me kind of kooky and eccentric.
Yeah.
I wasn't already 6'7", got a line.
Yeah.
Like they're not already thinking they're getting a weirdo. With a bow tie. Brilliant.
Does it spin round, mate? You're getting me hot.
Exactly.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I wore that for about 6 months, and it was in school colours because we had to wear it twice. It's fantastic. I mean, now I don't. Oh, man.
I can't
I
believe
don't know
it.
why.
Carl, when you were a little Pilkington, right? What would, if you had hair, what would it be like?
Well, you obviously had hair then, back then. What was the style?
It was like sort of. I had quite sort of fine, sort of straight hair.
Yeah.
Hairdresser once said to me, "You've got hair of a Chinaman." got the same hair as a Chinese man has. Very straight, quite fine.
Why is he doing it? I just imagine this Ireland. The answer would be one answer. Plug up something like that. Yeah, but you have the hair of a Chinaman. I'm sorry, no. You're not the spy. No, I'm not. Thank you. Oh, you have a feast for fish. I'm sorry, nothing. It's not you. Okay, next. You have the hair of a Chinaman.
It was one of those barbers, it was a cheap one, just on a railway bridge.
I don't believe that. Go on. On a railway bridge? That's why it was cheap. It was very low rent, so he could charge. That wasn't a barber, that was a man with some scissors. Yeah. Did you have to move you there, sir? Okay, back in the chair, sir.
I imagine them on one of those things you always see in old films when you have to press down and down.
Yeah, like a seat. Yeah.
Just a normal chair, little wooden hut, and he did have to stop when the train came past, but it used to...
Well, because he had to change the signal.
Just making a few extra times. Exactly, yeah. Oh, I love that. It wasn't Bernard Cribbins, was it?
There was one of them saying, "What are you there washing?" And I said, "Is it free?" You know, is it cool? And he said, "Yeah." So I said, "Oh, go on then." He said, "Hang on now, I'm just going to wash these mugs up." He had like a sink full of mugs. Just take these out and I have to wash it out. It was cheap.
How much was it? And when was this?
God, at 88, 89.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what happened to your Chinese hair? When did it start coming out?
You have the hair of a bald Chinaman now, don't you?
You've got the hair of a Chinaman in a box now.
I used to just work a lot of hours, and I think... Yeah, of course.
No, it's not. It's genetic. You can't...
It's not genetic.
Of course it is.
No, it's got more hair than me now, I think.
Is your mum?
Kojak's got more hair than you, Carl.
Anyway. I love a great cause.
Oh, look at his little
What
face.
did it say before in that book about being bald? It said, have a little tip, didn't it? Go over that later.
It says, if you're going thin, doesn't it say, cut your hair short and something like
So
that
it makes you look thicker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got people are offering Carl lots of. We're coming up to that.
Yeah, well, we'll go to that. So obviously we
in that BAFTA bag.
Shall I remind people what the competition was?
Yeah.
Last week we were giving away this bag that we got signed by various celebrities at the BAFTAs, and we asked you to email or write in with your suggestions as to what you have that you could swap for the bag. It has to be something that will enhance Carl's life. We've had quite a lot of suggestions. I'll go through those a bit later, but they're some of them are quite eccentric.
Meanwhile, I'm going to play one of my favourite songs off one of my favourite albums. It's Radiohead. It's the Bends, and this is Black Star. Sugar Cubes. Hit. Yeah, on XFM 104.9. Our last show till August.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that. We'll miss it. We can't avoid it really. We've got to go and do some filming. And we're only going to miss you anyway, Carl. They can do that, us now.
Zoe Ball, right?
Yeah, Zoe Ball. And who else is after her? She's not doing the whole run, is she?
Yeah, I think so.
Is she doing the whole 2 months, is she? Yeah. Try not to get too comfortable. Right? And don't let Big Boy Slim come in with her, because he mixes up the records, doesn't he? And ruins them.
Yep. Hey, talking of DJing.
Go on.
You know, I did that storming set the other night for XFM.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
This was down at a little club, in case you weren't aware of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to the Sony's the other night.
Yeah.
Carl Pilkington sidles up to me, slips me an envelope.
Go on.
200 big ones in there.
Did you get paid cash for that?
Yeah. £200. Taxman won't know about that. Cash in that.
No, the tax on it, no, because I mean, obviously, no one ever was the tax I was listening to local radio. Oh. Yeah. So,
no, the taxman will know about it.
Yeah.
Because I'll declare it.
I would.
Yeah, it's going straight down. I'll do it when I get home. Do it when I get in later on.
And don't buy off buttons that you buy anyway, like, you know.
No, I'll do it officially. For the all listening. And so I'll send it now. I'll send it tomorrow so that you get it early. So you're too busy for you, sir.
Yeah, also, did you see Liquid News last night? It's the thing on Choice, right, and it's sort of celebrity news there. And Julia Clary was on, and they were talking about the Sony Awards the night before, which we went to, and they said something like, a relatively unknown one of the entertainment that we work for, Christian and Chris Miles and Jonathan Ross, said that beating off bigger people, not he was beating off bigger people. They weren't suggesting he was.
Was Gene and Clary beating off bigger people?
Yeah. And it said so people who didn't win resorted to silliness. And it cut, right? I don't know where the camera was, it must have been miles away because it was nice. Cut to me making a little hat for you out of a Budweiser box, a little diet thing, and then forcing it on your head and you sort of struggling. Do you remember that?
I do remember it.
Yeah. They're always watching.
They were filming it.
They were filming it, yeah. So, yeah.
That's really scary because some of the things we were doing.
Because I was tying scarves around your head, wasn't I? We were
touching Carl in an intimate way.
We were gaying him up. To make him feel all uncomfortable and everything. He doesn't like that sort of thing, do you?
Can't stand it.
We're going to be giving you a cuddle about 5 to 3, seriously. We are going to...
On the way out.
And I've got roaming hands.
Yeah.
Do you know them girls who came up from the radio academy and sort of said, "Oh, so you're Carl then?"
Right, yeah. A couple of fans went up to Carl.
Just on the way out, I said to him again, I said, "Look, I'm not gay." Because they were convinced I was.
That's because if you remember a couple of weeks ago, we teased Carl that he had to go as Steve's partner to the BAFTAs, and they really meant partners. You know, after the show, when he was walking around, he was doing a by six. I actually said, they will ask you. He went, well, what if they say, and as we walk in, Steve Mitchell and his boyfriend Carl, oh, well, they won't say that as you walk in, they might overdub it on a television show. You go, well, what about my mates in Manchester? And he said, I'm not going. The risk of someone in Manchester thinking that he was going out with you, mind you, it wasn't. If you see where you're going, if you were going to be gay, you wouldn't choose Steve, would you? Who would you choose if you were gay?
If you could go out with any bloke, who would it be?
Yeah.
That's a good one. He's thought about it before.
Go on. No, of course not. No, who would it be? If you were gay, what bloke would you go out with?
God, probably Jonathan Ross is alright.
You gay? You fancy Jonathan Ross? You? Rossi.
Oh, you've got his number, haven't you? We should get contact.
You're so funny and handsome and lovely. Rock and roll with me, David Bowie of Diamond Dogs. Well, it's time for Carl's Room 101. Carl's too shy to obviously do this to report that and the run of this with things that Carl hates. Yeah, we know everything he likes. We know. So Carl,
We should just point out that we've inspired by television 101. We didn't come up with this ourselves.
Yeah, we did. This is Room 102. Yeah, we'll be calling and you become Pilkington. Right, if you try to banish to Room 101 all those things that you dislike, they're never to be seen again. Will you please welcome Carl Pilkington?
Who?
Alright, Carl, so what does this represent? And imagine you putting some on the table next to you, go on.
Right. Well, first of all, right, it's dead hard to come up with like 5 things that drive you up the wall.
Okay.
Right, it's not easy because there's so many things.
Yeah.
But it's just like, picking 5. It's like someone saying, pick your 5 favourite records or 5 favourite films.
Yeah.
So it's hard. So,
in Desert Island Discs where you always get the complete orchestra Shakespeare and vinyl.
Yeah.
I think you should include Ricky Gervais. I think you should always be there already in Room 101. They don't have to nominate you. You always know it.
Go ahead.
So don't bother putting Ricky on. He's already there.
I'm already there, waiting. Yeah, go on in. Yeah.
I thought of like things that we've done in the past.
Sure.
And like quotes and that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That quote that people say that money doesn't make you happy.
Yeah.
Right, we're just rattling through some here.
Yeah.
That annoys me.
What?
Well, the quote money doesn't make you happy.
Yeah, because it does. It clearly does.
Right.
Without it, life's pretty dull, isn't it?
Yeah. Good.
Right, so,
okay.
So that's like a little short thing, and then that sort of makes you think about people with money. There's a program on in the week. I don't know if you saw it, Steve. The one Posh Loaded.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? That was great.
It's so annoying.
Oh yeah.
There's a girl on there, right, who's from a rich family and that, and it's not her fault she's from a rich family. It's like a shoes because of where I'm brought up and that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, if you sound posh, you sound posh. It's, it doesn't change you as a person or whatever.
Yeah, it's quite
But this girl, right? Did you see it, Steve?
I did.
You didn't see it,
I
did you,
didn't,
Ricky?
no.
Right? This girl goes shopping. She buys like 4 t-shirts and a crappy little handbag.
Yeah.
Spends about 1,300 quid, and she's just wasting it. Going, the woman's saying, "Oh, you love these? They're really in fashion." She said, "Oh, whatever. I'll probably only wear them once anyway." And it just that sort of thing annoys me.
Yeah.
People with money, who have grafted for it are good, but like. People who just get money given to them from the rich parents trying to make the wall. There was another point, right, where she's in a shoe shop, right, and she's like got these big boots and stuff. But part of the problem is, right, she's quite odd looking and that, right, but she's got a lot of money, so she makes herself look half decent. Problem is, she's got fat ankles. She's got what? Fat ankles. Right. And they drive her up the wall because it's one of them things, isn't it? It's almost like God has gone. Yeah, you can have all the toffees and stuff you want. You can have like your nice t-shirts. But at the end of the day, love, you're stuck with these ankles, and you can see.
Right, you can have all the toffees you want. Yeah. And you have nice ankles. You're stuck with these ankles. Oh God.
I really wanted to get a job in that shoe shop where she was going in, blowing her dad's money, and she was calling up her dad saying, "Oh, Dad, is it all right if I'm just out shopping? I've just bought some shoes that have cost like £1,000." And I really wanted a job in that shoe shop, just so I could sit there, and when she comes in, go, "Oh, love," whatever her name is. Lovely to see you there again. Got some lovely new shoes in. Look at these nice new boots. Everyone's wearing them. And all the it girls are wearing them. Yeah, try them on. Oh, you can't. Your ankles are so fat. You can't get into these. Never mind, here's some boots. She really annoyed me. And I'm not a nasty person.
You're not.
She brought it out of me.
Carl, I'm worried though. This idea of you getting a job in a shoe shop, I'm not sure you're qualified.
I like all that's way round it. That some people go, "Oh, I'd like her to lose all her money or something." He'd like to actually bother go through getting the job in the shop, and then just wait in there.
You'd be too busy mucking around outside like, on some kind of trolley stuck in a little lake. But interestingly, in that show, I was watching that show, and at one point, you mentioned that her fat heels or her fat ankles. She said, I'd like to have various changes to my body. Plastic surgery. I'd like to do this to my face and da-da-da-da. And her mum's there, and her mum's going, "No, don't be so. That's how. No, you're my daughter. You're beautiful. Da-da-da-da. No, you should. I'm not going to let you have those. Da-da-da." She went, "I'd love to have an operation on my fat ankles." Her mum went, "Yeah, I do agree with that."
Kind of a mother does that. Oh, that's bad. Can fat ankles be? I know. What were these ankles like?
Tell us, Rick. You must know.
No, do you know what I mean?
Like, if you said to a little kid, say a 4-year-old kid, draw a person, they'd draw her legs. Do you know where there's no sort of thin bit and then it comes out a bit for your knees?
Oh yeah, and they're
down to
just
ankles. It was just like 2 logs.
People go to say, "I like your new flares." What do you mean flares? They're leggings. Cheeky.
Awful. So
It's okay. So you're putting in posh girls with fat ankles. Yeah. Okay. What's your next one on Ring 101?
Right. Another quick one, really. People in supermarkets.
Right. What the people are serving?
Yeah. It's mainly these shops that go down in London that are open 24 hours. Right? You'll go in, you don't do your main shop there. It's mainly just little bits in it. Maybe a loaf, a couple of pound cakes and that. And you go in there.
Do you ever ask? Would you be annoyed if I said barn cakes without having a they're rubbish?
That's happened before when they asked for gravy and they didn't know what gravy was.
What do you mean? What do you say? Have you got any gravy?
Just because up north you have chips and pie and gravy in it. I didn't have a clue what I was talking about.
Right, okay.
So that annoys me actually. Stick that on the list. But,
you've got fishmen up north.
But listen, right?
We saw a sign in the north, right? It was a little shop, and the sign said, "We sell bread." And it was handwritten. It was like there was probably like a rush. Those people in turtles going,
"What's this bread you talk of?"
Yeah, little headscarves, like women running down.
But anyway, these shops, right? So you go in there, getting your stuff, and you'll go up to the till, and they don't say hello to you. They don't sort of smile. They just bleep the stuff through. They don't tell you how much it is. They just sort of expect you to look at the till to see how much it is. So you can get your hand in your pocket, give them the money, they'll give you the change and they won't say goodbye.
Yeah.
It's like they just can't be asked
Sure.
to have any sort of, hello, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't want a big chat. I don't want to know what they're getting up to and what what the dad does for a living and all that. I just want like, how are you doing? You're well, right? Oh yeah, this bread's popular or whatever. Right, that'll be £5.
You need to keep abreast of which breads are selling well.
Talk on the radio or watch TV or something there, but back to you there, Alex.
All right, Harold, yeah, that was the list of no responses from the first hour. I was just going back through them, trying to see if we could contact all the stations we didn't make contact with the first hour. So that's what that was all about. But it didn't accomplish anything. So I've learned my lesson about trying to do that. All right, Harold, you have a good day. We'll talk to you later. KO4UQK. This is K5AVF. We're going to clear with Harold. Go talk to Dave. KA5OWI. Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, Alex. K5AVF, KA5OWI. Well, I checked in on the first hour, but I'm not sure if Ron actually ever heard me. I never got acknowledged, but I saw it was on the net loggers, so we just went with that. Anyway, so here for the second hour.
got planned for New Year's Eve? Over to you, Virgil.
Okay, no, I'm not doing the hardwood flooring today. I put that off till next year there, which will be Monday morning for me. So, no, let's see, today I've actually been in my wood shop. I've got I'm refurbishing a pantry,
I had to take it, had to disassemble it and cut it down to 18 inches wide, and I've got it all glued together. I don't have the face on it yet where the doors go. Still got that to do, but I've got to let the glue dry and set on what I've got put back together. So I've got it back down. I've cut it down to 18 inches, and I'm hoping it'll look like factory when I get done. But I don't want to let the secret out that.
Headquartered in Chicago, and yeah, I've been back and forth. Oh, that was you. You had those pumps in there. Yeah, I like that one. Hola, mijo. The mid 50s and 60s, and just crazy way. Boy, George. Glad to hear that you're having standing by. Terrible situation.
O bizi seçmiş. Onunla ilgilenenler o bölümde yan yana dizilmiş tek katlı. Biliyorsunuz, dışarıda görüyorsunuz. Talebe kulübü. Resim kulübü, müzik kulübü. Efendim, kimya kulübü. Rusça kulübü. Arapça kulübü. Edebiyat kulübü. Türk kulübü. Ne isterseniz hepsi var yani. Sinema kulübü. Teşvik ediyor. Sinema kulübü. Kitap kulübü.
Kekene, Goroniaki, Goroniekoi, Babestemi. En waar ik net ging, Plonico man zeker bombos alleen ben koppelen. En dan ben
değerlerini de yapmaktır. Beşinci older people and just with all the risks in mind. There are some quite realistic difficulties as well for older folks to seek so-called reemployment.
Right, but on the other hand, I wouldn't be so pessimistic about the aspect or the prospect of having older people rejoining the job market. I'm sure that the market economy is there to play a role. I'm sure each individual will find a solution to their own problems, as do businesses. So I believe the market will play a part in this, so people will find solutions. But again, there's some failings with regard to the market, and on top of launching a platform for information exchange with regard to jobs offered to elderly people, I think certain institutions, including the China National Committee on Aging, should take part to set up some ground rules. For instance, should businesses be allowed to offer a salary at a discounted rate to people beyond a certain age? And should there be a work-related injury insurance? And should it be mandated? And so all these things, I'm sure the market will find a way to solve the problems they experience, but on top of that, there should be some ground rules to make sure that each party knows what to do in various situations.
For the three of us who are sitting here, we still have decades to go in this economy, and we will be working full-time. Woo! Does this kind of news story, offer you kind of a new light in looking at the retirement life in the future, or, when we...
All right, Virgil. Well, thanks for that app. I copied Sky View Light. I'm going to have to look that up. I've been using Heavens Above website and Night Sky as well, so there's another one in the arsenal for astronomy. That's some cool stuff. And hey, that Colorado Astronomy Net, they love getting check-ins even if you're in and out, because they report their log numbers to the JPL as part of the JPL's outreach program, and I guess it helps them get some numbers on their outreach program. So highly encourage people to check out the Colorado Astronomy Net on the Dewdrop In, 9 p.m. Eastern, right after the Absolute Tech Net on the Dewdrop In that starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and Scott N4UPC will be hosting the Absolute Tech Net Tuesday night, so everybody check it out. And let's see, what was the other thing I was going to say? Lots of events going on tonight, lots of ham radio events happening. That's pretty cool. And Virgil, I hope I can make it to Flat Gap, Tennessee Flat Gap, Kentucky on a Friday night.
Oh, Mother's Pride, that's a good choice. It's 70% of our stock is it?
So that really, even though, you know, it is a 24-hour
I'll be
shop,
honest, I would err on the side of silence. Not rudeness. I hate rudeness if they do that, but I would rather, I'd start to go, £1.50 please, and that'll be fine for me. Any more...
What about hello and goodbye, have a good day? Not in an American
It
way.
doesn't bother me. I prefer people who say have a nice day and don't mean it to people who don't say it at all and don't mean it. To be honest, I don't worry about that mock sincerity because I think it.
No,
it
not that.
does
It's
the
just
job.
normal,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's
I'm saying I like people who say I don't care. They say oh nice to see you, come again, have a nice day. It doesn't bother me. But a chat. I hate people who think they're the life and soul.
No.
When you're going
don't
for
mean like that. I mean, like,
nuts.
you know, if you go through a door, you hold it open, you go, there you go. You know what I mean?
You expect a thank you.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and also when do you come in at like a narrow walkway and you're both walking there, and I stop or get out of the way, and they tut, like I should have. I want to go. Hold on, look, we're both in the same boat here.
Yeah.
Why is it me? That annoys me. Where people think
tutting when they're in the wrong.
They own the street, or if two people aren't looking where they're going, it's one person's fault. That really annoys me. Yeah.
So that's it really. I mean, I know the 24-hour shops and they're knackered and stuff, but politeness, just to say...
Well, it costs nothing, does it?
No.
So those are your little quick ones, then we get on to your big three, don't we? The big one.
Yeah,
Should we play a record and come back to that?
I know what you want.
I'm talking to Carl Pilkington on room 101 on XFM 104.9.
Yeah.
What is your plan?
New order.
Oh, excellent. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. We were shouting at you then. How loud are those headphones?
Pretty loud, but I'm always wearing headphones, so...
Yeah, but look what I'm doing. This is an old radio trick. You put one earphone over your ear and the other one off so you can hear people in the room.
Hives on XFM 104.9.
What did you want to say?
Doesn't matter, Carl. It does.
The point is, it could have been important. It could have been a fire, anything.
When we shout anything, you jump.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Come on, Carl. Get with the programme, all right? Hey?
Right, what other things do you want to put
Yes,
in room 101?
Other than us.
Spiders.
Right, go on.
I know Ricky will be agreeing with this.
Yeah, all spiders, yeah.
There's some spiders that are on the planet that don't do any harm. They clean up stuff, don't they?
What, I got little brushes.
Do you mean
like
janitors spiders?
yeah.
No, there's some that, you know...
Just Hong Kong leggy.
Just get on with stuff, but I'm talking about the spiders that are deadly. And, and spiders that are massive. I mean... Johnny's mate, Ricky's mate, Johnny, I mean.
Yeah.
He was talking about how he was in Australia.
Yeah.
And he was sharing a room with a mate or whatever. And his mate was having a shower. And said, Johnny, just come in here a minute. And he went in. And there was a spider on the side of the bath that he said was the size of your hand.
Two hands width. It's sort of like a size track, just like 8 inches across.
That big, right? And the daft thing with that one is that can't kill you. It's massive. It's got no purpose.
It's a huntsman.
Yeah, but what? Something you said it does, right? If you sort of walk around it and it thinks you're going to try and trap it, it hisses at you
and jumps at you
and jumps on you, and sort of clings on.
That's terrifying.
You'd be sort of running around trying to get it off, and it's just gripping on like the old stag beetle thing again.
Yeah.
It's clinging onto you. But there is no... What I don't understand is, why is that spider that big? Right. Because no doubt it only eats stuff like normal spiders do, but it needs to eat more of them because it's a bigger lad. Right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't actually do anything. It's not like... I just don't
doesn't
get
try,
it.
Doesn't paint, doesn't do anything.
It's just getting in the way, and it's one of those things that are so big you couldn't kill it. Because can you imagine like the mess that would make something that size if you stamped on it?
Yeah.
Which I'm not, again, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
But I don't get that. And then there was a programme on a few weeks ago on BBC about spiders, and there was this one, right? It was going, there's so many spiders in the world, and apparently there's so many of them they can't give them all names. Right? What they're saying is, once one dies out, they'll actually introduce another one. Because there's so many different breeds of them that it's impossible to sort of make a book and list them all.
Right.
Well,
It's like
the book
a
would be
queue.
infinitely long.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a queue. They
They're
say,
not
right,
trying to name it individually, are they?
No.
That's their problem.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
yeah. Just keep it down to the species. Go on.
This is true, this.
Go on then, yeah.
So they'll sort of go, the You know, give us a spider, the Black Widow, right? Black Widow, they've all died, so who's next? And they'll say, here's a redback.
Yeah.
And that's how they introduce them. So this programme was going on about this.
That's not how they do it.
No, they do it.
Okay, your point
Okay,
being.
right.
So anyway, there's this little one, right, in Australia, and it shows you some kids being dead happy and playing around in the sun, loving it, you know, all healthy and that, and, you know, love being in the sun. They're playing around the pool, and, you know, there's a couple of them there playing swing ball and that, dead happy, not a care in the world. And, like, the one of them goes, oh, I'll go swimming, because I've been playing swing ball for an hour, got a bit of a sweat.
Sure.
Go for a little breaststroke or whatever. And they get in the pool, and they can't wait to have a swim about. And then it pans to the bottom of the pool.
Yeah.
And there's this little spider just sat there dead still. Right? Sat at the bottom of the pool holding its breath.
Holding its breath!
Okay.
Cheeks going up red, eyes bulging.
yeah.
Oh, 8 pairs of goggles on.
One goes by with a snorkel. You should have thought of this.
4 pairs of flippers.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's sat there in the deep end, right? And then it pans back to the kids having a good time, chucking a ball to each other.
Yeah. I can see what's going to happen here.
And it pans back.
It's not going to join in the game, is it?
No.
And what happens is the kid starts bouncing up and down on the floor.
Sure.
Goes and sticks the kid goes and puts a foot on the spider. Bites the kid, and apparently, if you're not seen to, you can be dead in 15 minutes.
Sorry, why does this spider sit at the bottom of the pool?
That's what it likes to do.
Animals don't do things they like to do. Animals do things for a reason.
Waiting for a kid to come along. So
No! It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what
It's
it
not.
does.
It's not. It doesn't go out to murder kids. That's not. That's not what it does.
No, there must be a reason. I mean, if you just stopped when you watch these programmes and don't get involved with the music and, like, you know, the odd... Why does it sit at the bottom of the pool? There must be a reason. It either goes there for protection, food, to cool... It does it for a reason. It doesn't go there to wind up swimmers.
Yeah.
There must be a reason. This is it. If anyone's watching, please, if you're watching that programme, I don't know about this spider. What's the name of the spider?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, it did say...
08700 800 123.
Is it the Duncan Goodhue?
Is it Paul?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it does go into other things like ponds and that, and maybe it does the same to ducks if a duck stands on it.
But why? The duck stands on it!
Why?
Oh, I love your brain.
Probably because eventually, you know, a kid can get, like, saved if it's seen to in 15 minutes, but a duck is just going to, like, wander around and go, God, I don't feel well and what have you.
What good is that to the spider?
Because...
No, I'm saying it might kill it if it might protect itself, but it must be in the pond for a reason in the first place, or the swimming pool. It must be down there for a reason. It must have another agenda, evolutionary-wise. It can't just do it.
Could it be in training for the Olympics?
Unless it is just cooling. Like those, because on one of the other programmes that's a bit mental.
Oh yeah, that one, yeah.
The one with the lizards. Did I tell you?
Right,
that?
let's not get into lizards. This could take...
Okay, no, go on quickly.
No, this is a good one. It was a programme, BBC programme again, on how insects and animals help each other out.
Yeah.
Right? They were saying how, you know, you might think they're an insect, but they think like humans do, and they all help each other out, right? And there was this lizard that is running about in the desert, right? And it's going, God, it's roasting. And what it does, it makes a little hole in the sand, and it goes under the ground and it cools down, right?
Yeah.
And then you see one of the locals, I think it was in Egypt or something, and the Egypt bloke comes walking along.
The Egypt bloke?
And,
is he walking like an Egypt bloke?
Walk like an Egypt bloke.
And what he does, right, he's looking out for these holes in the ground.
Sure.
And he sticks his hand in.
Yeah.
And
Why does he want the lizard?
He makes shoes and stuff out of it.
Okay.
Right. And you see him walking around, and he's got about 12 of these things in a basket on his back, and they're all looking really fed up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's dead hot, and they can't be bothered trying to escape, and they look really fed up. And this bloke's laughing, you know, he's collecting loads.
I love how he watches this, like, because they sort of editorialise it and make it into, like, some sort of, like, evil play.
Yeah.
But then it was saying how this deadly scorpion that man is scared of is mates with the lizard. And the reason is that the scorpion goes into the hole, right? It can't dig its own hole because its arms are that big and it's awkward for it to dig a proper hole.
Sure.
So what it does, it goes into the little den that the lizard's made, right? And whilst the lizard's having a kip, the scorpion says, "Tell you what, I'll do you a deal. You have a kip, I'll walk up and down this hole here and sort of scare away any people." So the lizard's like, "Yeah, all right then, fair enough." Because the scorpion wants a little hole to keep out the sun. The lizard wants a kip. They've done themselves a little deal. The Egyptian bloke comes walking along, sticks his hand in the hole.
Yeah.
He thinks he's just going to get a lizard. Scorpion stings him. He runs off, drops the basket. All the lizards go running off.
I love the fact that that is what always happens. They filmed that just by chance, and that's what always happens. I like the fact that the Egyptian bloke has done this every day. He does it. He goes, "Well, okay, I've got all these lizards. I'll just go to this hole again." Yeah. Because I haven't got that lizard yet. Yeah. This will be fine.
No, I just think.
And when the lizard and the scorpion make that deal, and he says you have a kip, and the other one does it, do they talk in Egypt or? I mean,
do they talk Egypt bloke?
How do they discuss?
They talk Egypt bloke or English bloke?
What language do they use, Carl?
No, it's the international language of love.
But spiders is what you're putting in Room 101.
Spiders.
Let's go back to that.
Spiders. So spiders that.
So basically, spiders that have got the poison to kill a man.
Because Rick, I know, because
okay.
But Rick, I know
what
you're
about the ones that are just too big for their own good?
I don't understand that either.
But Rick, you're scared of all spiders, aren't you? Or even the little tiny ones you find.
I don't like any spiders. Yeah.
Is your husband afraid of them as well? Or?
Oh dear.
What are we playing here?
What are we playing here? Oh, this is Cat Stevens. Silent Sunlight. It's beautiful off Catch Bullet 4 at its peak in the 70s. Oh, Cat Stevens. Silent Sunlight.
Yep.
Carl just had a funny phone call, didn't you? From someone who's telling you all about the Little Brown, it's called, is it?
Little Brown, yeah. That's the name of the spider that sits in the bottom of the pool. He said it doesn't hold its breath. It's got an air bubble.
I didn't think it did hold its breath, to be honest. And then, as you know, Steve was opening a letter we got, and it's a football song, and it's They Don't Like It Up by the Leatherhead Gimpers.
But it's the fact we keep getting sent homemade singles.
Wow, that's good, isn't it? Oh, there's another one here.
They're both football anthems, though. We don't. Well, do we show any interest in football? Are we?
Well, yeah, the World Cup we do, don't we?
You're right, Rick.
Yeah. I've got a bet on as well.
Have you?
Chelsea to win 2-1.
What today?
Yeah. And I've got Chelsea to win 2-1, but Henri to score first, and that's something like 30-1 or something.
Best luck.
Yeah.
Best luck.
Cheers.
Brilliant.
Right, so spiders. That's the first one in Room 101, isn't it?
So you
rude people in supermarkets. Spiders that are either have got enough poison to kill a man or are unnecessarily big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on then. Right. Good. Going well.
Right. Next one.
Yeah.
Stars in Their Eyes.
Blimey, it's a popular show. You might alienate a lot of people.
Stand it.
Why?
Just, I think, if you've got a talent, right, there's loads of shows now that you can go on and make a killing.
Yeah.
Like Pop Idol.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Pop Stars.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So, people who will go on Stars in Their Eyes, they want to sort of be famous.
Yeah.
They want to be a singer. What I don't understand is why go on that show where you do all the hard work, got to do all the graft.
Yeah.
And yet, even if they win it, you never see him again. The guy who won last year, Christy Berg.
Ian Moore.
Ian Moore.
Before last, but I was now with his own stuff.
Yeah, but, alright. How did it sell?
I bet that sold well.
Exactly. Don't get it.
What I like is when someone doing Edith Piaf, like, wins a heat, and Matthew goes, "Well, I don't think you'll be going back to the cleaning job, will you?" Yeah. Yes, you will. Monday.
Almost certainly.
Monday. She'll be back there Monday.
And just the way, you know, in like the final last week where the guy who was Elvis won, and they're all
I thought he would, though. I thought he was very good.
No, he was good. But will we see him again? Do you know what I mean? What is his job?
I don't know.
He'll be carrying on doing that. There's going to be no change to his life whatsoever. He's very good at what he does, but he's wasting his time on Stars in Their Eyes.
So I don't understand exactly what your issue is. You clearly like the show because you watched the final last week.
He thinks...
you agree that people are talented.
You think it's a waste of talent to go on Stars in Their Eyes because it's not a vehicle to be famous, whereas something like...
Pop Idol,
yeah.
Pop Stars, even Big Brother. Do you know what I mean? Go on that. Sit in a room all day, have a month off work.
Because they're all big stars now, aren't they?
No, but what I'm saying is... It's less work to sit in the Big Brother house. Now and again, just sing a song, and people go, oh, isn't he a good singer? You come out after having a month's rest or whatever it is you're having there.
Yeah.
You come out and there's loads of record companies like waiting for you to come out and give you a deal.
And what happens then? When you get a deal, when you cut a record, what happens to that record then?
Then it's either sells or it doesn't.
And actually, what happened to it?
It didn't sell.
No, none of them did.
But what I'm saying is, that is a lot easier to do than all the graft that you have to do on Stars on the Rise. And
it's Christmas record.
Yeah.
Or Ian Moore's classics.
Probably Craig, just because the guy on Stars on the Rise really thought he was better than Chris de Burgh. When he was singing, and
I think I'm better than Chris de Burgh.
No, he was singing, and Chris de Burgh came walking on.
Did he cry?
And he didn't stop and go, oh, I can't believe it, I'm a big fan. He was sort of carrying on, like, don't interrupt me, I'll have a word with you in a bit.
You think he should show the man he's actually making a little bit of living off?
Yeah.
Emulating.
A bit of respect.
A bit more respect.
And the most annoying thing...
I imagine them arguing, resting each other on the floor, saying, I'm Chris de Burgh. No, I'm Chris de Burgh. Like two ventriloquist dummies. Just having a fight in the dressing room afterwards.
But the most annoying thing of all with Stars on the Rise, people who go on and do people like... say, like, I think last year, someone went on and did Lamal. Now, if you want to... Because the whole idea is with Stars on the Rise, you get work off the back of that show by, like, companies, don't you, say,
Yeah.
who will we book?
Yeah.
You could get the real Lamal for about 30 quid. So why have an imitator?
Well, it seems to me, though, Carl, the problem is that show's been running so long that all the big names have already been done, so it's going to end up having to be, isn't it, Lamal or some old kind of 50s singer you've never heard of? Isn't that the problem?
I remember when...
I mean, it's just
Eddie Reader was on there. You've had Eddie Reader.
But it's just a karaoke contest. It's just... I think you're assuming that everyone on there wants to get, a recording contract.
They do, Steve.
Okay.
In that bit at the back where they say, and the votes are coming in, let's have a look at the tension now that's going on. And they sat there and they really think they are Elvis. And they are Luther Vandross. Sat there, and, like, if they were all sat there having
Woke up this morning, looked at your picture just to get me started. Filth.
If they were all sat there, sort of thinking, oh, God, this is a bit of a laugh, innit? But they're not. You can see that they all really want it. And it's like...
But so what I'm saying is, who are you putting in Room 101? Are you putting in the people who are just there to have a bit of fun?
Everyone involved in that show.
Including Kelly?
Yeah.
He's a talented guy. You don't care?
No.
He's going in as well.
He's in there first, and then everyone else, everyone who enters it, the people who go and sit in the audience... Everything.
But what would you do Saturday night? You love the show. You watch it every week.
It was just on when I was getting ready to go out, and there's nothing else on at that time.
Sure.
And it was the final on Saturday night as well.
Yeah, you got to watch the final, your live final.
The final.
Yeah.
Well, who would you do if you went on the show?
Moby.
I'd probably do... Ooh.
It's not that you look like them, though, is it?
No,
you sound like...
because they wouldn't let me on as Tracy Chapman. I was furious.
That's annoying.
Because I sound just like her, but they said... No.
Bowie.
You do Bowie?
Yeah.
Can I hear your impression?
No.
Well, come on.
No, because you just said if you could go on and what have you. I'm saying that.
Well, it's got to be someone you can do. I mean, obviously I'd go on as Will Smith because I can do the rapping.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I'm not a good singer. I've never really been into singing. I've never done a live singing thing before.
Haven't you?
No.
But
if there was a talent show, if there was a talent show on,
what did you do?
I did Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles, and I mimed, dressed up as a woman.
How old were you?
It was when I was still going to school, so it was like...
Well, I hope so.
12.
And what... Sorry, what was the... Why did you do that? What did you mime to, and why were you dressed as a woman? Where's the logic in this, is what I'm saying, Carl? What sort of act was this?
I think I was meant to get hold of some, like, Egyptian outfit. Couldn't. So I looked in my mum's wardrobe, and I had a dress.
Dress in a fez, carrying some lizards, that'd do it, wouldn't it?
I had some boots and a wig on.
And how did you dance? Look, he looks confused. He's
confused by his own act.
He's suddenly confused.
The best bit was it was like a proper talent show. Do you know where you cover it all?
Yeah.
So I did like the dancing and the miming, and then I also did a bit of magic, right? Where I had like a cloth, right, and I had it over my hand like that, and the crowd were like, "Oh God, what's he gonna do?"
Of course they were. Go on. And what was the trick?
They weren't saying that. And the crowd going, oh, what's the great
That's
pill?
one chorus. Ooh, what's he gonna do?
Oh, what's the great pill Coney gonna do?
So what I did was, I was stood there teasing them, and
teasing the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm gonna make a bird appear before your very eyes.
Okay.
And I pulled the tea towel off, and I just had hold of an egg. And I said, oh, it isn't born yet. They loved it.
Did they?
He's so proud of that. Look at his
Did you come up with that yourself?
Yeah.
Did you have any help at all?
No.
So you did walk like an Egyptian and dress as a woman. Then you did the egg trick.
And then I was also playing like a janitor. Because when the next person was singing, I'd come on and all the electric went off. And I came on going, oh, God, has anyone got 50p for the meter?
Oh, you're quite a little showman, weren't you?
And then, like, you know, the
Did you win?
audience chucked us some money.
Yeah.
And,
Are you sure you weren't actually employed as the janitor?
No, did you win?
No, I think we came second. This really tarty girl who did Madonna, like a virgin. And I thought, yeah, right. Like you are. She was a right ropey little woman. But,
so great. Okay,
brilliant.
so Spy the Stars in the Eyes, we better play a track, hadn't we?
Indeed, yeah. Bit of Tom McRae. This was a track we played a while back. I enjoyed it. Tom McRae, End of the World News.
Yeah, I love that one. I hope you're enjoying the music. We're loving it, aren't we?
Indeed.
Still to come, we've got another entry to Room 101, Carl's final entry, and then that giveaway, the famous giveaway with Enhance Carl's Life. Can I have some adverts though first, Carl? Because I'm getting a bit fed up. We'll have adverts for a little while.
Badly Drawn Boy, Once Around the Block. Classic, a retro cut.
Getting a bit sad now, Steve. 20 minutes.
Indeed. You're right.
I've got so much to say. I've got so much to leave people with about Carl, all the things he's done. Looking back, Carl, do you remember when I put up the waste paper bin on your head?
Classic.
Classic time, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that? What did I do to you today?
Well, you tried to bring the same memories flooding back to me by putting the same grotty bin on my head. But the annoying thing was, last time I did it, it was quite a new bin.
Yeah.
Did it today, it's rank, all sorts of stuff on it.
What else did I do when I saw you go around the corner down there? Go on.
I went to get the paperwork and that you need to produce the show.
Yeah.
And came round the corner. Ricky was sort of hiding, and I was concentrating, reading stuff. And he goes,
I don't imagine it was as soft and gentle as that. I imagine it was more like exactly
like that. And I tell you what, I nearly exploded because he sort of hopped on one leg, right? And he sort of, I don't know why I'm doing this, but he sort of was walking out and I was looking down, and I went, and he hopped like that, and it went.
Rest assured, listeners, that if you were here, it's not any funnier than it is if you were listening at home. It's only amusing to Ricky.
It makes you feel really refreshed.
He was going on and having a heart attack like that, and I was nearly having a heart attack laughing. And he went, "I feel good now." He said, "I can see why people skydive." He said that'd be good for people that were ill. Oh, Carl.
Did make me feel fresh.
How am I gonna live without Carl for 14 weeks?
Oh, you'll find other people to irritate.
Oh dear. Okay, so right, well, we got this final entry in Room 101, but we've also had so many emails and letters about this competition. People trying to bribe you with things. They've been great. Can you read a few of them all?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, obviously, this is people trying to win this bag that we got signed at the BAFTAs. We got Graham Norton, Angus Staten, Alan Davis, Jamie Theakston, Paul Whitehouse, Baxendale, Helen, Steve Filmich and McFadden, Peter Davison, Simon Pegg, Steve Wright, all different people signing the big bag.
Do you know what I think, though? I don't think people want that. I think they want to contribute to Carl's existence.
Well, this is
I really genuinely think that Carl was sort of... You've you know, you've only been there. How long have we been doing this now with you? Sort of like, you know, in the area. 3 months.
Yeah.
I think you've touched people's lives, Carl. I don't think I've ever met. Well, I haven't met you, but I think your soul comes across as like a cross between. I'd put it as like a cross between a cat
and Rain Man. But we've had quite a few which are. Which obviously want to kind of further your education. Obviously, when we're off air, this is something we're worried that's just going to dry up, you know. And we've tried hard to educate you. So lots of books, lots of people suggesting books. The Giant Book of Mysteries, and I mean, if you chose this one, Carl, it tells you how 3,000 Japanese soldiers literally vanished overnight. Real-life accounts of vampires, the man who planned his own crucifixion, the famous Ghostbuster, Harry Price, and lots of things about spontaneous combustion.
Is this the one about the woman with the hairball?
That's not got the woman with the hairball in there. I'll have to dig that one out for you.
These sort of books are the thing that I'm after.
This is what
Well,
you're interested in.
I've brought in one as well. It's a friend who works with Jane, my girlfriend, called Liz, and she wants to put this forward. And this is Trade Secrets: everything you will ever need to know about everything. And it's just like little tips. You know what I mean?
But there's so many things competing with that. You see, there's another guy who sent in. He wants to give you a video entitled "Making Love: Parts 1 and 2," an instructional guide. I imagine you'd enjoy that, Carl.
Nah.
No, nothing they can teach you.
Nah.
Sure. The Reader's Digest book of strange stories and amazing facts. Again, other stuff here. Why cats have 9 lives, Carl.
Well, hang on a minute.
Why meteors are likely to destroy Earth in the next 100 years.
You're wasting your time.
Okay.
In this Trade Secrets book,
Yep.
listen to this for a tip. Make a necklace from electrical wire.
That's a good idea.
But don't plug it in.
What about...
Doesn't say that.
What about this then, Carl? Because obviously we're concerned that you didn't get your GCSEs, or you didn't get as many as you'd have hoped. There's a guy here, this is Victoria, and she's saying she's more than willing to give you all of her awards and certificates. She's got 6 GCSEs, 6 A's and 4... She's got many GCSEs, in fact, 6 A's, 4 B's, 3 A-levels, and a master's degree in philosophy. She's willing to give you those certificates. She says you will be the proud owner of qualifications. As the owner of qualifications, she has found that anything she says is invariably believed and that she's popular and very happy. She's willing to give you those qualifications. That's pretty impressive. You can claim they're your own. You have to change your name to Victoria, but other than that, I can see no problems.
And you have to put a dress on and a fez.
It's nice.
More like an Egyptian. But you see, there's lots of educational ones. Then there's other things which are perhaps less useful to you. This is, doesn't say who it's from, but I think it's Ruth, and she's happy to give you a statue of an ostrich that she made when she was 7.
What about that?
All right, you love birds, you love animals.
Yeah,
apparently
statue.
The legs fell off under the weight of the body, so now it's just a legless ostrich. But even so,
Yeah.
Even so.
I've only got a small flat.
Sure. Another woman here. She. This is,
I doubt if it's ostrich size.
Yeah, it's just clogging up space, though, isn't it?
This is Lauren. She's willing to give you some of her handmade blue tack animals. She makes animals out of blue tack. She can give you an elephant, a seahorse, a tortoise, a pig, a butterfly, a fish, snail, even a stegosaurus, or anything you choose.
See, I've got my art set on.
You've got the books. You're excited by the
this
books.
book.
What about this, though? This is a Lego alarm clock with a little Lego man who's got a variety of hats. It says here, including biker's helmet and cap. 2, I think, of the village people. I don't know, Carl, if, again, people are picking certain things up. A clear stiletto mobile phone holder with pink fur on it, flashes pink and green. I think people know that you are
not
gay.
listening. In this book, listen, right? In this book, little tips and stuff. There's one here about if your dog keeps nicking a remote control.
Sure.
The way to get it off it, ring the doorbell. Right, so you got to get off your chair, go and ring the doorbell, so the dog goes, what's that? And it drops the remote control, goes running to the door,
Yeah.
you run back and pick it up.
I love the idea of Carl doing that, and then the doorbell goes, and Carl drops it and goes, and it's the dog pressing the doorbell, and it sits back down, and Carl going, oh no, not again.
I mean, I really do want... Can't I just have this?
You excited by that, are you?
It's brilliant.
What about this one, though, that you mentioned? This is a book which has got all those urban legends and stories that you've read on the internet, and it tells you whether they're real or not. This has got the one in there. I know you're very excited about the one with the woman who stuck her head in the microwave.
Yeah.
Eh?
Right.
It's not all right. So basically, she's saying here that whenever you dispute that with your book.
Yeah. What do you think then, Carl? Do you want to have a think about all these gifts?
There's
and then
so
come
much
back?
stuff, isn't there?
Should we play a record and then come back?
Can't...
Have you found something you like in there?
You're so undecided, Carl.
I really like this book.
Go on, and what is it? What else you found? What tip?
God, there's loads of stuff in here.
Yeah.
Let's just pick one at random. Don't be too tidy. Leave some areas for helpful garden animals to hide in. So when you're cleaning your garden and that, you know, it might look a bit of a mess, but think about the animals that are walking about at night in the dark and stuff.
Yeah.
Just little things you don't think about.
Yeah, because they're pointless.
Little,
Yeah.
Okay, then let's play a record.
Carl,
and we
there's
can
so
have a
many
look
to
at those
decide
books.
on.
Yeah.
All right, what are we playing, Steve?
This is something from a little compilation that came free with a magazine called Comes With a Smile. It's a good little magazine. And this is by Matt Pond, PA. It's called Night's End. It's not... I suppose there's a little bit of New Country, which we don't play often, but there's some nice tracks floating about, and that's Matt Pond, PA, Night's
Well,
End.
I'm getting very sad now. 10 minutes to go, and so much to cram in. Now, thing is, Carl's fallen in love with that book, but I feel a bit bad letting a friend sort of win when all these lovely people, these regular listeners, so I don't think you can have that. But I'll tell you what, I'll borrow that or I'll buy it for you, so you can have that anyway. What have
That's
you found
safe,
in there?
you're going home with that.
You know, avoid washing up by boiling the bag food.
See, I could see why you'd love that.
Exactly.
Is there anything else? What other things have you caught your eye though? Put that book down. Yeah, go on.
Well,
one of our regular listeners who actually wants the bag and wants to be part of your life. Come on.
Well, Richard emailed in, right? And he's got a book which is similar to the one I like there.
Yeah.
Which has got like 180 stories in it. Most of them are like true, I think. Do you know I was telling you that story about the woman who put her head in the oven to dry her hair?
Yeah.
Because she liked the way...
And she boiled her brain.
Yeah, she stuck it in the microwave.
Avoid washing your hair by boiling the brain bags.
So she put her head in the microwave?
Yeah.
And boiled her brains?
And boiled her brains.
Sure.
Because she thought she'd get the same result as she did from the oven, but it all went wrong and that. And
What do you mean? She used to dry hair in the oven? And she just, like, went modern?
Apparently, it's like what punks used to do. You get a different sort of heat off an oven than you do off a hairdryer, right?
Sure.
So she thought, well, I'll do it in half the time, use a microwave.
Sure.
She
was busy,
I
she
don't
was late.
understand how you can get your head in a microwave. It only works when the door closes.
Yeah, but you jam the little thing, don't you?
Well, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't tell. I don't think it's possible, but don't.
Of course it is.
Yeah, well,
anyway,
don't.
But
do that.
he remembers that story and said, I've got a book full of stuff like that. And he sort of sums up a little story that's in the book about this girl who, she had long hair, right? And she used to always mess around with it. And she's sucking on it. Do you know, like how girls do with the long hair? They sort of mess around with it and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's sucking on it all the time. And she was doing this from the age of, like, 10. And then, I don't know, she's probably about 30-odd. And she's doing this all the time.
Guessing.
And she goes, oh, God, my belly's hurting today, ma'am. And she goes, oh, what's wrong with you? She says, I don't know.
You're 30?
Yeah. So she goes to the doctors, and the doctors do an X-ray, and nothing's coming up. And it's like, I don't know what's wrong with you. You know, you're just being a bit moany about nothing. She's like, no, honestly.
He's a very intolerant doctor.
Yeah.
She said, this is...
Piss off.
This is really hurting. I don't know what's up with it. So anyway, they found out some sort of system of looking at what was going on.
Yeah.
And apparently...
X-rays?
No, it wasn't X-ray, because X-ray didn't show it up.
Okay.
It was something else. So, anyway, it's only gone and turned into, like, she's been sucking her hair for so many years
Sure.
that little bits had come off.
Sure.
She's got a giant air ball in her belly.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Which was, like, huge, the size of a rat or something like that, right? The size of a...
It's so interesting what he chose. The size of a rat.
No. Well, the funny thing is, when they eventually got it out, the mum was like, you know, like, oh, God, it was terrible. And she actually said it looked like a dead rat.
Oh. Right.
And it was in her belly, and that's, like, what was causing all the pain.
Sure.
And apparently your belly acids don't kill hairs because they're so fine it can't handle it.
Yes.
Right. So you're going for that book, are you?
That's the one I want,
Who's the winner then? Who's the winner of the lovely BAFTA
What's
bag?
his name there? Richard Scholar, is it or something?
Yeah, Richard, Scular or Scowler or something. So he's the winner. So check it out. You're going to get that book coming to you. I'll borrow this book for you.
I need an email within like 5 working days to sort of.
So what's your email?
It's carl.pilkington@xfm.co.uk.
Okay, lovely.
I want an email from this guy, and I won't be sending the bag out until I receive the goods.
Okay, right, good.
enough.
Well, we've only got a few minutes. I want to play Suede, and I want to end with the Smiths track. So let's play this.
What is it?
Suede, Stay Together. Lovely track. My favourite Suede track of all time. There. Well, we're oh, that's nearly it, Carl. Right, what's your last Room 101?
Oh, God. It was, holidays.
Holidays?
You want to put holidays in Room 101?
People who are sort of annoying on holiday.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know when you go away?
Oh, yeah.
We've sort of touched on this before.
Is this going to be the Scouse guy?
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, it's so long, though. I mean, it was a holiday when we went to Tunisia.
And the Scouser pissed you off, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the annoying thing was, you know, when you go on it was a cheap holiday, and, like, the lesson here is, you know, if you want a good holiday, you gotta, like, spend some money.
Yeah.
And we didn't on this one. We spent about, I don't know, 400 quid for 2 of us for, like, a month or something ridiculous. And we got there, and, you know, you get to the hotel and you go, we have made a mistake. You know, it's a ropey hotel. you know, you can tell like the blinds and stuff as you walk in, they're all dirty and stuff. And you think, well, let's make the most of it. You know, let's not get down about it. It's a holiday. It's for a rest. And you try and make the most of it. And we had to meet. You know, like you have one of those things where you get to your destination and the rep says, right, you know, go and unpack your bags and that. Go and sort yourself out in the room. And tomorrow morning we'll meet up at 10 o'clock. And I'll go through, you know, the best sort of place to go for camel rides and, you know, the best deals I can get you. That sort of thing.
Can anyone here walk like an Egyptian?
So she says, right, tomorrow morning, meet 10 o'clock in the discotheque. So we get up and we have breakfast, and it wasn't a good breakfast. The kitchen was, like, bit horrible. The food wasn't good. And it was run by sort of midgets.
What do you mean it was run? Not there's anything wrong with that.
There was little fellas running around, and the annoying thing was one of them sort of started to fancy my girlfriend.
How did he manifest his affection for
No, you're not saying there's anything wrong with midgets, though, are you? Just saying it was strange that there was
Yeah,
a
but
lot-
even midgets shouldn't be cutting in on Carl Pilkington's territory.
I know, no.
But it's also that thing of, you know, they've got little fingers, and it sort of
God,
ruined...
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not. It is a bit of a phobia of mine.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? They are nice people and that.
Sure.
Oh,
God.
But the annoying thing is...
So what was he doing then? How did he... I don't understand how he was chatting up your girlfriend. Was he crawling under the table so you couldn't see?
He just kept...
Whispering to her from underneath there.
Stop it.
Just sort of, you know...
Wait, I don't want to get a complaint on our last show.
There's not many midgets
What's going to happen? Can we just finish this and start up again in a couple of months?
Oh, yeah. So if you want to know more about the midget theme restaurants, then we'll talk you in 3 months.
Yeah.
It's just... It's just...
No, that's fair enough, actually.
Oh,
no, you're
yeah,
absolutely
no,
right,
sorry
Carl.
about
That's your
this.
producer's
Listen,
head on.
we'll see you in about a really... it's been a pleasure, truly, and thank you for everyone that wrote letters. Have you really?
I've got you both a present, right?
Oh.
I got Ricky, do you know, like, we've done fables and
Yeah.
stuff? Right?
Yeah.
This is like Mr. Ben.
Oh.
This is brilliant.
Yeah.
Right, and it's like little fables that Mr. Ben goes on.
Oh, fantastic.
So I want you to learn something from that for when you come back.
Okay, brilliant. That's lovely,
I'll tell you
Carl.
one of the stories I read this morning. It's brilliant. In fact, when you've done with it, give it me.
Yeah.
Because I haven't finished reading that.
Okay. Thank you, Carl.
And for Steve, a little chat up lines.
A little book of chat-up lines.
That's fantastic.
That's great, Carl.
Well, we'll see you in 3 months, but carry on emailing Carl. Cherish Carl Pilkington. He sits in a little room by himself, so keep him in touch, and we'll see you in August. We're going to leave you with something that we all love. This is There Is a Light That Never Goes Out by the Smiths. Very apt, I think. Goodbye.
See you later.
Take me out tonight.
Welcome to
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are 2 other hosts that are joining me today, of course, Danielson.
Yo, guys.
And Anna.
Hi, all you cool cats and kittens.
Also, we may have a special guest joining us in the middle of the show today. We just have to wait and see if that person arrives. Anyways, before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we don't run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is just 16 cents a day, you can sign up to our Patreon and get an extra episode each week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to members only. Today, we released a Patreon-exclusive episode, which is over the dancing Israelis. Also, we have several more episodes already locked and loaded for your listening pleasure, such as the Secret Nazi Space Program, Cults, Disney Darkness, Isaac Cappy, McMartin's Satanic Preschool, Clinton Body Count, FEMA, and much more, which you get access to all of it for just $5 a month.
Another way to support the show is through our merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button. Then you can see all the merch we have for sale. T-shirts, hats, all that good stuff. Also, I just wanted to say that the money that we do get from Patreon and the merchandise That goes to bettering the show. Also, I know things are tough out there, but if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, that's totally cool. We'd love if you could write us a review on iTunes. That would help us out a ton.
If you don't want to leave one, though, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground space lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it at the end of the show each week. So today's episode is 9/11. How this episode will go today is that we'll first cover a quick overview of what happened on 9/11. Then we will hop into a timeline of events that happened, followed by the aftermath and investigation. We will then roll into strange facts and findings, then into a bunch of theories surrounding it all. So with all that being said, let's get into today's episode.
So what happened on 9/11? On the morning of September 11, 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 aircraft over the skies of America and flew them into the Twin Towers in New York City, the Pentagon in Virginia, and crashed a 4th in rural Pennsylvania after passengers on board revolted.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the timeline of events here. So we started on September 11th, 2001. It's 5:45 in the morning at the Portland International Airport in Portland, Maine, and Abdul Aziz Al-Amari passed through the security checkpoint. Atta and Al-Amari then board the flight from Portland, Maine to Boston. They landed in Boston International Airport at 6:45. 3 other hijackers, Walid al-Shahir, Wael al-Shahri, and Satam al-Sakami. They meet Atta and Amari at the Boston Logan International Airport. By 7:40, all 5 hijackers were aboard Flight 11. They were scheduled to depart at 7:45 from Boston International Airport, having a final destination of LA International Airport. Now, including the hijackers, Flight 11 had a total of 81 passengers and 11 crew members.
So that was the start of Flight 11. We're going to now jump to Flight 175. And how this is going to work is that we'll briefly talk about how the hijackers got on each flight and then roll into the events that happened on each flight. So on Flight 175, and this is also at Boston Logan International Airport, that morning there were 5 other hijackers. Hamza al-Gamadi, Ahmed al-Gamadi, Marwan al-Shahi, Faiz Hamad, and Mohad al-Shari. All 5 hijackers boarded Flight 175, scheduled to depart at 8 a.m. from Boston International Airport, having a final destination of Los Angeles International Airport, the same destination as Flight 11. So this flight, including the hijackers, had a total of 56 passengers and 9 crew members on board.
The next flight, Flight 77. So around the same time that the 5 hijackers were boarding Flight 11 and 5 others on Flight 175, 5 other hijackers arrived at Washington Dulles International Airport. Khalid al-Mihar, Majid Moket, Hani Hanjour, Salim al-Hazmi, and Nawaf al-Hazmi. 3 of the hijackers, Nawaf, Khalid, and Majid, set off the metal detectors when going through security, but no weapons were found. Then at 8:10 a.m., all 5 hijackers were aboard Flight 77, ready to depart from Washington Dulles International Airport, having a final destination of Los Angeles International Airport. So including the hijackers, Flight 77 had a total of 58 total passengers.
So that is like a brief of the 3 flights. And I mean, I know there's one more, but that's just the first 3. Now we're going to hop back to Flight 11.
So with Flight 11, it was about 8:19 when the flight attendant, Betty Ann Ung, grabbed an in-flight phone and alerts American Airlines ground personnel that a hijacking is underway and that passengers have been stabbed and the plane's cockpit is unreachable. We have the actual audio of that phone call, so we're going to go ahead and play that right now.
You're going to have to speak up. I can't hear you.
Sure. What is your name?
Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on Flight 11.
Okay.
And the cockpit is not answering their phone. And there's somebody stabbed in business class, and there's We can't breathe in business class. Somebody's got mace or something.
Can you describe the person that you said someone is what in business class?
I'm sitting in the back. Somebody's coming back from business. If you can hold on for 1 second, they're coming back. Okay. Our number one got stabbed. Our purser is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to business class right now because nobody can breathe. And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open.
For one, she was so calm for that.
Yeah.
But the guy seemed like he did not have any sort of urgency to the situation.
Not really. I mean, it seemed like there was a lack of communication.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, what the hell does the seat matter?
Weird.
Yep.
So then at 8:21 in the morning, 2 minutes into that call we were listening to, the hijackers turn off the plane's transponder. That's a device that allows air control to identify and monitor plane's flight path. Then hijackers Mohammed Atta tried to communicate with passengers and the crew inside Flight 11's cabin. However, he pressed the wrong button, and Atta broadcast his message instead to the air traffic control and unwillingly alerted the controllers to the attacks. Guess what? We also have audio for this, so we're going to play that right now.
We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're heading to the airport. Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll injure yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet. Nobody move, please. We are going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves.
That's kind of hard to understand. Does anybody want to translate that and tell us what he said?
We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are returning to the airport. Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
So yeah, instead of pressing that to go over the cabin, he presses it and air traffic controllers are like, wait, what was that? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I thought Betty was just being crazy, but I think something's going on that flight.
Yeah.
So then at 8:37, after hearing hijacker Atta's transmissions, Boston's Air Traffic Control Center alerts the U.S. Air Force's Northeast Air Defense Sector. In response, the U.S. Air Force mobilizes Air National Guard jets at Otis Air Force Base in Falmouth, Massachusetts, to identify and follow hijacked Flight 11.
So now we're going to move on to Flight 93. So pause your thinking on Flight 11.
Starting with Flight 93, the fourth flight, right?
Yep. That's the one we haven't mentioned yet.
So Flight 93, the fourth flight. At the same time that Flight 93 is getting hijacked, there are 4 other hijackers whom we haven't talked about yet. They are Ziad Jarrah, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Ramzi bin Shabib, and Ahmed Al-Nami. All 4 hijackers were aboard Flight 93, ready to depart from Newark International Airport, having a final destination of San Francisco International Airport. Including the hijackers, Flight 93 had a total of 37 passengers and 7 crew members.
So back to Flight 11. So 6 minutes later, at 8:46 a.m., 5 hijackers crash American Airlines Flight 11 into floors 93 and 99 of World Trade Center 1, which is the North Tower. The 76 passengers and 11 crew members on board and hundreds inside the building are killed instantly. The crash severs all 3 emergency stairwells and traps hundreds of people above the 91st floor. New York City emergency dispatchers send police, paramedics, and firefighters to the North Tower. Responders mobilize and the North Tower evacuation begins. At 8:50 a.m., 4 minutes after the first plane, Flight 11, crashes into the World Trade Center, U.S. President George W. Bush is informed that a small plane has hit the North Tower.
So a side note, at this time, the president was visiting an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida, and was reading a book to some children in a classroom. So at this time, Bush and his advisors assumed that the crash was an accident, according to him.
Yeah, thank you for that side note, Dan.
You're welcome.
Okay, so 5 minutes later, at 8:55 a.m., The North Tower of the World Trade Center is smoking pretty bad. The New York Fire Department and a lot of first responders are entering the building and trying to evacuate people. We're now going to listen to an interview of an individual who was actually in the North Tower evacuating. He was on the 47th floor, and he describes what it was like. Now, keep in mind, at this time when he was evacuating, only his tower had been hit, and it was hit 40 to 50 floors above him. So we're going to take a listen to that right now.
When I arrived at the sky lobby level, there were masses of people waiting to the elevators, and for some reason I decided to go back into the stairwell. The heat was just like quite intense. There were some people who took their shirts off. The intensity of the warning signs, like the sound of the alarms, it was really like pounding you. On the floors where you had vending machines, they had been sliced and opened, and the security personnel was giving out water. And anyway, so we went down. People were very calm. There were 3 flows of people. The regular people like me going down, the people who were coming down from the upper floors and who were very badly burnt, no skin, no hair, just burned. And so they were coming down, and they were walking or carried down by people, helped by people. Screams were coming down from the stairwell, emergency, emergency, and people were coming down. And then the 3rd flow of people was, of course, the security personnel and fire department people. Now, those people were exhausted. In some of those eyes, and you could see that they knew something, that it was dangerous, they knew something. While there was no panic whatsoever in the stairwell, those people were concentrated, focused on doing that job. And while I was walking down, they were going up to their death, and I was walking down to live.
Damn.
That's some heavy stuff.
That is. And it only gets more heavier. So at this time, as this guy's walking out and people are walking up, the firefighters and first responders, the people in the South Tower, they're freaking out and they're wanting to leave. They're sitting there thinking, holy shit, a plane just hit the tower next to us. We need to leave. However, Port Authority, who is actually over the safety of the World Trade Center, they decided to go over the public announcement system in the South Tower, the one that hadn't been hit yet, and they told everyone, and I quote, "Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Building 2 is secure. There is no need to evacuate Building 2. If you are in the midst of evacuation, you may use the re-entry doors and the elevators to return to your office. Repeat, Building 2 is secure," which we'll find out shortly later that it wasn't, but...
Get back to work, slaves.
Yeah, I know. That's why I always say put it to the friggin' man, you know?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about Flight 175. Shortly after that announcement, the hijackers entered the cockpit and killed the pilots while Hamza and Ahmed commanded passengers and crew towards the rear of the plane. A flight attendant was able to call a United Airlines operator in San Francisco and reported a hijacking underway. Although at this time many individuals called their family members, one of these passengers was Brian Sweeney, and he left his loved one a voicemail. And we have audio of that recording that we're going to listen to right now.
Message 1.
Jules, this is Brian. Listen, on an airplane that's been hijacked, if things don't go well, and it's not looking good, I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good. So happy this time. Same to my parents and everybody. And I just totally love you, and I'll see you later. Hi, babe. Hope I call you.
Yep, so that's the voicemail that he left.
So then at 9:02, the Port Authority reverses their decision and orders an evacuation of the South Tower. They broadcasted the announcement over, and this is what it said. "We f***ed up. We're stupid. You should have left the first time."
This is literally like 7 minutes later. This is 7 minutes
saved
later.
So many people's lives.
Yeah.
This is what it said. "May I have your attention, please? Repeating this message. The situation occurred in Building 1, If the conditions warrant on your floor, you may wish to start an orderly evacuation. 1 minute later, at 9:03 a.m., Flight 175 crashes into floors 77 through 85 of that South World Trade Center, killing the 51 passengers, 9 crew members on board, and an unknown number of people inside the building. The impact renders 2 of the 3 emergency stairwells impassable and severs a majority of the elevator cables in the area, trapping many above the impact zone and inside elevator cars. Shortly after hijacked Flight 175 strikes that South Tower, some workers in the building jump or fall to their deaths. Something that's worth noting here is that this was already occurring on the North Tower. Individuals who were stuck in an area that was burning, they were jumping to their deaths. Estimates of the number of people who die as a result of falling from the Twin Towers range from 50 to more than 200. Immediately after the crash of the second plane, the NYPD requests the shutdown of the airspace over New York City. Also, the NYPD calls for more mobilization of units, bringing its total deployment to nearly 2,000 officers. The New York Fire Department also requests additional support from off-duty firefighters and firefighters from the surrounding areas. So then it's 9:05, 2 minutes after the second plane had attacked the South Tower. U.S. President George Bush is informed that a second plane had crashed into the South World Trade Center. 25 minutes later, before leaving the elementary school that he was reading those books at that we were talking about, Bush delivered a speech calling the attacks a national tragedy. In the minute-long speech, Bush says that, quote, terrorism against our nation will not stand. God, that's such a sad thing.
Yeah. So now we're going to transition over to Flight 77.
So on Flight 77, at 9:12 a.m., a passenger, Barbara Olson, on Flight 77, from Washington Dulles International Airport heading to Los Angeles Airport, calls her husband, who is the U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson. He was at his desk at the Department of Justice when she called him. Barbara tells her husband that hijackers have taken over the flight using knives and box cutters. Theodore then alerts federal officials. 25 minutes later, at 9:37 a.m., Flight 77 crashes into the Pentagon, killing all 53 passengers and 6 crew members on board. The crash and ensuing fire also kills 125 military and civilian personnel on the ground. And then 5 minutes later, at 9:42 a.m., the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, orders all civilian planes in the United States airspace to land and prohibits any and all departures. So that was Flight 77. Now we're going to go to Flight 93. And at this time, Flight 93, which was going from Newark Airport to San Francisco, was still in the air. And at 9:28 a.m., the hijackers assaulted the cockpit and moved the passengers to the rear of the plane. Then at 9:31 a.m., hijacker Ziad Jarrah tries to make an announcement over the intercom, but just like his buddy on the other flight, instead of hitting the intercom button, he hits the button that sends the announcement to the air traffic controller.
It seems like they both trained on the same type of airplane and made the same mistake. Or they did it on purpose. I don't know. Make sure you listen to the theory part.
So his announcement was the following. Ladies and gentlemen, hear the captain. Please sit down. Please remaining seating. We have a bomb on board, so sit. That is exactly how he said it. So at 9:57 a.m., the passengers talked amongst each other and voted on whether to act or not. By this time, Flight 77 had struck the Pentagon, and Flights 11 and 175 had struck the World Trade Center towers. The passengers decided to revolt. The hijackers became aware of the revolt and started maneuvering the plane violently. The passengers attacked the hijackers, holding them hostage, and then started using food carts as a battering ram against the cockpit door to gain entry to it. The hijackers in the cockpit that were flying the plane became aware of this and were caught on audio saying to the other hijacker that was a co-pilot, "Is that it? I mean, shall we put it down?" The other hijacker responded, "Yes, put it in it and pull it down." Is that how he said it, Aaron?
That's exactly how he said it.
Sounds like a bad porno. The plane then crashed into an empty field in Stony Creek, Pennsylvania.
So I got another side note here. Right before the crash, Vice President Dick Cheney had authorized Flight 93 to be shot down. But right after the orders were sent out, word came back it had crashed.
Damn.
I know. A little something to add in there.
So back to the Twin Towers. Both are smoking, people are evacuating, and thousands of first responders are helping. At 9:59 a.m., after burning for 56 minutes, the South Tower collapses in 10 seconds. More than 800 civilians and first responders inside the building and in the surrounding area are killed. 27 minutes later, at 10:28 a.m., the North Tower collapses after burning for 102 minutes. An additional 1,600 plus individuals are killed. The deaths of adults in the attacks resulted in over 3,000 children losing a parent.
And that is the timeline of events on 9/11. And it was kind of quick and dirty, but we got a lot of strange facts and findings and a lot of theories we got to get into. So now what happened after 9/11, of course, many of you know, Osama bin Laden was blamed for the attack. We go to war in the Middle East and are still at war with the Middle East, or in the Middle East. There was a giant investigation that covered a lot, but eventually, they just said that the towers fell due to fire, right? And to be honest, we didn't have time to talk into super detail about the investigation. And that reason being is that there are a lot of other things that individuals don't talk about that we thought deserved more attention. A lot of strange facts and findings, which we're going to get into right now. Wait, hold on. What does that sound? Is our special guest arriving today?
What the f*** is going on here? This is Hans on the scene. The hell's going on in this godforsaken cupboard?
How the f*** did you get in my closet?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Oh my God,
What?
Here he is. It is time traveler Hans on the scene has joined us as a special guest for Strange Facts and Findings. How are you doing, Hans? How was your trip? Was it good?
Oh, just sailing across the solar winds of time.
Nice.
How poetic.
So dreamy. You look so good in person.
I hear that a lot.
Oh, nice. So if this is your first time listening to an episode of ours, we have an on-the-scene reporter named Hans, and he does our on-the-scene reports. And this is his first time joining us as a special guest. So this is a treat for you listeners. So I just want to make you aware of that.
It's a treat for us.
Adding another sultry voice to the episode today.
Yep. So let's move on to Strange Facts and Findings. So the first one I'll cover real quick. The dancing Israelis, okay? I might get a little hate for this, all right? Because we're not going to cover this one. We're not going to talk about it in Strange Facts and Findings because it is actually our Patreon episode for today. Now, if there was a king or a queen of Strange Facts and Findings for 9/11, it is my personal opinion that this would definitely be it.
Oh, yes.
So if you have Patreon, pause this, go listen to the episode we released today. If you don't have Patreon, pause this. Go sign up for our Patreon for $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, and help save one of us. It gets you access to all of our past and future episode and future content. So you need to go listen to the Dancing Israelis. It is very interesting, and it takes up an entire episode. And that is the first strange fact and finding. Now we're going to go into the second one. Who wants to cover that one? Osama bin Laden. Does our guest want to cover that one?
All right, so Osama bin Laden. So, everyone knows that Osama bin Laden became the poster boy for the 9/11 attacks. He was accused of being the mastermind of it all. But what if I told you Osama bin Laden actually said that he wasn't the mastermind behind it? Well, that is just what happened. On September 16th, 2001, Al Jazeera, which is the major global news organization in the Middle East, think of them like Fox News, CNN, ABC. Anyways, they broadcasted a statement by Osama bin Laden saying, and I quote, "I stress that I have not carried out this act, which appears to have been carried out by individuals with their own motivation." Alright, I was skeptical too, but get this shit. So, let's go back a little bit. On September 10th, 2001, one day before the World Trade Center attack, U.S. President's father, George Bush Sr., had a closed-door meeting with Osama bin Laden's brother, Shafiq, in Washington Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Why did this meeting take place? Well, the details are never made public. Is that not enough? Well, get this shit. On September 14, 2001, 3 days after the attacks, a fleet of limousines were dispatched and rounded up 24 prominent members of the bin Laden family who were in the United States and whisked them all off to a private jet headed to Saudi Arabia. None, and I repeat, none of them were interrogated.
So that is a strange fact and finding, man. That's crazy.
That is very crazy.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound suspicious at all.
I mean, I got a little theory behind that. What if old George didn't get the deal that he was trying to get with Osama bin Laden's brother? And he's like, you know what? Here's a middle finger. I'm going to put it all on your brother. I mean, it's just a little taste tester for theories. You know?
Oh, I don't know, Aaron. I think me and you are on the same page right there.
Yeah. All right. Who wants to cover the next strange fact and finding?
All right, next strange fact and finding is a passport. One odd thing that allowed the U.S. Secret Service to identify one of the hijackers was that they found a passport. Now, why is this odd? You guys remember the one hijacker, Mohammed Atta? The one who flew the plane into North Tower that exploded in a fireball? Well, somehow his passport was found unburned and in pristine condition 2 blocks away from the North Tower, just sitting on the street. Somehow, Atta's passport fell out of his pocket, somehow escaped the plane a few seconds before it had crashed. I mean, come on.
That is, I don't know. That's weird, you know?
Yeah.
He must have opened the emergency hatch and threw his passport out. Like, no, they'll never discover it was me.
DB Cooper.
Like a villain?
Yeah.
They'll never find out.
Oh, man.
I could do British politician if you want to do Building 7.
Yeah,
Aaron?
that's cool.
Okay. So we're going to talk about a British politician, Michael Meacher. He served as a government minister under Tony Blair for 6 years. He claimed that the U.S. government knew about the September 11 attacks, but for strategic reasons, they chose not to act. He was quoted saying, "The U.S. failure to avert the 9/11 attacks was an invaluable pretext for attacking Afghanistan in a war that had clearly already been well planned in advance. The political smokescreen is that the U.S. and the U.K. are beginning to run out of secure hydrocarbon energy supplies."
What do y'all think of that?
I read something and saw it on a documentary once a long time ago that the TSA had found a couple of the hijackers' luggage at the airport with their passports and with documents on how to make bombs and how to hijack and fly a plane.
I think I remember hearing something like that as well.
I actually read that.
Yeah, they found it 5 minutes after takeoff, so they knew what was happening, in my eyes.
What I read, they didn't find it 5 minutes afterwards. Like for Mohammed Atta, they actually knew that he was getting on the plane, so they withheld his luggage from going onto being put into the plane's hold, but they still allowed him to fly.
That makes no sense.
No world order, let me tell you what.
New world order. Well, let me tell you something, brother. This is the new world. That's what I always think of.
You need to take that and have that as a clip that you could just insert every once in a while. New world order. I love that.
New. Yeah. All right. So now we're going to roll on to the next strange fact and finding. So this next one, of course, is Building 7. Now, if you're into theories, you probably have heard about Building 7. I'm guessing all of you guys have heard about Building 7, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. A few times.
Okay, good. So, of course, Building 7 was a building near the World Trade Centers. It was the home of the Secret Service and the CIA. Somehow, despite it never being hit by a plane, it collapsed neatly on its own footprints 7 hours after the initial impacts on the World Trade Centers. Building 7 did catch fire, you know. However, if you guys remember, the London's Grenfell Tower burned for days without collapsing. So that almost kind of makes you wonder, did they do it on purpose?
And there were only a couple floors of Building 7 that were actually on fire. Even in pictures, they were only able to show evidence that not every floor was on fire. The whole building wasn't inflamed. So again, weird.
That could be a whole episode in on itself, Building 7. All right, so let's go on to the next strange facts and finding. Who wants to grab that one?
So another strange fact that we got was some of the hijackers who were issued their visas were never interviewed. To apply for a U.S. visa today, a number of steps are usually necessary for you to be accepted. ID checks and initial appointment are required. It seems unthankful for visas to be handed to travelers with little or no security checks beforehand. Unfortunately, this lax approach to travel security was apparent between 1999 and 2001, when a State Department official approved visas for 12 of the 19 soon-to-be hijackers. Astonishingly, a few of these visas were issued without even interviewing the applicants first. The actions of the U.S. official Shayna Stinger were reportedly challenged by a work colleague at the embassy who believed Stinger was far too lax in her duties. As much as her colleagues tried to prevent her, she still went ahead with her approach and unwittingly sealed the fate of many innocent lives that day. Reports into the hijackers' visas applications later showed many red flags that should have been acted upon and would have resulted in denied visas for many of the men traveling that day.
Just another step in like a snowball effect.
Now, was she connected to anybody important?
I don't know.
Not that I saw, really.
I'm just wondering if they would have had this could have been like a blackmail situation, or like she might not have wanted to be that person, but was told you're going to approve these many people or your family's going to die. Don't know.
Could be. I don't know. All right, who wants to cover the next one?
Sure, why not? If y'all didn't know, the FBI confiscated 84 out of 85 videos from the Pentagon. Released Pentagon security camera does not show a 757 and is clearly missing a frame. James Wood, the actor, actually made a report about his flight from Boston to Los Angeles. He said he saw some of the hijackers that committed the terrorist act. They were doing a dry run before the actual day. Makes sense, sort of. I'm not condoning what they did, but it makes sense to always practice before you do something.
Yeah, because you only get one chance at like a suicide.
You only get one chance to see those 72 virgins.
Because, jeez, yeah.
Yeah, but have y'all actually seen the video from the Pentagon?
I have. There's like a frame missing, which I have a whole theory behind the Pentagon. I know what happened. I have intel.
You have intel?
I have intel.
I'm curious about that intel.
Yeah.
All right. The original targets of 9/11 attacks were the nuclear power plant, but the targets were later altered by Al-Qaeda, as they feared that such an attack might get out of hand. Well, that's a little strange for them.
Yeah, it is. You figured that type of attack, they'd want to kind of get out of hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you right now, a nuclear plant can withstand a direct hit from 757. The containment building can.
No way.
I believe it. Those things are built like bunkers.
The spent fuel pool area can. That cannot.
Oh, God, that place.
That is like a shed.
Legit, like a shed. I mean, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, just guessing. But anyway.
In 2002, a senior journalist from Al Jazeera, the Arabic television station, was taken to a hideaway in Pakistani city of Karachi. There, the journalist, Sirfuda, interviewed two of the world's most sought-after fugitives, the alleged al-Qaeda leaders Khalid al-Sheikh Mohammed and Ramzi bin al-Shabba. That sounds right. Yeah, they revealed the original targets of September 11th plot, known to its perpetrators as the Holy Tuesday Operation, were two nuclear power stations. But the attacks on these two targets were not carried out due to the uncertainty of destruction. The names of the power plants were also not revealed.
Man, that's crazy. You imagine that if that would actually happened? Oh my goodness.
Chernobyl.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the last strange fact and finding. What do you got for us?
Prior weeks to September 11th attacks, the buildings were under heightened security. But the day before that changed, bomb-sniffing dogs were abruptly removed from the building.
Found that little information after a little bit of digging.
That's some good information.
And see, the funny thing is, that right there was actually from one of the security officers working in the buildings.
Damn. So that's the end of the strange facts and findings. And that's just the beginning. We're now going to get into the theories. So, who wants to cover the first one?
I'll take it over.
All right.
Just like those planes.
Oh my God.
God.
We're leaving it in.
So this theory is that the U.S. government knew about the attacks. One of the most argued theories amongst truthers is that the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, had deliberately ordered its fighter planes to retreat and allow the hijacked planes to reach their targets. The United States apparently had the most powerful air force in the world, but could not intercept any of the planes that day, which theorists believe is an indication of a government conspiracy knowing that they were going to produce the attacks, allowing them to go ahead. But why would they do such a thing? The government wanted to use these attacks to justify an invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan to secure oil interests.
Every time you talk about invading, America invading another country, you see the memes. Like, oh, does it have oil? Oh, here's freedom. What are your thoughts on that, Hans? Do you think it's accurate?
I think that's going to go with my personal theory.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll save that till personal thoughts and theories then.
I think there's more than one reason, but that's a pretty somewhat of a good reason.
Yeah.
There's no good reason to invade any country. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. That's one of the theory. That's one of the the beliefs I kind of have, the oil. But the next theory is kind of like one I really lean towards, if I had to lean towards any. Are you guys cool with me covering that one?
Go for it.
Okay. This one is called the drug trade. So, Afghanistan, there was a time frame that Afghanistan was one of the world's most productive opium fields. However, not many people know that when the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, they kind of closed in and took over, that they closed down all the opium fields due to kind of the religious beliefs. This theory, okay, is that the heads of major drug cartels actually organized 9/11 to implicate Al-Qaeda and lead the U.S. into war, with the end result being that the Taliban would be ousted, would be kicked out, and that the Afghan opium production and export would no longer be frozen. If you look at a graph of opium production prior to 9/11 and then after 9/11, the opium production skyrockets. Let me pull it up real quick.
That's super interesting. I've never heard of that.
Definitely sounds like a CIA move.
Oh, they're real. Let me tell you.
So I heard rumors of soldiers actually guarding opium fields. Just a rumor that I heard. So here's a graph. Opium poppy cultivation in Afghanistan from 94 to 2016. You can see it's kind of consistent from 94 to 2000. Then in 2001, it is almost nothing. And then from 2002 to 2016, that mother effer jumps. So opium production was ramped up significantly after 2001.
Maybe they were just harvesting the fields for the painkillers for their own fighters because they knew it was coming.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe. Hans out here, stopping theories in their tracks. I like it.
Hey, that's just my theory. I don't work for any, acronyms, but if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Well, let's move on to the next theory. Who's got the next one?
I'll read it. So our next theory is oil companies. This theory is that the major U.S. oil interests had been negotiating with the Taliban to build a pipeline through Afghanistan to transport the large oil reserves of Kazakhstan and the other newly independent Soviet republics. When Clinton hardened his line against the Taliban, they plotted 9/11 alongside the CIA so that the U.S. would invade Afghanistan and install a puppet regime that was friendly to American oil concerns.
I will say that it is known that the CIA did work with the Taliban during the Russian war with Afghanistan.
They trained them, right?
That's how they trained them, and that's how they learned a lot of the improvised explosive tactics and how to make armor-piercing bombs.
Didn't they also provide Osama bin Laden in the early 90s with weapons?
Yep. With, they weren't the M16s, but, it's the CIA. If they want to get a hold of it, they can get it to you.
Yeah.
You need a pound of cocaine? I got you. Don't worry, dude. I'm gonna call somebody.
Hear that, CIA? I need a pound of cocaine.
I need you to say that louder in the mic and identify who you are.
My name is Aaron. No,
No, don't you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
That was good, Dan.
All right, who wants to cover the next theory?
Either you or me, Hans.
I'm gonna let you do it.
Okay. This is the one I believe most in all this. Okay, so we're going to talk about how some believe that the Twin Towers were brought down by... Within just a few hours of the attacks on the trade centers, perhaps the most well-known of all the theories had already surfaced on an internet chat room. The author of that post likened the collapse of the North and South Tower to an act of controlled demolition due to the way the buildings fell so quickly and perfectly into their own footprint. After the dust had settled, theorists raised further evidence in the form of witness testimonies, citing reports of explosions were heard before the towers collapsed, and then debris was visibly shooting out from the lower levels of the buildings. When the official report stated that the towers fell due to severe structural damage caused by the planes and resulting fires, truthers argued that the fires did not burn for long enough, it was only 56 minutes in the case of that South Tower, to cause the catastrophic collapses. And not only that, there had been plenty other buildings who have had burnings for I'm talking like 18 hours, and they never collapsed. Not one building with this type of steel structure has ever collapsed due to a fire only.
There was a report that I read that I can't really find it anywhere, but it was something about art students, Israeli art students, that were given tours a week before the attacks, and then they were given unescorted access to certain areas of the South and North Tower, which I thought was very odd. And we're going to talk about these art students in our Patreon episode, but that's something that I heard that was very odd. So anyways, that just kind of adds to the explosive. Maybe they're the ones who planted it. I don't know. But you did see those beams. I know, Anna, you talked about those beams that were cut.
Mm-hmm.
Jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough to...
No. Now, they did say that thermite was used. Nanothermite, or what they call super thermite. So I started looking into that a lot. And
but that's used in explosions.
Yes, that's what they said that they use because it's not really loud. It doesn't make like a big boom and all that, but it's a powder. The only problem with that is, not saying that they didn't know how to do that, they more than likely did. You have to make some sort of device to be able to hold the powder and then have the magnesium lit on it to actually control where the powder will burn. So I ended up watching a YouTube video of a guy that went through the testing of all this because they're just like, thermite powder can't do that because it's a powder form. You can't control the way the burn is. This guy just started making makeshift fucking pipes and all that stuff. And he was able to make it to where it literally cut vertically or horizontally perfectly. So pretty much he proved that it is possible to use thermite, the nanothermite powder, to do such a thing. With that being said, the dust all around the buildings, from the Twin Towers collapsing and all that, had little iron microspheres, which is I guess you say byproduct of using thermite.
That is true.
Damn.
And also, when you use that, the purpose of it is to break those support beams as well. So the way that they were all cut into pieces was another indicator that those explosives were used, and the byproduct of all the dust. You would assume it was from the buildings collapsing, but actually that, like Dan's saying, that's a natural thing that happens in all controlled demolitions in that form.
Did you see the images of days after when they were cleaning up and the backhoe digging in through the debris and pulling up lava?
Molten steel.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And that just shows that there's no way jet fuel burnt like that. I mean, every single load that they took off of there, they had to spray with water to make sure it wasn't still burning.
To go along with that theory some more, the picture of the support beams and everything, they have I guess what they call handholes, openings in it to look inside of the beams and everything. the one guy that I was watching the video on, he said that these handholds were made way bigger than they're usually supposed to be. So that means you can put more stuff, like get something bigger into those support beams. So, a little device with some thermite in there, fit perfectly, maybe.
I like that.
Just saying.
Dan, dropping knowledge nuggets on us.
I'm pretty sure the CIA is probably fucking tracking me now because I've been searching up a lot of thermite.
Oh, they are. As soon as you search that thermite stuff, they're tracking you. Actually, you probably already tracked. That's why Hans is here.
It's all right. I'm on my way to your house after this.
All right, so let's move on to the next theory. Who's got that one?
So our next one is, a theory that happened in Washington. The Pentagon was actually attacked by a missile. Another of the theories around that, had nothing to do with the Twin Towers, but the attack the same day took place at the Pentagon. That, although we officially know that it was supposedly hit by Flight 77, the truth is that there is a conspiracy that the Pentagon was actually attacked by an unmanned missile or drone. The slight damage to the structure of the building would be the basis for this theory, in which it is believed that it had actually been hit by a commercial aircraft it would not stand.
I got proof to back up that it was hit by a missile.
Dude, drop it.
I like that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think I've told this story before on the podcast, but I used to work with an individual who worked at the Pentagon for quite a while. So we were sitting in class, and he was one of the instructors, and he said, hey, he just started bringing up conspiracy theories, and we started talking about 9/11. And he said, I worked at the Pentagon. I was like, yeah, I'm aware of that, blah, 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 blah. He was like, we attacked our own Pentagon. We shot a missile at it. It wasn't a plane. What are you talking about? So he gets on Google Earth images, right? Google Earth or some shit like that, okay? And you go to the Pentagon, which I don't condone using Google, only for this situation, okay, ladies and gentlemen? So you go to Google Earth, all right? Maybe I should share my screen. So he took me into the Pentagon, right? So here we are at the Pentagon. Here's the 9/11 memorial, right? So what he did is he dropped the person right on the 9/11 memorial. He zoomed in here, said this is where the memorial's at because this is where it was hit, right? He put it back this way and he said, you see that right there? And I said, yeah, I see that. So then he zoomed back out, okay?
Oh, dude, I think Big Brother's listening because
it's glitching.
Dude, your shit is glitching so bad.
Yeah, Big Brother heard you.
The stream you're viewing currently has reduced video or audio quality. This may be due to network conditions. Oh, shit.
Hold on, let me go to Google Maps.
Here, hold on a second. Hey, can you fucking quit? All right, sorry about that, dude. That was rude of them.
Thank you for telling them.
They work so fast.
They do.
Oh, can you see it now?
Nope.
I'll send you a picture, Aaron, of what we see.
Wow, dude.
Okay, now I see it.
Okay, you see it now?
Yep.
Okay, that was weird. All right. So the Pentagon Memorial, right?
Yep.
This is the Pentagon. That's the memorial. You see that Air Force Memorial, right? The one thing that we looked at, this thing, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me turn. On the satellite, there is a thing called, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, Henderson Hall. Either of you heard of it?
No.
Sounds familiar.
Is this about the defense system of the Pentagon?
The defense system. That is correct, Daniel.
Okay.
So here's Henderson Hall, right? So Henderson Hall, if you look, it has a air defense missile to whatever it's called. What is it called? Help me out.
Anti-aircraft?
Surface to air.
Yes, there you go. That's what it is right there. So there's plenty of pictures of this thing, this air defense or air to land to air defense, whatever, right? Shoots rockets out. That's what it does, okay? It shoots rockets out. All right, so that's what this guy said. He showed me this, and I'm like, okay, I got it. After he showed me that of Henderson Hall, he then took the little measuring thing. So he did this, boom, straight line from the air defense system to where the supposed plane crashed at. And I was like, whoa, what a coincidence. It's a straight line from that Henderson Hall to where the plane supposedly hit. So I said, so what are you trying to say? He said, is what happened on that day is that the plane came in and was coming down towards the Pentagon, and this Henderson Hall had to make a split-second decision. Do we shoot the plane down, or what do we do? So what they do is they decide to shoot it. It's too late. The plane hits, but when the plane hits, the missile hits right in after it. It made sense in what he said, and my whole presentation is shit. Anyways.
The CIA was not happy about that at all.
No, it kept shutting down and everything. So that's my Pentagon missile story.
So what you're saying is the plane hit, and right as it was hitting, the missile hit the plane, causing a bigger hole.
Yes.
Which is why that there was still debris of the plane there, but people said they saw a missile going into it.
It disintegrated it, yeah.
Okay.
So I guess to add to that, I read a little tidbit that supposedly might have been Dick Cheney. Supposedly like a couple $1 trillion, just a couple trillion, not too much, was
I thought it was Donald Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld. Okay, it must have been him then. Like some money was like went missing somewhere.
2 trillion?
Yeah.
Or 4 trillion, one of those.
Probably 2.4 trillion.
When you get up into the trillions, it doesn't make a difference.
No,
it doesn't make a shit. It's $1 trillion. Yeah. You know, that's a lot of fucking money.
But yeah, and before they actually got to try to find out where these funds went, 9/11 happened. What does that matter? Where the aircraft and the missile hit in the Pentagon is where all the computers, the servers and all that were that contained all that information.
Yeah.
So now that information is gone.
Yeah.
All the important people were on the opposite side in that East Wing. And why was it that that wasn't hit? Why was it that the part that was under renovation was hit? If you really want to take out the people of power, why would you hit a part where nearly no one was in comparison to the rest of the building?
Incompetence, which is proved by their inability to even broadcast a message over the intercom.
Yeah.
I mean, it is hard to rehearse something like that.
True.
You only get one shot.
One opportunity.
And they let their chance to, well, no, they got their chance to blow, I guess.
They did.
They did.
All right. So let's go to the last theory. Who wants to cover that?
All right. United Airlines Flight 93 was shot down. The story of the United Airlines Flight 93, one of the planes hijacked by the jihadists, and the only one that didn't reach its target because it hit the open country in Pennsylvania, also has another version. According to the conspiracy theory, it is claimed that the small aircraft wreckage was discovered in the field, that the accident site was too small for an aircraft that size, arguing that the aircraft was shot down by the military and not crashed by passengers. In addition to this theory, in the last few years, another version has been added that assures that a bomb was detonated inside the airplane, and from there, it ended up disintegrating it into pieces.
I haven't heard the bomb inside story yet.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think I saw the picture of where Flight 93 was supposed to hit the ground, and for it being one of those, you know, United Airlines planes, it was a very small spot.
Was it a regional jet or was it a 757?
Even for a regional, that was still a pretty small spot.
Did they just like nose it down? Did they just say, hey, you know what? Down bubble 50 degrees, you know, full on whoop? Or did they just kind of like, all right, we're going to kind of Shave off some tree limbs.
The Flight 93s, what happened is they got some of the recording. In the recording, that's how they knew that the people revolted, the passengers, and that they were ramming the outside of the cockpit with food carts. And the pilots were caught saying some prayer in Arabic. And then after the prayer is when the one was like, "Is that it? You ready?" And he's like, "Yeah, let's take it down and insert it," or some shit like that. And then it just goes whoosh. And then as it's going down, you hear the cockpit door break open, and then you hear like rustling and all this stuff, and then that's all she wrote.
Some people literally believe that Flight 93 is actually buried in the ground there somewhere still.
I mean, that is a small crash site.
All right. So now we're going to roll into personal thoughts and theories. Who wants to go first with their personal thoughts and theories behind this all?
I guess I could go. So, I guess I've always had a stronger feeling that it was bombs that took out the Trade Center. And that was all planned ahead of time. The way that they fell was, you could put a side-by-side of any building being demolished. It is specifically made to fall in its own footprint to not destroy other buildings around. And all three of those buildings fell in that same form. Also, like I mentioned earlier, you could look up several examples of buildings with similar structures that never ever fell after burning. I mean, why would they do this? Well, they could have done it to put themselves in a better position of control in the world. We attack ourselves, kill some of our few, to put ourselves in a war to get what we want out of that war. I can't really figure out personally one route what it could have been. There's a lot of different options, but I know that there's some talk about the New World Order being a part of this or gaining control. So what do you do to make a country go to war that really doesn't want to do it?
The United Citizens by a false flag event.
Exactly. So that's what I believe it was. It was to hype us up, and then all of a sudden it's a race war. And we jump on that train, and we fucking ride it. I mean, I don't ride that train. I take a trolley somewhere else. But, yeah, I think it was just done so that we could go to war and get what we needed from countries.
Do you think there was advanced knowledge of this happening?
100%, yeah. Because they would have had to they would have had to place the bombs in there. I've heard stories that some of the floors were cleared out and nobody was on them at all. And that would have been perfect to throw some bombs in. And if you watch the videos, you could see windows blowing out, just like a demolition, way too perfectly. The planes hit in the top third of the building. Why would the whole thing collapse up that high? You know, maybe it's like a Jenga. You knock the top off, the bottom isn't gonna just crumble. If they would have hit lower, you might have been able to say something like that, but it makes no sense at all to me how those were ginormous buildings. Those planes disintegrated as they hit pretty much that building. Some people believe it's CGI, but I don't believe that. It's a weird one, but those planes would not have taken out those towers. It had to be more. And so that's why I believe it was the bombs. And I believe everything else was planned. And Pennsylvania, the revolting of the passengers, that was not planned. That was like a fuck. Oops.
They made a phone call like, hey, the passengers are revolting. Shoot it down!
Exactly. Because they say that when Bush heard about the first one, no Secret Service person rushed him out to be like, oh, you have publicly said where you're at today. And if there's an attack on our country, they're going to come after you too.
Well, after the first one, they said that they thought it was an accident. They didn't know it was an attack. But after the second one, you're right. They didn't rush him out or anything, which a little odd.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the video of him, the look in his eye is not of concern for people, but of more like okay, this is actually happening now. It's officially going. and like waiting to hear more news. He just knows that there's more.
My daddy's mastermind behind this.
Well, funny you like
Shouldn't
say
laugh at
that. So Bush's cousin ran security for the World Trade Center.
Oh shit! It's a knowledge nugget.
Yeah, so I mean, if you wanted to place some bombs in a place, it would be pretty good to know security, to turn off cameras or allow you in after hours.
Remove bomb-sniffing dogs.
Exactly.
So it was an American Airlines flight that first hit the tower, and they were the first ones to receive the phone call saying, hey, by the way, we're being hijacked. So obviously, I forget how long the delay was before they hit the towers. But in my mind, that's enough because the FAA has to alert everybody at that point. And hijackings are pretty prominent on, a schedule. So I just find it weird that everybody knew it was being hijacked, but the Secret Service is like, hey, I think it's an accident. We don't really know. I think it's just highly weird about that.
It is.
And then there's a lot of debate about them saying that they never even were told anything was happening, like Cheney. It's like, no, so many opportunities to stop this, but a lot of things indicate that stand down orders were called on military to not attack the planes. There's a lot of suspicion.
There's a lot of conflicting reports, too.
Yes.
I think Cheney was actually in one of the meetings at the time of the attack. The meeting was on about, I think, terrorism in the Middle East. So it's just kind of coincidence. Oh, we didn't know that was going to happen, even though we're talking about the terrorism that's going to be happening.
Do you think this was all planned, Dan? Do you think that the government was behind this?
Yes and no. So I believe the government knew the attack was going to happen. I'm pretty sure they got reports on it ahead of time, but they just didn't act on it because, we get many reports about fucking terrorism every day. So they pretty much pushed this one to the side. But my theory is about a family rivalry.
Uh-oh. All right, let's hear it.
So I would say that it was part of the government that pretty much the president had a hand in this. So little George Bush, because like we talked about, was it the day before? Bush Sr. was in a meeting with Osama bin Laden's brother.
Yeah.
Well, you know that their family's connected even more, right?
What do you mean?
Yes.
When Bush first started his oil company, Bush Sr. started his oil company, do you know who funded him?
Al-Qaeda.
Bin Laden's brother and brother-in-law did.
Oh, wow.
Next fact I think about it is, when a terrorist bomb went off at a barracks in Saudi Arabia and killed 19 Americans, who do you think got the multi-million-dollar contract to rebuild?
George Bush. Osama bin Laden.
Bin Laden's family. Bin Laden's family owned a construction company. So that's where most of their money came from.
That would explain the very well-built fortress in Pakistan. That's a concrete miracle right there.
So they already had money and all that. They helped fund Bush, get him to where he was making money from oil. Then he gets into power and everything. And then, like you were saying earlier, Aaron, that meeting between Bush Sr. and bin Laden's brother, something didn't go right. And I'm thinking, you know what? We know this attack's going to happen. If you don't fucking do what I say, Shafig, we're going after your brother. We're going to go after your family.
Yeah.
And I literally think that's what it was.
Damn. Bush was, the director of the CIA before he was the president.
Yep.
So he's got those ties. And that kind of is what my theory is. These individuals were getting help by the CIA. The CIA planted the bombs. These individuals ran the planes into the World Trade Center, and the CIA set the bombs off. And the CIA said, hey, we're going to blame this on Osama bin Laden, and then it also allow us to have strategic positions in the Middle East, and then it'll also allow the oil companies to ramp up. It will allow us to take billions of dollars and put it into the military for the, what are they called? Raytheon and all those, what are they called?
Defense contractors?
Yeah, contractors. The military contractors get their pockets full. You know, you have reports of people before 9/11 placing puts on certain airlines, which is like betting against them to go down. doesn't make sense. They had prior knowledge. And I think this prior knowledge wasn't directly said, hey, this is X, Y, and Z is going to happen, but you should probably do this because I heard something. So I think a lot of people knew something was going to happen, but didn't know directly what. But there was definitely some mastermind puppets, which I think was the CIA, that was behind all of this, kind of like making sure the strings and everything falls into place so that at the end of it, they can still go and up the opium production and get their cut in the drug trade as well, and keep the Middle East unstabilized and put in the right regimes they want so they can keep the black fund money coming in. That's my theory. Hans, what do you think truly happened?
All right. 100% hands down, this is my theory. So, in 2000, in September 2000, to be exact, don't know the exact date, Times Magazine had an interview with Saddam Hussein, the horrible dictator of Iraq, the butcher. So, everybody knows Iraq is very rich in oil, and God knows what the hell we did to piss him off, but we did it. We probably just being us, us Americans. So, he reported that he would no longer do business with the United States dollar because that is the currency of the enemy, and if anybody needed to purchase oil from now on, it had to be through the euro, through the EU, the European Union, because he wanted it to do better than the dollar. Well, my theory is this. The CIA groomed these people. They're very good at grooming. So they groomed them for a whole year, and they said, this is your mission. When this happens, you're going to receive great glory. What they didn't realize was Afghanistan was the staging ground to invade Iraq, because we need that oil. In that happening, it took 2 years to get all of our forces in Afghanistan, get the bases set up, stop the rocket attacks in Kuwait, and then we invaded Iraq, and we toppled it. We destroyed everything. And he died. And so, but it wouldn't be the first time we did it, because we did it in Libya. They refused to accept the U.S. dollar. So the U.S. is always oil hungry. Not saying that we can't produce it all, but the more you have stockpiled, the more ahead in the world you are.
Yeah. You look at Gaddafi and Bashar al-Assad of Syria. He's mentioned getting off the petrodollar. You mention it once, and it's like all of a sudden you're painted all over the news as a horrible dictator. And not only about Saddam Hussein being painted as a horrible dictator, but if you remember back in the day when George Bush Sr. was president, him and Hussein had some beef for a little while. They hated each other. George Bush Sr. felt that he had to get back at Saddam Hussein, like he had to be his end. And that was another reason why, my son's the president now. I'm still gonna go after your ass.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, the opium is a plus, because Big Pharma can just ship out all those rehab drugs and charge you thousands and thousands of dollars. But the real thing is, we just needed that oil. And we're still there because we can't find a reason to justify our involvement in the Middle East to this day.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason. Like, it's over. You cut the head off, like we did with Osama, and I said it. Hey, we might have killed him, but there's going to be some stupid idiot that hops right up and takes the next spot. And it was ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And they're crazier than the Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
Yeah. Well, I like your theory, Hans. You came with it today. I like it. Thank you.
It came when I was just meditating.
Nice.
Boom.
When you're traveling through time and space.
Yeah,
visiting us.
I was beating my meat a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. Just making sure. All right. Does anybody else got anything they want to add to this topic today before we roll into the next part of the show?
I mean, honestly, we didn't have time to go into it, but I'm going to link this. So Cam Schnee sent me a post about numerology in 9/11 and some correlations with some things. And honestly, I could do a thoughts and theories episode on it. It might need its own episode, really. But I just thought it was really interesting, so I'm going to link it up for people. But yeah, you guys know I love numbers, and so when she sent it to me, I was super excited about it. just way too much to go into here, but good all over read.
All right, yeah, we'll link that on our site for you guys to take a look at. All right, well, that's the end of the episode today. So each week we do an on-the-scene interview, but Hans has blessed us with his presence this week, and we're going to go straight into voicemails this week. So the first voicemail this week is from Gina, and we're going to play that right now.
Hey you guys, it's Gina. I just want to say that I love the show. I've been listening since season 1, and I'm obsessed, hands down. But yeah, just wanted to pop in and say, I love you guys. Proud of you.
Well, I love you too, and I'm proud of you too, Gina. And thank you for listening, and thank you for the support and love. And I hope you're having a great day, and I hope you have a good weekend this weekend.
Boom.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you so much, and you know me, I'm also proud of you, and I love you. Stay lifted.
Yeah, thank you for the voicemail, and much love.
Nice. Hans, you want to tell her something?
You're doing good things for this podcast by listening and contributing your support. If you want to reach out to me about anything that might have happened to you over the weekend, I'm more than welcome to record it and use it on the show.
Nice.
Yep, on the scene. Your butt don't have to hurt. It can just be about how your weekend was.
On the scene.
But it has to be on the scene, so.
Well, thank you for the voicemail, Gina. All right. Going to the next voicemail. It is from Jamerson, and we're going to play that right now.
Hey guys, it's your boy Jabe, just calling to say you guys do an amazing show. I haven't been listening for very long, but you guys definitely rock. I've listened to you guys pretty much every single day now once I found you. I get to listen to podcasts while I'm at work, so you guys help me when I'm out there walking and delivering the mail, because I'm a mailman. But I wanted to see if you guys ever heard of this theory that Paul McCartney died back in 1964. Apparently some professor from Michigan found this all out, and Billy Shears is the guy that took his spot because he won some look-alike contest years prior. I don't know, but it was really cool, and I've been investigating this, and I know it's like an old theory, but it's just really amazing to me. So I wanted to see if you guys have ever heard about it, and if you haven't, then maybe you guys could do an episode after you do some research on it. I would totally help you in it too, because there's tons of evidence out there, I guess. But other than that, Anna, fuck the haters. Haters gonna hate. I love your voice. You can whisper sweet nothings in my ear anytime you want. And what? Oh yeah, Bigfoot 2020.
Oh my God. I was like, what the heck is that? Thank you, Jamerson. Love you.
Love that.
Yeah, I have heard that theory so much.
I definitely have heard that theory. We were actually just talking in the Discord about how the Beatles might have been a part of MK Ultra, and there's a declassified document talking about it. I haven't had a chance to dig into it, but I've certainly heard about Paul McCartney dying back in the day and him being not the original. But I love that. I think that's awesome. Thank you for thinking my voice is sexy. Just put your headphones in a little deeper. Come closer.
Aaron's just like,
I
no,
can't think of anything sexy to say. I don't know what to say with this.
Just sit right on my lap.
You got a tight little man.
Just come on over. Sit in my lap. Okay? You like that? You like that pop? That's the ride in my Montauk chair. Enjoy it. Come back. You can pay for a repeat ticket. I'll take you for a ride.
Boom.
Thank you so much for that, Jameson, or James. Appreciate you. I love you, man. You have yourself an awesome day, and thank you so much for the enthusiasm.
Yeah, I really liked your voicemail, man. It was awesome. Keep it up.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for the voicemail. Love the Bigfoot 2020. Love the Bigfoot call. I would do it myself, but I don't think I can. I can't beat that one now.
Hans, or not, Stan, your fucking Yeti call is amazing. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh. Nice.
I just felt myself get a lady boner.
Ooh.
Yikes.
All right, so the next voicemail we're going to listen to is from Mr. Poopy Pants. 3 weeks in a row. Huh?
I'm liking it.
All right, so we're going to play that voicemail right now.
My name is Mr. Poopy Pants, and I approve this message. Are you sick and tired of plumbing White House renovations due to Bigfoot 2020? Are you concerned about the environment and all the trees that will be destroyed due to Bigfoot poop nature? Well, if so, then you have reached the right place. Vote for me. Poopy Pants 2020. What is that noise? Oh no. Please don't tell me. No, it can't be. It can't be Bigfoot. No. Go away. There's no one in here. There's no presidential candidates in here. I said go away. No. No. No.
And that's the end of the voicemail. Rest in peace, Mr. Poopy Pants. Thank you for 3 amazing voicemails. I hope you're doing okay, and I love you.
I mean, I'm just going to say this, bud. I hope you didn't resist what was coming. It's a lot easier just to give in to temptation. We all know it's hard, but you got to take one for what you believe in sometimes.
Yeah.
But hey, that was awesome. I'm glad you were able to send it here so we know what happened. I'm going to send my thoughts to you wherever you are, in a ditch, butt up in the air maybe, who knows.
Oh, Mr. Poopy Pants, thank you for that. I hope that Bigfoot lets you go this time. But when he finds something he really likes, he holds on to it. And he plays a mean game. Honestly, I don't think I've laughed that hard at a voicemail in a while. Good job, Mr. Poopy Pants.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for voicemail, of course. That was well done. Now, I can't apologize for what Bigfoot done. You know, you became an opponent, and he took the tactical advantage and took you out the race early.
Ooh, yeah, he did. You had it coming. You get what you fucking deserve, Murray.
He liked you, and he wanted you.
And the value of a booty?
The value of booty is more precious than water.
Oh, and especially if it's a Mr. Poopy Pants.
Hell yeah.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Poopy Pants. I loved it. I hope you're doing okay. And
yeah, hope you're still alive.
Hope to hear from you next week. All right, moving on to the next voicemail. Now we got 2 of them from Wyatt. Okay, we're gonna play the first one, talk about it a little bit, and then I'll play the second one, which is only a couple seconds long. All right,
okay.
So we'll play the first one right now.
All right, Aaron, you called me out, so I got to tell a scary story. First off, I talked to Nessie in Scotland, and she admitted that it was consented, so I apologize for the fake news. All right, here's the story. Me and the boys were out in the woods, and we seen Slenderman with his long tentacles, grabbed my homie Jaden and ate him. Literally, fucking ate him. Like, ripped off his head. Oh my, it was horrible. Then he grabbed me, and he stretched out my booty, and almost made me put seeds in my rectum, like Rick Sanchez. But Bigfoot grabbed him, and with that long song, made him a bitch. That is why I am for Bigfoot 2020. Alright, have a good day. Peace out, chodes.
That's a great ghost story.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wyatt. I love you.
I'm glad you were willing to sacrifice it.
Bigfoot saves the day.
Yeah, he does.
And we appreciate your support, always. Bigfoot 2020, you're amazing, Wyatt. Thank you so much for being awesome and supporting us so amazingly that you know that our candidate's #1.
Yep.
I love you.
I'm proud of you. But there's one last thing. This is not it from Wyatt. He left.
Oh, we're missing the main point of that, though. we're not mourning. We're not mourning his friend that got eaten. We totally just.
Hey,
he volunteered his tribute.
Yeah, he'll come out the other end okay. Hopefully.
Yeah.
We had to make a sacrifice for the rust moon that we had the other night.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right, this next voicemail is from Wyatt. It's 3 seconds long. All right, and we'll play that right now.
Bill Gates has a Microsoft penis.
Oh my God, that's fun.
Oh, God bless.
Very, very nice.
I was laying on my patio, right? Just laying down, looking up at the sky, soaking it in. I get an alert on my phone, interrupts my connection with nature. I roll over and I look as I lay there, and it's, you have a voicemail from Wyatt. I say, play voicemail. As I lay there, expecting a long voicemail, it goes, Bill Gates has a Microsoft penis.
Had you thinking about it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I just had to whip it out and start masturbating right then. No, but seriously though, thank you, Wyatt. I laughed so hard listening to that. That was amazing.
Great. Was not expecting that at all.
No, it was amazing.
Thank you.
All right, so this next voicemail is from Anna is my sexual desire. And we're going to play that one right now.
Hey, it's a skeptic voter here, name unknown. I have a question about Bigfoot's campaign. What's his take on aliens, and will he unredact the classified documents and introduce us to the aliens? And how will he take down Hollywood's Ring of Sin? Much love, guys. And Anna, get her done. Bigfoot 2020.
Dan, do you want to answer this?
Yes. Bigfoot, he will declassify all that information. And if the aliens are real and they do exist, he wants to befriend them because he is one with everything. And Anna.
Yeah, no, man. I'm always getting it done. You give me a mission, I'm on it. I don't say no to anything. Let's do this. And where's my, you teased me with that name. I was ready to hear something great. So, message me back. I want to hear what your desires are.
Ooh. Nice.
I'm running out of spank bank, so thanks.
Nice. All right, well, so now we'll move on to the last voicemail this week, which is from Elizabeth. And we'll play that right now.
Hey guys, it's Elizabeth. Daniel's son, Anna, and Aaron. Dale says that he never hears anybody ever say Danielson first, so I will say Danielson first. Danielson, we love you. Anyways, so in regards kind of to what Aaron had mentioned last week, me and Dale have a connection. If you look it up, it's called Twin Souls. And then also Dale is dual souled. And so when you look at LGBTQ2+, he's the 2. And it's can sometimes be related to Native Americans, and other times it's, depending on your belief system or whatever, it is just a dual-souled person. Again, I highly recommend looking them both up. They are very interesting. I'm the kind of person where if I feel a connection or something, I try to figure it out. And I wanted to know why we were in such the same, path length and whatnot like that. My powers, quote unquote, of like what I encounter, do seem to resonate with other people. Like it depends on what level they're at, wavelength they're on, however you want to say it. And it also depends on if I'm really close to them or not. There has been incidences where I've inadvertently transferred it to my mom. My cat is extremely sensitive, more so than me and Dale, but I will get into that on another time because that's a whole other message on its own. But yes, in short, me and Dale do experience things together and alone. The one time he did hear the help me on his work phone while he was working late at night.
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Danielson.
Yo, guys.
And Anna.
Hey, everyone.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is 16 cents a day, you can sign up to our Patreon and get an extra episode each week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to members only. Today, we released a Patreon exclusive episode, which is over the 1985 Philadelphia bombing, where police officers bombed a local neighborhood in Philadelphia. Also, we have several more episodes already locked and loaded for your listening pleasure, such as the Nexium Cult, Dancing Israelis, Secret Nazi Space Program, Disney Darkness, Isaac Cappy, McMartin's Satanic Preschool, Clinton Body Count, FEMA, and much more, which you get access to, including all past episodes, for $5 a month.
Another way to support the show is through our merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the shop button. Then you'll see all the merchandise that we have for sale. We have t-shirts, hats, and all that good stuff. I just wanted to say that the money that we get from Patreon and the merchandise goes to bettering the show. We know that things are tough out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you could leave us a written review on iTunes, and that helps us out a ton.
If you don't want to leave one, though, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the contact button, and there you will find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it at the end of the show each week. So today's episode is the Las Vegas shooting. How this episode will go today is that we'll first cover quick overview of what the Las Vegas shooting was, and then we'll hop into Stephen Paddock, and then go into the timeline of the event and what happened during the shooting, and then the investigation and motive, and then we will roll into strange facts and findings and wrap it all up with theories. So with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
Las Vegas on October 1st, 2017, there was a country music festival taking place called Route 91. It was the last day of a 3-day music festival that over 22,000 people came to enjoy. However, that joy would not last long. Just after 10 p.m. that night, as festival goers were enjoying Jason Aldean, sounds of what individuals thought were fireworks started to ring out. What started off as single pops eventually became long bursts of machine gun-like fire. Many tried to run and take cover. Some ran for the exits, others hid under the stage, but some just stood frozen in shock as the bullets rained down from the hotel that was overlooking the festival. The high-up hotel room and the open venue space below gave a vantage point for the shooter, who would later be identified as Stephen Paddock. This became the deadliest mass shooting by a lone shooter in U.S. history.
Now, before we get into the timeline of the event, let's first briefly go over who Stephen Paddock was.
Stephen Paddock was born on April 9th of 1953 in Clinton, Iowa. The majority of his childhood, though, was spent in Tucson, Arizona, with his 3 other siblings. At the age of 7, Paddock's father was arrested by the FBI, and from then on, Stephen was raised by a single mother. Due to this, his family became very poor. This caused Stephen to prioritize himself on being self-reliant and self-sustaining. He graduated from high school in 1971 and went on to California State University, where in 1977 he graduated with a degree in business administration. From 1976 to 1978, Stephen worked as a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service. He left the Postal Service and then began working for the IRS as an internal auditor up until 1984. Then a year later, in 1985, he accepted a position as an internal auditor for the Defense Contract Audit Agency. And then 1 year after that, in 86, that company he worked for merged to form the company Lockheed Martin. Shortly after that, Stephen left his job at Lockheed Martin and started a real estate business with his brother Eric.
They began buying and refurbishing properties in economically depressed areas around Los Angeles. According to property records, in 1987, Stephen Paddock purchased a 30-unit building in Los Angeles. He started to invest into more properties in California, which included at least 6 multi-family residences. These purchases would eventually pay off, as he would often more than double his money on his real estate investments. Among his most profitable investments was an apartment complex that he purchased in 2004. This complex gave him an annual income of more than $500,000. When looking into IRS records, they also show that in 2012, Stephen Paddock sold a 110 apartment unit building in Mesquite for $8.3 million. And in 2015, he sold an additional apartment complex for around $5 million and decided to retire.
Stephen had been married and divorced twice. The first marriage was from 1977 to 1979, and the second one was from 1985 to 1990. He had no children and was also said to have no political or religious affiliations of any kind. His only recorded interaction with law enforcement was a minor traffic citation in which he settled in court. Stephen owned 2 airplanes and even had a pilot's license. He also had multiple homes, one in California, one in Texas, and one in Nevada. Because Stephen liked to gamble, he spent the majority of his time in Nevada. However, the time wasn't spent at his home. It would be at the casinos gambling for days at a time. Stephen was in good standing with a lot of the MGM properties, including the owner of the Mandalay Bay Casino. He even had a $100,000 credit limit at the casino, but never used the full amount. Now, even though he had a high credit limit, he was not well known among high-stakes gamblers in Las Vegas and wasn't even considered a high roller by the casinos. What Stephen usually played at the casinos was video poker, which he had been playing for over 25 years. He usually gambled after dark and slept during the day. At one of the casinos is where he would meet his girlfriend, Mary Lou Danley, which we will discuss more about her later on. Something else worth mentioning here before we get into the timeline is Stephen's collection of guns. He began collecting guns in 1982. It started off as just a hobby for him, but after his retirement, he seemed to really get into it. From 1982 to September 2016, he had only purchased 29 firearms. However, between October 2016 and September 28th of 2017, he purchased 55 firearms, majority of them rifles.
So now that we have a little bit of that backstory on Stephen Paddock, we're going to go over the timeline of events that happened in September of 2017. So on September 9th of 2017, Paddock reserved a room at the Mandalay Bay Hotel for a check-in date of September 25th and then to leave on October 2nd. Like we had talked about earlier, Stephen was no stranger to this hotel. This is where he had the $100,000 credit limit and would often come to play those video poker games. So now on September 25th, Stephen checks into the hotel. He rolls one bag to his room himself, and a bellman uses a luggage cart to bring up 4 other bags. Stephen then leaves and returns to his home in Mesquite, Nevada. The next day, on September 26th, Stephen wires $50,000 to a bank account in the Philippines, where his girlfriend, Mary Lou Danley, is visiting family. He then returns to Las Vegas and visits a pair of casino hotels before returning to the Mandalay Bay, where he brings another 6 suitcases on a luggage cart, as well as another rolling suitcase to his room. He then begins gambling at the hotel overnight and into the next morning. So then on September 27th, Stephen goes to the front desk of the hotel that he's staying at and insists on relocating to another room. He states that he wants a better view. He's given a high-level suite with 2 adjoining rooms that are overlooking the 15-acre site of the Route 91 festival. That night, he drives back to Mesquite and buys luggage, razor blades, and fake flowers, also a vase and a styrofoam ball at Walmart.
Those are some weird things to buy.
Yeah. Or it's a really good date night idea.
Yeah. All right. So on September 28th, Stephen buys a .308 bolt-action rifle from a gun store in Mesquite and wire transfers an additional $50,000 to an account in the Philippines. Now, this is the account that is Mary Lou Danley's account. Paddock also goes to a gun range before returning to Las Vegas. He arrives back to his hotel and brings in 2 rolling suitcases and a laptop bag to his Mandalay Bay room. He then gambles again for more than 6 hours until early the next morning. On September 29th, Stephen went down to the hotel's front desk and booked an additional room. Now, this room is connected to his, and he puts it under his girlfriend's name, which is Mary Lou Danley. He then spends the rest of the day in his room. So then on the next morning of September 30th, Stephen places a Do Not Disturb sign on his rooms. He then drives to Mesquite and then returns to his Mandalay Bay suite with 4 more suitcases that he takes up to his room. So now we are on the day of the attack, October 1st, 2017. Early in the morning, Steve goes and gambles for 4 hours. He then brings up 2 more rolling suitcases to his room. Later that day, he orders room service. They bring his food up to him on a rolling cart. Shortly after that is when Stephen sets up 3 cameras. One of the cameras is placed on the peephole of his room's door. The other 2 cameras are placed in the hallway. One of them he set on the service cart from earlier that morning, which was just outside the adjoining room's hallway door. Stephen then places a L bracket to the door that leads to the emergency stairwell, which was right by his room. Officials believe that he did this so no one was able to use that door to get to him without having to break through it first.
At 9:36 p.m., Stephen deadbolts the door to one of his rooms. Then 10 minutes later, he deadbolts his other door. Around this time, security guard of the hotel, Jesus Campos, is doing his last rounds of his walkthrough for that night. As he travels up the emergency stairwell checking the doors, he notices that the door to floor 32 is blocked and will not open. He takes note and continues on with his walkthroughs. 14 minutes later, at 10 p.m., security guard gets an alert of an open door alarm in a guest's room that is located on the 32nd floor, which is the same floor and right down the hall from Stephen Paddock's suite. Security guard Campos decides to take the bait. During his investigation, Campos checks the stairwell door that blocked his entry to the floor minutes earlier. He discovers that it has been fastened closed with an L bracket. 4 minutes later, at 10:04 p.m., Campos calls security dispatch to report the blocked door. His call is routed to the facility's maintenance department. They send out maintenance engineer Stephen Shuck to go to the 32nd floor to look at the L bracket. At 10:05 p.m., Stephen Paddock uses either a hammer or a sledgehammer to break out 2 windows in his room. He then fires 2 initial shots at the Route 91 music festival that is being held across the street. He continues firing. At this time, the security guard Campos hears what he describes as rapid drilling noises. Stephen looks at his security camera and notices Campos standing in the hallway. Stephen then starts shooting through his door and down the hallway at Campos, hitting the security guard in the leg. Campos is unarmed and takes cover. He then radios a hotel dispatcher for help.
They shot like 200 rounds. 200 rounds to that door, and only one hit him.
A lot of strange facts, you know. A lot of strange things happening in this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where his door was, it's literally right in the middle of the hallway looking straight down. If he was there, even blind firing through a door just straight down the hallway.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyways. Stephen then turns his attention back to the crowd below and resumes firing hundreds of rounds at the concertgoers. At this time, it is 10:07 p.m. and 2 Las Vegas police officers were already in the building responding to a different call. The police officers in the building hear the shots and head upstairs to try and find the source of the gunshots. 2 armed Mandalay Bay security guards join the police officers. Over the next 2 minutes, Stephen Paddock shoots hundreds of rounds into the crowd down below. He then takes several pot shots at the jet fuel storage tanks at the nearby airport, striking them twice, but not igniting the fuel. Then he resumes firing on the concert crowd.
So then at 10:10, the building engineer arrives on the 32nd floor. Campos yells at him to take cover. Stephen notices this and then begins firing down the hall again for a few seconds, and then returns to firing at the concert crowd. Shuck then radios to the hotel dispatch to send police officers to the 32nd floor. Now at 10:12, the 2 police officers and the 2 armed Mandalay Bay security officers that were already on their way up to the 32nd floor arrive on the 31st floor, 1 floor below where Stephen's at. 3 minutes later at 10:15, Paddock fires his final shots at the concertgoers. Now at 10:16, the 2 police officers on the 31st floor enter the stairwell outside that 32nd floor hallway, but they decide to wait for backup and decide not to confront Stephen. 10 minutes later, at 10:26, 8 additional officers arrive on the 32nd floor. As they slowly began to move down the hallway of the 32nd floor, they spot the service cart, which had a camera on it. They were weary of this cart and thought it might have been rigged with an IED or some sort of explosive. So as they made their way toward it, they were clearing out rooms, checking for anybody that could be injured in the process. So then at 10:40, officers asked for permission from lead officers on the scene if they could enter Paddock's room. They were told to wait for SWAT teams. This decision was made because Stephen had stopped firing at this time. So now at 10:57, 8 additional officers arrive in the stairwell at the opposite end of the hallway nearest to Stephen's room. Remember, this was the stairwell that Stephen had placed that L bracket on so that they had to break it to get inside. So then at 11:20, officers breach Stephen's room with an explosive charge and find Paddock on the ground dead. They also noticed the adjoining door to the other room was sealed off as well. So then at 11:26, the officers breached the adjoining door to Stephen's second room. They entered that room and begin searching. 1 police officer accidentally fires 3 rounds while in the room. The police announced that no one else was found, and they announced that the suspect was down.
That's a little suspicious, that 3-round burst.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll kind of get into that a little later. But in total, 60 people died and 867 were injured. Stephen Paddock had fired a total of 1,058 rounds from 15 firearms. 1,049 of those rounds were from 12 AR-15 style rifles, 8 from 2 AR-10 style rifles, and the last round was from a Smith & Wesson revolver that he used to kill himself. So that is the official story and the official timeline. I guess let's go into what was found in the room and during the investigation before we hop into strange facts and findings, because there is quite a bit of weird strange facts and findings.
Oh, definitely.
But not only in the strange facts and findings, but in the room and what was found during the investigation of it. So on October 4th, 3 days after the shooting, Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo held a press conference. The sheriff stated that there was evidence that Stephen Paddock intended to escape the scene and that he may have had assistance from an accomplice. The sheriff also said that the investigators searched Paddock's room and found a bulletproof vest and a breathing apparatus, but neither of them were used by Paddock. He also said that, quote, "We have not determined his motive. No links have been identified to any hate groups, terrorist groups, or ideologies, and he, as in Stephen Paddock, did not record a reason for his actions." During the investigation by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, they determined that the firearms found in his hotel room, along with more guns found in his homes, had been legally purchased in Nevada, California, Texas, and Utah. Now, they did find a handwritten note in the room which indicated that Stephen Paddock had been calculating the distance, wind, and the trajectory from his 32nd floor hotel suite. They also found in the trunk of Stephen's Hyundai Tucson SUV an additional 1,600 rounds of ammunition and 50 pounds of tannerite, which, if you don't know what tannerite is, it's a binary explosive used to make explosive targets at gun ranges.
Yeah.
So on August 3rd, 2018, the same Las Vegas sheriff, Joe Lombardo, the one who held a press conference 3 days after the shooting, he decided to hold another one to discuss their final findings. Now, this was almost a year later after the shooting. During this press conference of the final findings, the sheriff this time said that the 10-month investigation had revealed no evidence of conspiracy or a second gunman, and that the gunman's motive had not been determined. So that was the investigation findings. And they're a little weird, especially the breathing apparatus and stuff like that, which I mean, it just gets more weird and more suspicious whenever we start digging into this. There is a ton of strange facts and findings, which we're going to hop into, I guess, right now. So let's go ahead and roll into those.
To start off the strange facts and findings, we're going to go over a few key members of the Stephen Paddock's family. The first person we are going to start off with is his father. Benjamin Paddock Jr. was Stephen Paddock's father, but like we talked about earlier, he wasn't in Stephen's life. In 1960, at the age of 34, Benjamin Paddock was arrested for robbing a bank in Phoenix. During his arrest, he was also charged with 2 additional bank robberies, one earlier that year and one in 1959. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison and placed in the Federal Correctional Institution in La Tuna, Texas. On December 31st, 1968, after serving 8 years, Benjamin Paddock escaped from prison and spent 10 years on the run. He was placed on the FBI Most Wanted Fugitives list, which we have a poster of, and on it, the FBI states, diagnosed as psychopathic, armed, and very dangerous.
Yeah, we'll post that FBI Most Wanted list up on our site. So you can go to Theories of the Third Kind, click on episode, and you can see this image of him.
Literally in the wanted poster, he looks like he gives 0 fucks. Just saying.
Yeah, he looks a lot like his, well, of course, it's his father. Never mind. Never mind.
All right. So after escaping prison, Benjamin Paddock moved to Oregon, where he changed his identity to Bruce Warner Erickson. In Oregon, he worked as a contract trucker and at a drug abuse rehabilitation center. In September 1977, he decided to open a bingo parlor for the Center for Education Reform, which was a nonprofit organization based in Eugene, Oregon. When he applied for a license to open the bingo parlor, he was investigated by Springfield Police and the State Attorney's General Office. Both of them failed to uncover that he wasn't Bruce Erickson, but actually Benjamin Paddock, an escaped felon on the FBI Most Wanted list.
The dude had to have some balls to know that he was going to get investigated by police and the state attorney, and he was a FBI felon.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you know he was like, I got away with it. I will never be found.
He acts like a mafia member.
Dude, I was going to say that because, he robbed a bank, so he must have had money stashed somewhere. So he must have paid someone some good amount of money to help create a new identity for him to be able to get away with that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe they added on to his chin or something. I don't know. Just adding a little bit to his chin will change his identity big time.
Like Me, Myself, and Irene, when he gets his Jim Carrey gets his chin redone. He gets like a butt chin.
Your chin looks like an ass. Oh, God. That movie was hilarious.
It was.
Do y'all want me to just go ahead and finish up Benjamin?
Yeah, just that little part.
All right. According to FBI records, Benjamin Paddock was captured by officers on September 6, 1978. He spent a year in custody before being released on parole. He returned to Oregon, where he was charged with racketeering, but he avoided jail by paying a civil fine of $623,000. Wonder where he got that money from. Benjamin Paddock eventually settled in Texas, where he lived until he died of a heart attack in 1998.
I got so many questions. He evaded the police and the FBI and the police for so long.
For over 10 years.
Opened up his own bingo parlor, and then he got arrested by the FBI, but only spent a year in prison and then was released on parole, and then was charged with racketeering, but was able to pay $623,000. Who has $623,000? How did he earn so much money?
Especially back then.
Yeah.
And who lets a guy out on parole after he escaped prison for over 10 years, goes in for one, and then, oh, man, you've been good. You didn't escape again. We'll let you out on parole.
That dude, he probably made a deal with the FBI or CIA or something.
He's not the only one.
Yeah.
As we keep going into the family members, even Stephen himself, there's a bit of suspicion about this family, at least to me.
Yeah, me as well. You want to cover the next person?
Yeah, we'll go over his brother Eric now. The day after the shooting, Eric was swarmed in his driveway by the media. And we actually have a clip of that happening, so we're going to play that real quick.
There's not even anything I can say. I mean, how do you... I mean, my brother did this. This is like it was done, like he shot us. I mean, if he'd have killed my kids, I couldn't be more dumbfounded. I mean, it doesn't...
So
there's nothing.
Last communication.
There's nothing.
After the hurricane.
I mean, I can show you the text. He said, how's mom? Did you get power? I mean, that was it. There's absolutely, we have nothing. Like I said, we have nothing for you. I mean, I hope someone figures out, because we'd like to know.
Were you a close family? You guys, you must be pretty feeling helpless when the
we're
police.
shocked. I mean, it's like you think it's except that it came in, all 5 of my phones in the house and the cells and everything lit up at the same time. I'd have thought it was one of my friends joking. I mean, when you get a phone call that says your brother, just killed a bunch of people. So, to give some reason to this.
Was he particularly, hyped up about politics or anything?
Nothing. No religious affiliation, no political affiliation. No, he just hung out.
And no history of mental illness?
Not a bit.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
Find out who he got the machine guns from. Where the hell did he get the machine guns? I mean, you'll find out, he had a couple of guns, but they were all handgun, legal. I mean, he might have had one long gun, but he had them in a safe, and he had no machine guns. I moved his house. I mean, there were no machine guns.
So you helped him.
Well, I think his brother might have threw him under the bus a little bit, or the FBI or somebody.
Okay, I get it. Some people who don't know guns, they will automatically assume, I guess, I've never heard of somebody call an AR-style rifle a machine gun.
They always call them automatic rifles, which that's not what they stand for.
Yeah, exactly. So, you want to continue because it gets weirder?
Of course. So after that interview that we just watched, Eric went inside his house and then came back out and gave a second interview, which was much longer. Now, we aren't going to listen to that entire interview, just a few sections of it. And we're going to play them for you, but as always, we'll link the video that we use, so if you want to watch the whole thing, go ahead. We're just going to cut it down to make it easier for you guys to listen to. So we're going to do that now.
If you're going to condemn Steve for being a high-stakes gambler, the hotels are not going to be very happy with you. Go find everybody and interview them who has a card. If you're going to call Steve crazy for gambling the way he gambles, go find everybody at the hotels who have the hotels tell you, everybody who's got a gold, he's got the highest level of membership card at a lot of these hotels. If these hotels say they don't know Steve, they're lying.
But would that transfer indicate some sort of forethought, you think, maybe? Or was that, did he routinely send her money of the...
My mom? Or Mary Ann? Mary Lou? I'm sorry. Okay. Steve took care of the people he loved. He helped make me and my family wealthy. I mean, he's the reason I was able to retire 3 years ago when I got really burnt out doing the job I did. I mean, this is the Steve we know, we knew. The people he loved, he took care of. He didn't have a lot of friends. He was a private person. There's a story about that he kept his windows, his shades closed, and he didn't talk to me for the first 3 times he saw me walking in the neighborhood. Wow. That makes him really weird, doesn't it? He was a private guy. That's why you can't find out anything about him. That's why there's no pictures. Is he such a weirdo because he didn't have a Facebook page and posted 50,000 damn pictures of himself every day? Who's weird?
Can you sympathize that people are maybe grasping for any sort of explanation?
Believe me, I sympathize with everybody who's grasping. Who on this planet do you think is grasping for this understanding more than me?
So the one thing I truly hate about this part of it is how CBS puts that headline. Yeah, he said it, but it just gives it off in a bad way. Gun's brother, he made me wealthy.
Here's the thing. He sounds like 2 completely different people.
He does.
And I think what happened is he went inside, he started watching the news and what they were reporting. He got pissed off and then came back out and said, I'll tell these motherfuckers what they want to hear. And that's why he was out there for like 30-some minutes during that interview. Obviously, he's upset, but a lot of interesting things he said during that.
Yeah, the first interview, he doesn't know what to say because he can't believe his brother did it. Then the second part of it is he goes inside, watches the news, and everyone's just talking down about his brother, about how he possibly could have been, crazy and all that weird and all that stuff. And, honestly, Steven sounds like he cared for his family a lot. He helped out his family. And not knowing why his brother did this and shit, I can see where he's probably coming from. It's like, I don't know why he did it, but that doesn't seem like Steven to us. That's a totally different person. I'd be upset about it. But then again, he did something terrible. People want answers.
Yeah. He says more during the interview, and we aren't going to play that right now because that's a whole nother part of the strange facts and findings that we'll get to here in a minute. But do you want to cover his brother Bruce, or do you want me to? It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. So Steven's other brother was called Bruce. Now on October 25th in 2014 in North Hollywood, Bruce was arrested and charged with possessing more than 600 images of child or youth pornography. And that was between January 1st and August 30th of 2014, according to the court documents. The material included, quote, 10 or more images of a prepubescent minor or a minor who was under 12 years of age. The police were asked why it took them so long to find Bruce, and their response was that Bruce was an individual who didn't stay in the same place for long, moving from home to home. The police also said that Bruce came on the police radar after all the images and evidence was found inside a business in the Sun Valley area of the city where he had been a squatter at. On May 30th, 2018, the judge dismissed the case, and all of Bruce's charges were dropped. The judge said that the charges were dropped because a witness wasn't available, and the lawyers, a day before this, asked for an extension because the witness couldn't be there in time. And then it was like, oh, nope, we're just going to drop it now.
Yeah.
So I think this, again, is just further fueling that there's some connection between the Paddock family and the FBI or the government in some way. Just looking at this with the whole, his dad getting let off after being on the FBI most wanted list for 10 years. I don't know what information he had, but he had enough to get himself pretty much off scot-free. And then he has 2 sons that do criminal acts. Oh, and another thing is that Bruce's dad worked in a juvenile detention center for troubled youth, which also tends to go with people who are trafficking kids, because they're the easier ones to hide and get away with.
Yeah, you look at the Franklin scandal, which we're going to cover in season 3. But it's called Franklin Scandal, the Franklin cover-up. But there was like a youth center that was involved in flying children to the White House. It's so messed up.
You know what this whole Stephen Paddock's family reminds me of? Especially his dad? The movie Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio.
It's a good movie.
Where he was like on the run and they were trying to track him down and they finally catch him. And then at the end of the movie, they make a deal to where he works for them to get out of prison and stuff.
Well, that's what they tend to do with these criminals. They make a deal, and then you become an employee of the government.
Now you help us, we'll help you out. We'll help your family out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it seems like to me anyways.
Definitely.
All right, so our next strange fact finding is the girlfriend. So now we're going to go into Stephen Paddock's girlfriend, Mary Lou Danley, who had dated Stephen Paddock for 4 years before the mass shooting occurred. Now, there are a lot of strange things that we're going to discuss regarding her. One of the first things is the large amounts that Stephen wired to her in the Philippines before the shooting occurred. We have an audio clip that we're going to listen to about that, which we will play right now.
He would do something no clue whatsoever. Here's the clue for the day. Someone says he transferred $100,000 to the Philippines. Mary Lou is, they say she's Australian, I guess, but I mean, at the base, she's Filipino, I believe. I mean, she's Filipino. I mean, I think because she might have, but she has a lot of relatives. I mean, they've been to the Philippines multiple times. I mean, she has relatives. She went there to visit her family, and he went there and surprised her by showing up there.
That was Eric Paddock that we listened to earlier. That was him again during that same interview, that really long one.
Dude, that booger comes out and he fucking sucks that thing right back in so fast.
I saw that too.
I had to make that. I was like, oh, that was terrible.
Yeah, big booger comes out of his nose. That's gross.
It happens to us, okay?
But a lot of people will say that he never wired money, that it was made up. But that right there is straight from his brother's mouth, that he wired the money.
See, I thought it was just in one large sump. I didn't know it was 50,000 and 50,000.
Yeah, I didn't either. They make it sound like it was 100,000 right away.
Yeah.
We had to include that just
definitely.
to get the fact out that
the money was
he
sent.
did wire the money.
Yeah.
I mean, Stephen Paddock was a millionaire. Honestly, 100,000 to him probably wasn't anything anyways. Guess he wanted to make sure that her family was taken care of. Her and her family, I guess. So I guess we move on to the Facebook page.
Yep.
The next thing we're going to discuss is her Facebook page. So months after the attack, there were some court documents that were released that showed she deleted her Facebook account before the police announced the identity of the gunman. Now, Mary Lou was in the Philippines, of course, when the shooting took place on October 1st. She made changes to her Facebook account's privacy and personal settings at 12:30 a.m., about 2.5 hours after the first volley of bullets rained down on the people attending a music festival. The first calls about the shooting rolled in at 10:08 p.m., according to police. At 2:46 a.m., her account was deleted entirely. But it wasn't until nearly an hour after that, 3:30 a.m., that police released Paddock's name to the public. Now, that is a little weird.
Yeah. She got prior knowledge or somebody gave her a heads up. Hey, so she knew.
Guarantee it was the hotel because one of the rooms was in her name.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Daniel cracking the case.
Well, Mary Lou did return back to the United States and voluntarily went to the police to be questioned. During the questioning, she was adamant that she had no prior inclination of Paddock's intentions to conduct the attack, but while investigators obtained a DNA swab from Mary Lou, she spontaneously stated that her fingerprints would likely be found on Paddock's ammunition because she occasionally participated in loading magazines. Mary Lou was never charged with anything, and the police and the FBI stated that there is no evidence to suggest criminal involvement by her.
Yep. So those are some strange facts about Mary Lou and some of Stephen's close family. So now we're going to move into some other strange facts and findings. Now this one I found pretty weird, and it also involves Mary Lou, okay? But this is an email. So when digging through court documents, it shows some very weird emails between Mary Lou and Stephen Paddock. So on July 6th, 2017, Stephen Paddock used the email address centralpark1@live.com to send an email to the email address centralpark4804@gmail.com, which belonged to his girlfriend Mary Lou. The email stated, "Try an AR before you buy. We have a huge selection located in the Las Vegas area." Later that day, Mary Lou sent an email back to Stephen from the Central4804 Gmail account that read, "We have a wide variety of optics and ammunition to try." Stephen then sent a reply email to Mary Lou that said, "For a thrill, try out bump fire ARs with a 100-round magazine." That was in court documents. And that was in July 6, 2017, months before the attack.
And there were claims that they had bump stock weapons.
Get banned. Bump stocks.
Yeah.
That email is like so suspicious, man. That's so weird.
It is very weird. And I know that they try to say he liked to buy a lot of guns. So, I mean, he had like 100 guns, according to what we were going over earlier. But yet his brother was like, I just moved him into his house and he didn't have all those guns. So, I don't know who to believe on that one, but Stephen could have easily not have had his brother take that load over. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or the CIA supplied him.
Those emails almost seem like, even though they're sending it to each other, it seems like they're talking to somebody else. Or someone else is talking to them, because it just doesn't sound right.
It doesn't. I was thinking maybe they had a business, that Mary Lou and him had a business together, and they were trying to come up with ideas to send out to potential buying clients. And he said, "Oh, how about this line that I'd send to a client? Try an AR before you buy. We have a huge selection located in Las Vegas." And then Mary Lou sent an email back, the one that said, "We have a wide variety of optics and ammunition to try."
It definitely sounds like advertising.
Yeah, and then Stephen replied back and said, "For a thrill, try out Bumpfire's AR with a 100-round magazine." This is just a quick theory. You know, I don't want to dive too deep, but maybe they worked together, and that was some type of advertising wording that they were trying to come up with.
You know, the cops that raided the room said that it looked like an armory in there. If they had access to all these guns, because they did work with somebody else who had their own gun shop, or they opened one together, and that's how he was just going out, picking some up from his shop, bringing them in, and then also spreading himself around in different states so it wasn't obvious that he bought all of his guns from one shop, which would then tie Mary Lou to everything.
Yeah.
They must have had a third-party person, so I'm interested, because if they're talking back and forth, I don't think that they were the ones who would have owned the shop. I think they were third-partying it.
All right, so do we want to go on to the next one, which is prior knowledge? Anna, you want to cover that one for us?
Yeah, for sure. So there was a woman at the music festival that was interviewed by a news station. Her name was Brianna, and she stated that about 45 minutes before the shooting, she saw a woman pushing her way forward in the front row of the concert venue. Brianna said that this woman started yelling at people that, and I quote, "We're all gonna die tonight." And then Brianna then said that the woman was escorted out by security.
That's a little suspicious. I hope the FBI went and interviewed her.
Well, they probably did, and she's missing today.
So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So now we're going to move on to the next strange fact and finding, which is about the planes. So we all know that Stephen Paddock owned 2 planes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we did some digging, and we found some strange stuff. Okay. So when looking into the FAA records, you can go to a website called flightaware.com. They pull their info directly from the FAA. They show a person named Stephen Paddock who has a home address in Henderson, Nevada and Mesquite, Texas, and owned a, I guess that's pronounced Cirrus, SR-20, which was N5343M, was a serial number of the plane. Now, why do I bring this up? So get this. So when looking at the additional records on flightaware.com, which, like I said earlier, pulls the information straight directly from the FAA, you see that that plane is currently registered to a company named Volant LLC out of Roanoke, Virginia. This LLC is a company that works with the defense intelligence community, but wait, it gets better. So like I said earlier, FlightAware pulls their info straight from the FAA database, right? Well, that plane's registration is listed as active under flightaware.com. Now, here's where it gets to the interesting part. If you go to FAA.gov, which is the direct FAA database, and you put in the same plane's tail number that Stephen Paddock owned, the FAA says that the plane is inactive and was last registered to some random guy in San Diego, California, and has a zero mention of Volant LLC or Stephen Paddock. I found out that the FAA database is updated every business day at midnight, which left me to believe 2 things. Either someone scrubbed the FAA database and forgot or didn't know that FlightAware.com posted the same info and pulled directly from their site, or FlightAware, which is a global aviation software and website that uses data services and is used by millions of people, is putting out false information in their database, which, if that was the case, don't you think that people would stop using it?
Mm-hmm.
So let me break it down. FAA, main database, flightaware.com. Millions of people use it. They pull their info from the FAA. You can find Stephen Paddock's information when you put in his plane and all that stuff on FlightAware, and it shows that it's owned now by a defense intelligence community and it's active. But when you go to the FAA.gov website, it says that it's not active and there's no mention of Stephen Paddock or the defense intelligence community. So it's pretty weird, huh?
Yeah.
It's pretty weird. And, people like us that want to dive deep into something, looking into that stuff, guaranteed that people were probably like, oh, he owned planes, let's look into it. Well, I guess he wasn't flying. Those planes weren't in the air or anything like that. But he was just like, I guess the little crumb trail right there is gone. And they stopped there. So It definitely cuts people off.
It does.
Yeah. Is FlightAware government owned?
No.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to go into the next one?
I'll knock that out real quick. So right after the shooting, ISIS came out and claimed that Paddock had converted to Islam 6 months prior and had carried out the attack for them. The weird thing is, though, when they said this, the FBI almost immediately said that ISIS was lying, that he wasn't a part of the terror group at all. One thing that is odd and worth noting is that Stephen Paddock did take a cruise to the Middle East a year before the shooting. And also, tell me, when has the FBI ever denied ISIS making a claim of an attack?
I don't ever remember it. Anytime ISIS comes out and says, oh, that was us, it's usually like, okay, yeah, that's them.
Mm-hmm. So, another fishy thing there.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
I wonder if they have like a spokesperson, and how do they get their information out? ISIS. They go on Twitter?
People like Stephen Paddock.
Don't they allow people to, like, come and interview them? Like, bring them, like, some secret location or some shit?
That, dude, that's one thing. I will go out in the middle of a forest and do a Ouija board, but I will not go in person and interview ISIS.
I'll do it.
You'd be beheaded.
You'd be straight up beheaded, Daniel. Yeah.
Just give me a couple months. Let me grow my beard out and everything. I'll fit it right in. They won't know.
Oh, my God. All right. So what else do we have for strange facts and findings? We got a couple more until we roll into theories.
All right. Officer Hendricks. He and a trainee along with an armed security guard stood their ground in the hallway for about 5 minutes during the shooting. So they were able to get up there right when the firing was about to stop. And instead of going in to try to stop and everything, they stood their ground there. And in the interview, he said that he was terrified. He couldn't do anything because he was so scared of all the gunfire that he was afraid that if he moved, he was going to get killed. So they stood their ground, and he actually got fired 18 months after this incident because they said that he was not performing his duties as an officer. And like a lot of victims even said, like, you know, if this officer would have did his job, he could have saved many lives. But since he got scared and stayed in the hallway, he let people die. So I guess they needed a fall guy for that.
I heard that they radioed down and they told him to wait to go in.
That was when the other 8 officers came up.
All right.
Then they're like, y'all stay there and wait for the SWAT team now. Because since he stopped firing, there was no need to rush in there.
You know, it's kind of frustrating for this Hendricks guy if he did freeze or whatever. And people are like, if he would have done this, he could have saved thousands or hundreds of lives. You're speculating at that point, because that man could have ran into there and been shot immediately and then died, and nobody was saved in that situation.
It's easy to look at something and say you'll do something differently.
Exactly.
When I got robbed one time when I worked at a gas station, every single person who came in after that said, oh, I would have grabbed that gun, jumped over that counter and hit him with it. And I was like, oh yeah, you sure would have. It's like all that changes. Even before I got robbed there, my very first day there, I remember saying, if somebody came in and tried to rob me, I think I would try to beat him up. That when the person came in and robbed me and he stuck a gun to my head, I said, fucking back your truck up. I'll help you load shit on it, man. As long as you don't shoot me, I don't give a shit.
That's right.
But yeah, I was terrified, man. It's crazy. Everything changes when, you know, you're put in one of those situations.
I didn't get robbed, but, you know, I was out hunting and I decided to use my bow for the first time. And walking out to where I was going to go hunt. And I just like, well, shit, I got to piss. So, of course, I put my bow down, walk a little bit into the woods, and get everything out, start pissing, and I hear a loud, rrrr.
Oh, that's Bigfoot, baby.
And I'm just like...
He sees it.
Oh, man, that was an interesting sound. So I just keep pissing. Heard it again. I'm just like, man, what the hell's making that sound? And then it hit me. I'm like, oh, shit. They did tell me that there was a fucking big bear out here. And now I'm out here with my dick out, fucking pissing, and he's probably going to run up on me. And what do I have?
A dick.
Well, I have my dick in my hand, but then I have a bow right by me. I'm just like, if that fucker's running at me, that bow's not stopping him.
Brown or black bear?
It was a brown bear. So more than likely, they're more scared of me. But if you get into their territory, I mean, you start marking their territory and shit. I don't know what the fuck.
There's like the rule. I think it's like black bear, you get big and scream. Brown bear, you curl up in a ball. And then the white bear, which is, you know, the big one.
Oh, it's a polar bear. You're just fucked.
Yeah, he'll kill you.
Yeah. I backed away slowly. Then as soon as I got away, I fucking ran down back and switched from a bow to a gun. But I didn't go back out and hunt, though. I just stayed in the truck. I was just like, fuck that.
Nice.
And of course, everybody was just like, man, if that bear would have came up on me, I would have shot it with the bow or my handgun or something like that. It's like, you say that. I would have said that exact same thing if this didn't happen. But the fact that you're out there and now you're vulnerable and that happens, your whole mindset changes.
Yeah. Survival instincts kick in and you just want to survive.
Yeah, and you got to think of what Officer Hendricks saw. Yes, he could have gone down there. He could have risked his life, gave his life, and then everyone would be saying that he's a hero. But he looked at the picture. This guy was all the way down at the other end of the hallway. There was already bullet holes and shit coming down the hallway. Security guard's already hurt. he starts walking down that hallway. He's dead. So I mean, it's tough. It really is. But yeah, he got the blame, I guess, for that, and he was fired.
Well, thank you for the nice story, Daniel, making it personal. You pissing in the woods. I like that.
Yeah, I liked your story.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're alive.
I'm glad you're alive.
I love you. And I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyways, in our next strange fact and finding, the Mandalay Hotel corporate owners sued the victims of the attack, saying they were not responsible for the shootings and that the security for the concert was. The concert security is certified for terrorism, and Mandalay felt that it was the security team's responsibility, not theirs.
What a bunch of dicks, dude.
That is such a dick move.
Yeah.
Such a dick move.
All right, so those are the strange facts and findings. So now we're going to roll into theories. This first theory is a pretty good one. So this theory is that Stephen Paddock worked for the CIA or FBI as an arms dealer. Paddock was undercover and selling guns to terrorists out of the hotel rooms. These weapons would then be taken back to the terrorist hometowns, distributed and used in attacks. FBI to effectively track the locations of the terrorists. After selling guns to terrorists for a while, Paddock was able to get a leader of one of the terrorist group to come to Vegas so that he could show him what he could supply him. But actually, it was a sting operation by the CIA FBI who planned to arrest the terrorist leader. The terrorist leader arrived in Paddock's suite with 2 to 3 bodyguards. The CIA and FBI attempted to arrest him and a gunfight erupted. The individuals with the CIA and FBI were killed, and then Paddock was shot in the head by the terrorists. They then decided to take the guns, break the windows, and open fire down below as retaliation. Both terrorists were shot as the police entered the second area of the room. And this was the reason for the accidental gunshots that went off when they entered the second room. The FBI and CIA come in, tell the police officers to not say a word about any of this. They take the terrorists outside as well as the men. They frame Paddock for the entire thing to cover up that they were selling guns to terrorists, but not only any regular guns, but actual machine guns. Now, why do I say machine guns? We have an audio clip we're going to play of an AR with a bump stock and then a straight up machine gun. What was it, like an M60 or whatever? So we're going to play that, and and I'll pause it in between and tell you which one is which. The first clip you're going to hear is an audio clip of the Las Vegas shooting, which is 10 rounds a second, which is 600 RPMs. So we're going to play that right now. All right, so that was the Las Vegas shooting. Now you're going to hear the firing of an AR-15 with a bump stock on it. Okay, now this is 14 rounds a second at 800 RPM. Now listen to this one. Now you're going to hear the Las Vegas shooting again. Now you're going to hear an M240 belt-fed machine gun. All right. Las Vegas shooting.
Oh, shit. Seriously? I don't know what's going on.
M240 machine gun.
Whoa. I like that they compared the audio tracks of the two at the end. The machine gun and the Las Vegas shooting sound.
Yeah, the M240 machine gun in the Las Vegas, they have very similar audio structures to them.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was an M240 that was used, a belt-fed M240.
After hearing the sound of the bump stock, that was way faster than what was going off. In my mind, I heard it be way faster of bullets coming out than what the Las Vegas shooting had.
Yeah, so it would make sense that if they were selling M240 machine guns to terrorists illegally, that they'd want to cover that up, or selling guns to terrorists at all, you know. So that's just a little knowledge nugget, nice little theory, you know, with a little kind of like audio to back it up.
Well, and on top of that, the amount of guns he had would have created a stakeout for a very long time. one guy trying to shoot 100 weapons, and it sounded like he pretty much stuck to one kind of gun. He shot the AR-10 8 times, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he had 2 separate guns, so he shot 4 rounds from 2 different AR-10s, which is super weird. Why not just take the same gun over to the window? But whatever, what do I know? I don't do mass shootings. But yeah, it would further make me believe that he was selling those, and that's why he had so many in there. Because one person doesn't need all those different guns for what he was doing. He just needed ammunition.
All right, what did you link us, Dan?
All right, so watching the video, for some reason, I don't believe that's the right bump stock that they were comparing. So I found another video, and this guy uses a bump stock.
All right, so we're going to listen to that right now.
Just that little small clip of what that sounded like sounds totally different from the other video. The other one actually sounded like a 3-round burst to me, almost.
My question is, how can you be so accurate with that damn thing? Watching it in slow motion, that bump stock, how can someone be so accurate?
I don't even think it's meant to be accurate.
I don't think he was very accurate. He had 22,000 people to hit, and he only, I don't want to say only in a negative way, but like, he hit 1,000, let's say less than 1,000 out of 22,000. So I would say he wasn't super accurate.
Okay.
Even though I do find it super weird that he had the trajectory of his bullets written down, but didn't have how he calculated it. He doesn't seem like a guy who would know that. Maybe he goes to the gun range to practice shooting, but he didn't come off to me as a guy who was like ex-military.
Yeah, I mean, and plus, he might have had the trajectory right, but when you start going with like a bump stock or something like that, the recoil is going to move. So pretty much your aim is now off. So now he was probably had the sights and everything set in correctly for that distance, and then he just rained hell upon them. Either way, it's fucked up, and I'm not a big fan of bump stocks.
Yeah, I've never used one.
I love guns, but I'm not a fan of bump stocks.
All right, let's go to the next theory.
So there is this really good BitChute video that goes over different witnesses that talk about their experience there, and there were accounts from the Tropicana, the Bellagio, Planet Hollywood, that all said that there was a shooter closer to their vicinity than the Mandalay Bay. I think it was the Bellagio. The lady said that the windows were shot out in the front, and then they didn't allow people to go into the lobby anymore, and completely shut it off until they got it all cleaned up. Probably hiding some evidence, I would assume. The Tropicana, there was a couple there that kept talking about how they could see muzzle fire way closer. Many people discussed how the difference between, if you've been in gunfight, the difference between aerial shooting and bullets that are on a horizontal plane. And a lot of people would say that you can hear the ones coming from the Mandalay Bay, but you could also hear them coming horizontally at you at ground level. So I recommend watching this video to get some really good ones. But if you start digging, you're going to see a lot of people that talk about there's so many people that say that there was somebody else, at least one other person. There is rumors that there was someone on the 4th floor of the Mandalay Bay, but I couldn't find anything to kind of back that up. I saw a video, but it looked to me like there was a light reflecting from just like a Vegas light. It wasn't a muzzle flash, in my mind.
Yeah, I went digging for additional videos earlier that day, and somebody had, before the shooting even occurred, like hours before it, somebody was filming something at a pool and went up and you could see the 4th floor and see a light. And I was like, okay, that clears that up.
Talking about the people that were in the Tropicana and the Bellagio, they will hands down, everyone around there will tell you that something happened in their hotel as well. Planet Hollywood, they heard gunshots within a half-mile radius. And that was from inside. This lady has a report about how she was playing the slots and she could hear gunshots over the sounds of all the casino noises going on. And I mean, the strip is condensed, if you will, but there's still a good distance between these places. And so for them to also be hearing and seeing gunshots in their area makes it suspicious that there was more than one person.
Yeah.
What else was there about them? I'm trying to remember. Was it, Dan, do you remember if it was the Tropicana, right, that the SWAT team was in?
Yep, it was Tropicana.
So there's another video of what reports say are a SWAT team that were doing a sweep of the Tropicana minutes after the shooting happened. The thing that makes this video suspicious is, for one, they are walking in a group. There's like 6 of them, and they're not wearing the same uniform. They don't have the same guns. They have their guns up, pointing them at civilians in the casino. And then there are plainclothes guys in the back, 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. One's holding like a briefcase. And they seem like... it reminds me of a movie, to be honest, when they're trying to make, like the Italian Job. They're trying to make their way through the casino before they get seen. And you can hear audio of... you don't know if it's the person in the crowd or a civilian, but someone says that the cops are coming and that they need to get out of there quick. So, and the gun from one of the front gunmen was a Middle Eastern weapon. So really suspicious stuff.
So there were reports of Solomon of Saudi Arabia, who's the king of Saudi Arabia, was actually there in Vegas. And princes of Saudi Arabia had known to go to Vegas and dress totally normal and have bodyguards dressed totally normal as well. Kind of like undercover, as the bodyguards is like their friends, so they don't bring any attention to themselves because they have gone to Vegas, they have gambled, right? Somebody posted something on the forum on 4chan, which I know everybody's like, 4chan. But here's the thing. They said Solomon, that's King Solomon of Saudi Arabia in the video. And what happened is that some terrorists went to go purchase guns. It went bad, like we talked about earlier, but they went down, and the whole goal was to find Solomon and kill him. And it was orders from Al-Wahid bin Tahali, who is like a guy in Saudi Arabia who is like a businessman, and he's a member of the Saudi royal family. But he wanted Solomon dead so that he could take over. And that once authorities caught wind that bin Tahali's goons, which were the ones that were buying the weapons, were coming down to kill Solomon because he wasn't in his hotel room, or that the men scouting out for him that were going down there to kill him were engaged by special forces who were King Solomon's people that were guarding him. And that's why there was reports on the Strip and other hotels of gunfire, and that's also why the hotel and the entire city went on lockdown. So that could make sense. I mean, Al-Wahid bin Tahali is very corrupt, and he always wants to, always been vocal about taking over. So
yeah. Watching that video on YouTube, one of the comments said that actually kind of fascinates me. He said cop had a mohawk. Looks more like Blackwater to me. The private contractors, yeah. Yeah. I don't think cops are allowed to have mohawks. No, and sure enough, like now that I watch it, the second guy on the left has a mohawk.
Yeah, I'm looking for the BitChute video I'd seen.
Oh, at the very end of the video, one of the comments say, if you turn the volume up all the way and listen, the guy in civilian clothes has a walkie-talkie, so he's communicating to somebody else. And at the very end, they said if you listen carefully, you can hear him say, all right, we're breaking off now. So they're breaking off from that. They actually go in a different direction than where the other group's going.
Very weird.
Yeah, the 2 in the back, like the one dude's holding that case up to his chest, and the other guy's kind of in a suit as well. What's that guy have in his hand that he has like up to his chest? Oh, it's a walkie-talkie.
That's the walkie-talkie.
Yep. You're right, I heard him say we're breaking off right now, and the guys that are in the, that have the case and the guy with the suit go off to the right while the military people, quote-unquote, keep going straight on the main walkway.
Yep, sure enough, he did say it.
All right. Y'all ready to continue with the next theory?
Mm-hmm.
There's so much crazy shit with this.
Yeah, I could see why it was so requested as well now.
Yeah.
So there's a theory that Valium was the reason Stephen Paddock went off the wall and started shooting. In his autopsy, it states that they found elevated levels of Valium in his blood. And then, what's this link to? Confirmed Las Vegas shooter on benzos.
This website pretty much goes into detail about the 3 metabolites that were found in his toxicology report of the Las Vegas shooter of Stephen Paddock. And then I also have a link to the FIO documents that were released of Stephen Paddock's actual autopsy report that goes over everything. And I'll have a link to that. And I read over that autopsy report, and he does have Valium in his toxicology report, but nothing really else that was strange. So it's just kind of a theory to toss up. You know, people are always saying, you know, certain type of pharmaceutical medications contribute to mass shooters, and that it's always covered up by the pharmaceutical companies, big pharma. So something to think about. All right. Who wants to cover this last theory we have before we get into personal thoughts and theories?
Yeah, like some people are saying that this involves the Illuminati because, as we have talked about, Masonic Rite only goes to 32 levels, and you have to be bestowed 33rd level. And so this is an interesting connection, I suppose you could say. So Stephen Paddock was on the 32nd level when he did all this. It was also right next to the Luxor Hotel, which is a giant pyramid, and then there's an obelisk there. And there's even a meme that was going around that said, "No matter what the government tells you, just know this. The shooter was on the 32nd floor next to the Great Pyramid and obelisk. Well known to be Freemason, was this an Illuminati sacrifice?" I mean, this is like the whole up for interpretation. There's a lot of interesting coincidences there. But we know pyramids are a huge symbol of the Illuminati. I don't know what their purpose would have been in it, but I think it's a cool rabbit hole for some people to go down and see if they could find more connections.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right.
All right, Aaron, you ready? You ready for your personal thoughts and theories?
Yep. Are we rolling to that now? We're rolling to personal thoughts and theories?
I'm down for it.
I think so.
All right. Mine is my personal thought and theory behind all this is similar to our first theory that we covered. It's a little bit different though, okay? I pieced together some things. I titled this Deep Undercover, okay? So Stephen Paddock was an FBI agent or an asset that was deep undercover. He was posing as an arms dealer. The plan was to get Paddock to supply guns to ISIS-linked terrorists. Then they could track the terrorists back to their cell and make arrests, just like the first theory, right? The extravagant lifestyle that Paddock lived as a gambler and high roller was the cover provided by the FBI, who also funded his activities and even provided the guns. This is why he didn't care if he lost $100,000 or $1 million. It was all FBI money. So on October 1st, 2017, Paddock made contact with 2 terrorists and agreed to sell them 23 guns, all outfitted with bump stocks for auto fire. The deal was going to go down in his room on the 32nd floor. Stephen was waiting for the terrorists to arrive, but all things went to hell. First, the terrorists were spotted by the security guard, Jesus Campos, who found them suspicious. When confronted by the security guard, the 2 terrorists shot Campos and ran into Paddock's room. There were FBI surveillance teams monitoring the arms deal, but as soon as they heard the shots that the terrorists shooting Campos, radio silence was broken and the terrorists learned that it was an FBI setup. The terrorists then killed Paddock. Now, they were left with 2 choices. They knew damn well that they couldn't carry all the guns out of the hotel, especially with Campos being shot and probably raising the alarm throughout the hotel. So they could either run, or since they had the guns already, they could cause some destruction and terror by firing on the crowds at the concert. Shooting seemed like a good idea to them because it would create unbelievable confusion and chaos in the whole area, which would allow them to escape undetected. So they shoot out the windows and start firing. Now, part is crucial. When you listen to the bursts of fire from the recordings of the crowd, you notice that there's very long pauses between bursts. Why is this? Why would Paddock take so long to change or reload guns when he is experienced enough to own dozens of them? When he supposedly prepared for days for this shooting? It is because Paddock is not the one shooting. It is because these terrorists have no idea how to use the guns properly. They have no idea where the extra magazines are. They are unfamiliar with changing cartridges. This explains perfectly why the pauses between the bursts were minutes instead of seconds, as would be expected if Paddock was shooting. So now the FBI is in panic mode, right? Imagine if it got out that a failed FBI sting operation was responsible for the deaths of innocent people. What would happen? The entire FBI organization would be torn down pretty much. So the only thing that they can do is immediately take Campos into custody to stop him from giving interviews about what he saw, which is what happened. They set the room up to look like Paddock killed himself. They take a picture and anonymously leak it, which isn't something we talked about, but the pictures of Paddock's body was anonymously leaked on 4chan, by the way. So that's another high five to 4chan. And it was anonymously leaked so people can see that it was indeed Paddock in that room, so there'd be no questioning. And then they'd plant evidence like trajectory diagrams to further their narrative. The two terrorists were then apprehended and immediately put into cars and driven to a dark site where they will never be heard from again. And that's my theory about the whole thing.
Damn.
Did I go too deep?
No. Just the way I like it.
Oh, nice.
You just went deep undercover.
I love that theory. I think it was really good tying a lot of things together. The one thing that I would rebuttal about the breaks is, could those be the times where Paddock had to fight off inside his, like Campos coming or new security? These moments where we're hearing of the breaching on the inside. He's dealing with that on top of shooting out to the crowd. So that's why the breaks are longer.
Yeah, it could be that, or, I mean, could have been a combination of that and changing of the magazines.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I thought about while you were saying that, did you guys also find this, that Jesus Campos was not registered to be a security guard in Las Vegas?
Did not know that.
No, I did not come across that.
There's something that was stating that when you looked him up, he wasn't registered and you have to be in the county. Well, I swear, every time you tell a theory, it just, like, pushes me off the one I was on, but I'll still go with the one I like for this is the CIA being involved, and Stephen was an arms dealer, working for the CIA / FBI. Because that does make a lot of sense on why he'd have so many guns. I mean, the amount of guns he had in his room, just Waco could have used that much gunpowder. This is one guy. I just don't understand. You could only do so much as one person. And this is assuming that it's just Stephen in this room specifically. I do think that there was more than one gunfire, gun distraction. There wasn't just the Mandalay Bay that was getting shot out of. I believe that kind of how we talked about with the security guards or the undercover security SWAT type people, that they could have easily have shot off some rounds to distract people, get them running away so that they can easily navigate through the chaos of Las Vegas at that time. I love your part of your theory about using that as a distraction for the terrorists shooting from Mandalay Bay if it wasn't Stephen. Because that would be the best distraction. So many people in Vegas, they don't know what to do in that situation. I mean, they proved it in the whole scenario on how they reacted to it. Waiting so long to get in there into the room. I mean, it's always good to have backup, but when you have a gunman shooting on 20,000 people, you're going to want to get in there as soon as possible. So, just with the cache of guns and how his family's connected to so much weird shit. His brother not getting charged for child porn. His dad being arrested and getting off after being on the FBI wanted list for 10 years. It's just all really suspicious to me. So I think there's some connection there with the family and the FBI/CIA.
Oh, for sure. I like that. All right, Dan, what do you got for us?
Daniel, your time has come.
All right, from my findings, I'm honestly thinking this could be hate to say it, a move towards gun ban, like bump stock ban. For one, you don't need that many guns. A lot of the guns are the same type of guns with the same type of bump stock. So why would you need that many guns to shoot like that? So yeah, say there is multiple shooters. There's multiples of the same gun. You're not going to have to put a new clip in a gun with that many guns in there. You have multiple of the same guns, multiple of the ammo, multiple of the bump stocks. They could have just picked up another rifle and just kept going. The breaks in between shots, I think that's because he would shoot and then he went and go check his live feed of the hallways and stuff, because it looked like he didn't have the laptop in the same area where he was shooting. So he would walk over to where he had the laptop set up to check it to make sure that no one was there yet. Then he went back to go shooting again. Like I said, like there's just no reason to have that many guns to do that. And if you look, they are sprawled out all over the place. I can understand there's 2 windows broken. Maybe 2-3 guns at each window, maybe. But he brought that much like ammo and clips and all that. So it just doesn't make sense. That more than likely that's just to show like he had like an armory, which it does show that, you know, he could have been selling the shit, working for FBI or CIA, but more is like, it's just like, because I know that like during that time they were like trying to do the gun ban stuff. I think it wasn't there, and then, you know, not long ago they tried it again, but they did get the bump stocks banned, especially because of this incident. But it's just, you know, and then the fact that he was able to send money off and take care of his family and all that, you know, maybe that was part of the deal. You do this for us and all that, we'll make sure they're taken care of. No charges on anybody. They'll live a happy life. Your girlfriend in the Philippines, she'll be taken care of. Don't worry about charges against her. Even though she probably loaded some of the shit for you and then left the fucking country.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally, the one thing that really, really, really confuses me was the breathing apparatus.
Yeah.
Have you seen the pictures of it?
That is weird. No,
All right, here's a link. I'm looking at this thing. That is not for someone to fucking escape and go underwater or anything. That thing, I can't tell what it's connected to, but it is just a long ass fucking blue hose with a snorkel mouthpiece taped to the end of the hose. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Is it attached to the hot tub or the bathtub?
That middle thing right there is supposed to be like a couch of some kind, but I don't think it's a bathtub.
The fuck?
Hold up. That middle thing isn't a tub?
No, that's cushion inside of it.
Okay. What if he did this for tear gas or preparing for them to smoke him out?
That's pretty good. I didn't even think of that. Even though it'll burn his eyes and all that, but he'll still be able to breathe.
Yeah. And he might have had something to do to cover his eyes. Like maybe he knew a wet towel. These little tricks, but he's like, I still have to be able to breathe though.
Yeah, because like I'm looking at the images, but like if you go to which 22 of 32, you'll see that he has a laptop set up on one of the service carts that's inside the door connected. So that's probably why I think he took breaks to go check that real quick to make sure no one's sneaking up on him.
That's a good thought, Dan. I didn't see these photos before.
I just found them.
He does have goggles in 19 of 32. He has goggles sitting on his table.
He does. See, so now that just makes it iffy. This man was prepared to fight, so why would he just kill himself?
He killed himself with a revolver. And in one of his dad's first arrests, his dad was found with a revolver. So I don't know if that was like an homage to his dad, but when you have all those other weapons in there, you're going to pull out a 6-shooter, and that's going to be your weapon of choice to take your own life. Just seemed a little weird.
That's an ugly fucking room.
It is. Just the layout of it, I think it's fucking terrible. But I don't know, it just some of that shit just doesn't look right.
No.
Like, so pretty much, I mean, honestly, it kind of throws my idea of the gun ban out, saying that he was ready to fight to the death, but then he just ended up killing himself.
I mean,
Like, this man, he could have taken out a lot of those officers if he would have stayed alive. So what was the point in killing himself? If he's already taken out that many people.
control. He wanted to control the way he died. He didn't want it to be under someone else's hand.
Yeah.
That's true too.
I like that theory, Dan. I like your theory a lot.
It kind of works, but then again, just a lot of those photos just kind of debunks it. And then just like his vehicle, like it was like he was set up to go all out.
So I'm trying to figure out why he would have put a hose on the sofa, unless what he did was thought about the sofa as a filtration device, because it's just got material in it, and that he would be able to breathe that. It wouldn't get tainted through the gas in the air. Because I'm like, why? That's a really weird thing to connect a hose to.
Yeah.
Unless he has it running underneath of it to where it has like a gap underneath. Fresh air, maybe?
If you look at picture 8 of 32, it looks like it's attached to the upper part of it. And then you see it again on 11 of 32.
It seems like these pictures were taken in a way to where you can't see everything. Especially like you figured they would have taken pictures of what that hose was connected to.
Well, actually, yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's not connected to the couch. It's going over that table and towards that room. If you're looking at 11 of 32, it looks like it attaches right there on the top of the sofa.
Oh.
If you go back to number 8, you see that white table and how it's going over and draping over that table. And then you follow it when you go back to 11, and you could see it on the ground on the right side of the picture going back towards that bedroom with the door open. You see what I'm saying?
What if that hose was running to the other room to where the fresh air and the window broken in there was also there? So if they did attack the main room, he'd have fresh air from the other room. That's why the hose is so long and everything.
I like that, Dan.
Because that's the only where you get fresh air is open window, broken window pretty much.
Yeah, it's definitely coming from a separate room.
Which I'm still trying to figure out though. They said that the door that's adjoining both rooms was also sealed. But yet, if it was sealed, why are there guns in that room and a broken window? Right? So, does that mean that there was possibly another shooter or someone else in the other room?
It's a good catch there, Dan. Well, I'm looking at that picture 11, and it looks like there's a lot of debris on the ground. So maybe they did blow those doors right there. But you're right. Why, if he sealed it and intended on... Okay, so let's say he was using room number 2 as a breathing room. That's why he sealed the door shut, so that way he would get as clean of air from that room as possible while he was stuck in the other room. As if he had planned on dying on this mission. He was going to go all out. Something happened that made him decide it's not worth the gunfight, I'm just going to take myself. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't a killer. But he was made to do this because of a deal with the CIA people. And so after he started doing it and he was hitting people, and that's why he was hesitant with his shots, because he's like, I'm actually doing this. Oh my God, I'm actually having to do this. And he's noticing he's knocking people down, killing them, shooting them. And he was meant to fight it out more and kill more of the Las Vegas Police Department. And he just killed himself to get out of it because it was just too much.
Alright, so if you go to picture 19 of 32 real quick, it should be the picture of the table with the goggles on it and the drill in the chair and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the boxes. Those are bullet boxes, cases of bullets, pretty much. So he was loading his own ammo there. So why would his girlfriend's fingerprints be on it when he's doing all the loading himself, it seems like?
That's a good question. Maybe she was there, and maybe that was the woman that ran down and said, "You're all going to die tonight."
Shit. I like that connection.
Oh, Mary Lou, you got paid and you fucking snitched. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that girl who did the witness account saying some lady came and said that was silenced And that's why she hasn't come out to say it was a Filipino lady that came out and said that, because that would immediately tie Mary Lou to this.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So many questions, so many unanswered things.
You know he had a side bitch that they called Kate.
He did have a side bitch.
I mean, they showed the text messages between them, and she said she was going to go, but she didn't end up going to go see him because he's like, it's not worth it, your time, just don't come. And maybe there's more to the story that we don't know, and she went to the festival and was like, you guys, we're all going to die tonight, like, we got to get out of here. And security was like, that's Steven's side bitch. Let's get her out of here.
God, I hope they said that too. Guys, that Steven's side bitch right there tried to save everyone, but no.
Shit.
That's crazy though. Like I said, like so many questions, so many unanswered ones.
And we didn't really even get into some topics because this is already a long episode.
All right. Well, I love it all. And I guess that wraps up today's episode for the most part. And I want to thank you, both of you, for helping with all the research. This was a giant topic, and I know it was requested a lot, and I hope it satisfied everybody's needs. All right, so now we're going to go to Hans on the Scene. If you aren't familiar with Hans on the Scene, it's where our on the scene reporter Hans goes out to the public and gets the public's opinion on certain conspiracy happenings. So we have one this week, and we're going to play that right now.
So what are some conspiracy theories you do believe in?
Oh, I believe in a conspiracy theory on these missing kids and shit, and adrenochrome.
Okay. I didn't know you knew anything about the adrenochrome.
Oh, yeah. I know, I've heard a lot of this shit you're talking about. You know, I just read an article. I don't dig in deeper than what the article says. You know, I've at least heard of a lot of the shit you're talking about. Now, the adrenochrome, I've dug into that, and the missing kids a little more because it pisses me off really bad.
Okay. So you believe 9/11 was an inside job, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a new world order starting to set up.
And then the coronavirus is man-made.
Coronavirus is man-made. It's a new world conspiracy to make us conform and shit. Like I said, to see what they can push us to do.
Yeah, that Wright-Patterson's Air Force Base is crazier than Area 51.
I haven't heard that.
No? Yeah, that's where they took the bodies to, apparently.
Instead of Rock, wherever.
Yeah.
New Mexico.
Yep.
Huh. Well, see now, that years ago they had a weekly show called Project Blue Book. No. What the fuck was it called? Anyway, it was about Project Blue Book, and each episode was, something chased down as a UFO sighting. But I didn't hear anything about the bodies. But it makes sense, being that the Project Blue Book was based on it.
Yep. Wright-Patterson's Air Force Base.
And that's the end of the On the Scene.
Ooh, we got a lot of good discussion points on that one.
Yeah.
Hey.
It seemed like that individual that he interviewed seems like he already listened to the podcast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I really enjoyed that interview. Thank you, Hans. I love you, and I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, love you, Hans.
Yes, Hans, you know I love you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for the postcard as well with the cowboy butts on it. Really enjoyed that.
Man.
Ooh.
All right. So now we're going to move on to voicemails. We have a lot of voicemails this week, and we will not be able to get to all of them. So, of course, whichever ones we don't get to, we'll play to next week. We'll play on next week's, okay? So the first voicemail this week comes from Kamaruski, and we're going to play that one right now.
Hey guys, Kamaruski here. I want to talk to you guys about these Tic Tac videos, and I've seen one. I didn't know what it was until I saw that video, and I realized now that's what I saw. You know, movements, everything like that. This area I saw them in, you have White Sands Missile Range, you have Holloman Air Force Base. There's even a NASA test facility there. And, so rationally my brain goes towards Bob Lazar and how these are ours and we're testing them and this and that. But my soul feels like these are aliens, you know, especially with my experience I've seen there. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys and tell you what a good job you're doing. You know, Aaron, keep up the good work, man. You're a badass leader. Danielson, keep up the search for Bigfoot. Hard work usually pays off. Anna, the beauty in your soul gives me those good vibrations, if you know what I mean. Above all, stay safe, stay healthy, stay weird, and always remember that love conquers all.
Thank you, Kamarowski. I don't consider myself a leader, but thank you for all the kind words. And yes, I have seen the TikTok videos. I thought he said TikTok.
That's what I thought.
And then I thought he was talking about the app TikTok, and I was like, what the fuck? Then I realized, oh, the Tic-Tac UFOs videos that were released by the government. But yeah, those are very, very interesting videos, and I don't know why a lot of other people aren't talking about them, because it's huge. Huge.
Huge.
So huge.
But yeah, thank you for the kind words, for sure. Much love.
Kamarowski, you know how to speak to my heart. Dude, that was so kind. For real, that's the best kind of compliment to get. So thank you so much. I'm glad that you feel my vibration from here. I'll keep sending them your way, and thank you so much for the love and the support for the show. You're amazing. Your soul is beautiful. Keep shining your bright white light for everyone else to see.
Nice.
Thank you. We love you.
We do love you.
On to the next voicemail, which is from Chaz the Spaz.
Oh.
And we're going to play that one right now.
Hey, Third Kinders. My name is Chastity from Arizona, and I wanted to say that I am now a Patreon member, and I am loving every second of it. If you guys don't have Patreon, what are you doing? Do it. It's the best. It's great. I am saving the Clinton body count episode for last because I think I'm going to enjoy it the most, so I'm hyping myself up for it. Very excited. I do have a suggestion or a request for an episode about the prohibition of psychedelics in the 70s and how they were kind of linked with the protesters of the Vietnam War. And I get the feeling that somebody made them illegal so that way we didn't expand our minds and get to a higher form of consciousness. So, I don't know. I feel like that would be a really interesting episode. You guys kind of touched on it with Manson and the LSD. I'm listening. You guys are great. Bigfoot 2020, Anna, you are such a great add to the group. I'm so happy you're here. And Aaron, thanks for starting this podcast. You've opened my mind to new possibilities. And Danielson, you're awesome. You're all great. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Bye.
Nice.
Well, thank you, Chastity, for those kind words. Oh my goodness. You are awesome. Thank you for calling in and talking with us. The psychedelic conversation, totally a good one to open up to. We'll probably have to look into something like that for season 3. We are pretty solid for the rest of the season. But thank you so much. We love you.
Yeah, thank you, Chastity. I appreciate the voice message. I'm glad you're listening. And I know you're listening by your references to past episodes. The prohibition of psychedelics, I truly believe in the same thing that you believe in. Banned due to them not wanting us to have the ability to reach some type of higher consciousness or thinking. You know, they want us to keep us dumbed down. And that psychedelics allow for individuals to have more of a free thought rather than follow the leader type of thought. So it's something we could really get into. But yeah, like Anna said, we're pretty booked up for the rest of season 2, so it'll definitely be on the season 3 list because I really love talking about psychedelics. But I appreciate you.
Maybe we should do some.
Oh, show.
Oh yeah, I'm down for as an experiment for the psychedelic episode in season 3.
Proper research.
Yeah, absolutely, for scientific research.
We got to fact check all this stuff.
All right, love you.
Yep, thank you for the kind words. Much love.
All right. So the next voicemail did not give their name, but I gave them the name of the Joker because that's what they sounded like. So we're going to play that one right now.
Oh, wow.
I just want to say thank you to you guys. Because ever since I was a kid, I always believed in a Sasquatch and aliens. And as I grew up, I just kept believing in it more and more and more. Just like the Britney Spears song, Gimme, Gimme More. That's exactly what I want. More Sasquatches and more aliens. I want more. And because you guys, I get to have all of it in one podcast. Now, you think it was fun growing up? No, because everyone made fun of me for liking those things. But you know what? I did not care. I kept on liking those things, and I don't give a shit what anyone thinks.
Well, thank you, Joker, for the voicemail. That's right. Continue liking things and don't care about what other people think, because it's you who has to live with yourself, not other people. So why seek appreciation from them when you need to seek appreciation from inside yourself?
Mm-hmm.
To love others, you must first love yourself.
Truth.
But yeah, I would also like to comment and say that you're probably what? Related to Nicolicious, that you're somehow related to Nicolicious in some form or fashion. I don't know. Just a guess. But thank you for the voicemail and I love you.
We miss Nicolicious. Come back to us.
Just another Friday night. Mm-hmm.
I will say, if you were trying to do an impersonation of the Joker, you did a damn good job, my friend. And as long as you are a part of this community, we can ensure that you're never alone. There's always somebody, especially if you get on Discord, there's always someone to talk to, and you will always feel like you're part of the family. Thank you so much. I hope you get more Bigfoot in your life. Much love.
Yeah, hopefully we can provide more Bigfoot and everything that you just seem to desire on our podcast. You keep supporting, we'll keep popping out episodes. Much love.
Much love. All right, the next voicemail we have is from Kieran M. We're going to play that right now.
Hey guys, this is Kieran from County Down in the north of Ireland. Just want to say that I've been listening to the podcast for about 3 months now. Never got around to doing this before, but all three of you have brilliant personalities. You put so much work into the research and you're all very funny as well. And it's nice to hear a podcast where the presenters do not sound robotic and they inject their own humor into things. So I personally deal with a lot of anxiety and panic disorder. So the podcast gives me something to focus on when I'm like going out for walks or driving and stuff. And it's great entertainment, but thought provoking as well. So kudos. To Anna, do not listen to the hate that you get. It's bullshit. And you bring your own personality and you have a great voice as well. So please excuse my voice right now because I've got a really heavy cold, but I think that the show's great and keep up the good work. Love you.
Well, I must say, it didn't sound like you had much of a cold there, but I hope you're feeling better. Thank you for the love. And I say the same thing. Screw those haters. Because you guys give me so much love that whatever those negative comments go in one ear and out the other. So thank you so much. You're amazing. Appreciate you calling in and that you've been holding on 3 months strong. We will keep throwing out episodes for you, and thank you so much. I love you too, man.
Yeah, definitely thank you for the voicemail, and I'm glad that we can help out in some way and that you enjoy listening to us. It's awesome to hear from a caller from Ireland too.
Mhm.
Just getting calls from all over just makes me so happy.
I know.
But yeah, thank you for the voicemail, man. Much love, and I hope you get over your cold.
But thank you, Kieran. Yeah, Thank you for the voicemail. Thank you for the love. We send it right back to you. I suffer from anxiety as well, so I can understand where you're coming from. Like Anna said, there's always people up in Discord to help you out if you need to talk to anybody. And I'm glad we can kind of provide you with the outlet to kind of get your mind right with, or whatever, that you can kind of use as a getaway, to kind of relieve some of that anxiety. But thank you again for the voicemail, and I love you, and I'm proud of you. All right, so now we're going to move on to the next voicemail, which is from Cody S. And we're going to play that one right now.
What's up, you sexy sons of bitches? Anna, we need a safe word. This whole ball gag thing took me forever to get out. And next time, don't tie me up. It was fun, but don't tie me up. But anyway, I wanted to know if you guys have ever looked into this thing called the map. And I've got the map itself. I can send you guys a picture of it on Discord. But it's a conspiracy theorist dream laid out on a sheet of paper. It has everything that's been going on in the world now, previous, what could be going on in the future. It brings in a lot of the desensitizing that you guys have talked about with the whole UFOs and things that are going on. And if you look into some of the movies that have been created in the past years about desensitizing people to things that are what really is out there versus what the government and Illuminati want people to know. It's pretty interesting. But I'll hear you guys on the podcast. Love you guys, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Cody. I love you too, and I'm proud of you too. And yeah, I've seen that map before. I think it's been linked to us a couple times. I love it. I love looking at it. Could spend hours, writing stuff down from it. But I thank you, and I love you.
Yeah, I would say post it again on Discord so
Yeah.
people can get a good look at it.
Yeah, the awakening map. It's funny you mentioned that, Cody, because yesterday I went and bought a poster version of that to put in my house, because I think it's one of those things that you can look at over and over and over again, and you're always going to find new things in it. And I can imagine getting high one day and just looking at my map and trying to figure out something that I researched on the podcast, connecting to something that's on the map, and then it's amazing. So I'm glad that you're bringing it to people's attention. Like Dan said, post it in the Discord so we can keep spreading that wisdom around. And we do need that to my checklist when I take people on the Montauk chair. So, let's throw some around. We can say kneecaps if you'd like.
I like that one.
That's a good one.
But I will also put in your notes that you don't like to be tied up, and we will find something else. So, thank you so much for finally calling in. I always wondered what your voice sounded like. But you're amazing. Thank you for being so supportive. I love you, Cody, and you have yourself an awesome day, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you for the voicemail. And I'm glad you finally got untied and got that ball gag out. I mean, hope you at least got to keep it for a souvenir. But yeah, thank you for the voicemail. Much love, man.
Much love. All right, so now we're going to roll on to the last voicemail of this week, and this is from The Wolf.
Ooh.
And we're going to play that right now.
Hey guys, I listened to your podcast for the first time when I was in the middle of doing some research on the disappearance of Kelly Wilson. I really enjoyed it. It was great. However, I was shocked and amazed that there is little to no coverage of any kind that pertains to the megalith, potentially of ancient origin, that is in the vicinity of Gilmer, Texas. And it actually can be seen from above, from satellite. This is going to sound like horse shit, but I've been there. And if you don't believe me, there's a video on YouTube that's pretty obscure. It's called Standing Stones of Gilmer, Texas. And I would encourage you to look those up. And I could potentially even show you where the location is. But I prefer to remain anonymous due to This is bigger than anyone probably knows or understands. And is the disappearance of Kelly Wilson tied to these stones, the ancient megalith? Maybe, maybe not. But it is certainly provocative. Thanks for your time.
I know we thought we mentioned them. We didn't go deep into them, though.
Yeah, we mentioned them. I'm pretty sure we did because I remember coming across them when doing our research.
Yeah.
But thank you, Wolf, for that voicemail and bringing that to our attention again. I love you, and I'm proud of you for bringing that to us. But yeah, the standing stones look just like Stonehenge, except they're in Texas.
It was very close by to where Kelly Wilson went missing, and that family that looked like they did those rituals and shit. Forgot the name of the family.
There's a post I'm looking at. Somebody said that their grandma always told them about a place in the woods known locally as the Worshipping Stones in Gilmore, Texas, that people would go there and do ancient rituals naked in the middle of the forest.
This is the first I've seen of them, but I think that would be interesting to look into. Sounds like it could be correlated in some way.
Yeah. Might have to dig into that again. Maybe do an episode on that and see what it's all connected to, possibly. Be interesting.
Yeah, it is. Thank you for the voicemail. Love you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the voicemail. Much love. We'll have to dive back into that some, see what we find.
Yeah, thank you, The Wolf. That was a before my time episode, but it was a really good one, and I'm glad we caught your attention with it, and that we've kept it. We do need to do a bit more of those paranormal type, true crime topics, because they are so good to discuss. But thank you so much, Wolf. I love you, man. Have a good one.
Yep, love you. All right, so that's the end of the voicemails. Like I mentioned earlier, if we didn't play yours this week, which we have quite a bit left, we'll try to get to it next week. But we continually get voicemails, and I add them to the voicemail not played file and pick out random ones to play for that week. So it's nothing personal, and we'll eventually get to them. All right, so now we're going to go on to shout-outs. I don't have any for Instagram this week. Majority of my week was spent, or last week and this week was spent doing work on the website, getting everything ready and doing the research for today's topic and the Patreon topic. So I don't have many Instagram shout-outs at all, really. So any of y'all got any Twitter or Facebook shout-outs?
I got a couple, but not many.
I have also been busy, so Twitter has not seen my face as often as I'd like it to. But, well, actually, they've never seen my face, but you know what I mean. So I'm just gonna... So I'll give a shout out to Rave Norris. She has recently joined us and on the Twitter page, and she's been really hitting us up, so I appreciate you. Alan Manrique, Deluxter8008, No Sir, Jamie is digging for coins. Mama 4, Thomas Q, Coach Winston Johnston, Danny O'Rourke. I mean, you guys are all awesome. I appreciate you starting to follow us. DJ Wet Money. Also, Pit Bitch. I'm sorry I missed you a couple weeks with shout out. So, but I wanted to say I am seeing your post on there. I need to get back up on here and get some shit taken care of. But, thank you so much for you guys continuing to reach out to me on there. You're all amazing. We appreciate you. And I love you.
Nice. Dan, what do you got for us?
I only got a couple. All right. I hate to get your name wrong, but I'm just going to call you Stevik. I'll go by your last name, Stevik. He's been hitting us up on Facebook. He started listening to us. He did offer some good suggestions on episodes, like the Isdal Woman, Gareth Williams, tied to espionage, probably a spy, stuff like that. We give him a shout out. Then Joshua, he hit us up, just said, just discovered y'all's show on podcast. Love it. Very informative, interesting to listen to on my long nights of working. Keep up the good work. Then he asked, any plans on a video format version of the show? We discussed it, but that's pretty much as far as that's gone for a video format. But then, see, next one, Jake Farm. I'm still waiting on an update from your special day, man. You haven't told me if it went good or bad. I'm hoping it went good because I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, you're gonna be on top of like a mountain. I just want to make sure you weren't pushed off of it or something. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
dude, I'm glad that you said something, Dan, about that.
Dude, I've been waiting to hear news because he told me, he's like, tomorrow's the day. And I'm just like, dude, good luck.
I know.
So Jake Farm, man, hit me up. Don't make me. Well, that was North Carolina you went to. I was like, if you were still there, don't make me come fucking searching for you.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've been getting some requests for an emergency contact list where people from our Discord want to give their information to us. So that way, if, like, we had a listener go missing, we can reach out to them. Because I'm telling you, everyone's a family on there. And if you haven't showed up for a while, they're starting to wonder where you are. And it's not them being stalker. They're like, hey, this is not like this person to not be here. So it's caring and seeing that they're noticing when people aren't there.
Yep, absolutely. So get on over to Patreon if you haven't yet. Listen to all of our episodes. Become a third kinder. Become a member. And enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
People come together amazingly on there. And I swear every week there's something in there that hits me in the heart. And we do have people who suffer from depression. And so we have a group on there for people to talk. And we've had many people reach out on there. And it's overwhelming how many people come together to help each other out on that page. So, as we say, you're not alone. And if you join the Discord, they will make you feel like you're never alone.
Absolutely.
This is true.
So with that being said, that's the end of our episode today. I want to thank you all for joining us. And again, thank you for your support. You're amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not like walking onto a show that like that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts today. There's another host that is joining me, Daniel's son.
Yo.
Now, real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say that if you would like to support the show, then there's a few ways that you could do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. Each week, we release a Patreon-exclusive episode that only Patreon supporters can get access to. To sign up, it's only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day. Not only do you get an extra episode per week for that $5, but you also get access to our entire back catalog of past Patreon episodes.
In total, we have over 101 extra Patreon episodes, which is a lot of extra hours for you all to listen to. Now, to see this full list of Patreon episodes, just go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the Patreon episodes tab, and there you will see the entire list of Patreon exclusive episodes that we have published.
Also, today we added another Patreon exclusive episode, which is over the GATE program. Now, if you don't know what that is, well, when you were in elementary, middle school, did you get taken out of your classroom, placed into a windowless room, and given various random tests? If so, then this episode is perfect for you. So you get access to that episode as well as all of the others for just $5.
Now, if you can't afford a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes or on Spotify, and it helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressured to leave us one. If you don't want to, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are to enjoy the show.
And that is the end of the announcements. So today's episode is Declassified Documents number 2. So how this episode will go today is that we'll talk about what are declassified documents, and then me and Daniel each have picked 2 of our favorite declassified documents that we're going to discuss, and then we have 2 bonus ones that we're going to discuss afterwards, and then we're going to go into, on the scene for the week, and then shout outs. So with that being said, I guess let's roll into today's episode. And yes, this is Declassified Documents number 2, by the way. We had previously done an episode over declassified documents back in January of 2021, and that was a Patreon exclusive episode. I think it was, episode number 37 or something like that, Dan?
Yes, 37.
Yeah. So if you want to check the episode, go over to Patreon, sign up. It's only $5. It's episode number 37. It's really good. We talk about World War II Monopoly boards, the Iran Flight 655, the Earth Parallel Dimension, Project Sunshine, Project 1794, and Project Acoustic Kitty. So all those great declassified documents we talked about on that episode. However, on today's episode, we've got all new declassified documents. But before we get into those, let's actually discuss what are declassified documents. Now, Dan, can you explain that to us?
So, just like in part 1 of declassified documents, we told you what they were, but if you don't remember, let us remind you, or let us bring you up to speed. Declassified documents are documents that were previously classified as a secret. Only certain individuals with clearances could view these documents when they were previously classified.
So after many years, these documents eventually become declassified and released to the public in various ways. Now, some of these ways is individuals going through various government steps to get access to this information, which of course is called the Freedom of Information Act. Or sometimes, the government just says F it and releases them to the public anyway. However, a lot of the information is still, censored or redacted.
Oh yeah, those big black blocks on it.
Yep. So that's pretty much what declassified documents are. And I guess let's hop right into it and talk about the ones that we picked. Now, who's going to go first? Me or you?
Should we do the random org, or should we just flip a coin?
Yeah, let's flip a coin. Do you have a coin?
I do not have a coin.
You don't have a coin? Okay. All right, we'll just figure it out on random.org. Go to random.org/lists. By the way, this is not a sponsored ad by random.org.
Just easy to use.
All right, Aaron, Dan. Okay, give me a number between 1 through 10, Dan.
9.
9? Okay, give me a number between 1 through 9.
4.
9 minus 4?
5.
All right, we're going to randomize it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, first person to go is Dan, and then it's me, and then we'll just rotate. And then we'll go on to our bonus declassified documents.
Nice.
All right, Dan, so what's the first declassified document that you have for us today?
The first one that I have is secret number 1585 that was declassified in October of 2019, aka Stealing the Lunik. All right, Aaron, have you ever heard of the Lunik?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a space vehicle that the Soviets pretty much built.
What year did they build it?
Early 1960s.
Okay.
Well, the Soviet Union had like an exhibition tour through several countries showing off its industrial and economic achievements. It was like, hey, look at my cool stuff that we did, and this is what we're proud of. It's like a bunch of industrial machinery, soft goods, models of power stations, and nuclear equipment that they had. But at the very end of the tour, they decided to add a very special item, their Lunik space vehicle. It didn't really say what it was when they delivered it to the people doing the tour. It just said like a special late item. Pretty much you'll figure it out. It came in a crate that was 20 feet long and 11 feet wide, with it being about 14 feet high. They ended up taking it out of the crate and placed it on a pedestal, which it was a freshly painted space vehicle. There were 3 inspection windows added to the nose section of it to where you were able to look inside and view the instrument panels inside.
So it was a spaceship that was freshly painted, and you could like look inside of it and stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, everyone believed that this Lunik was just a mock-up of the original one, and this one was just made for the exhibition. It's like, do you believe that the Soviets at the time would actually bring out their original copy with all the working parts and stuff in it to expose to foreign intelligence, since they're traveling to several countries showing the stuff off?
No.
Yeah, so the United States intelligence, they were just like, it might be a mock-up, but what if? What if this is the real Lunik? So they're just like, oh man, you know what? We need to get a closer look at it. Now, this Lunik had Soviet guards pretty much on it 24/7 while it was on tour. And, you could go in and you could actually kind of view it, from a distance and everything. And of course, they had the viewing windows. You could look inside. But they had stripped most of the wiring out of it. There was no engine to it and all that. So it was just pretty much like a shell, you could say. Now, even though it was pretty much empty like that, they still decided to examine it, sending in agents to pretty much view it and all that. And they were still able to, guesstimate, and I say guesstimate, the probable performance, measurements, wiring format, and estimate the engine size. But that wasn't good enough for them. They wanted to get hands on this Lunik space vehicle.
Who is they again?
The United States intelligence.
Okay.
So the U.S. decided, you know what? I want to get my hands on it and I want to dismantle it to figure out more about it, which this is what this secret document is. It was their plan to steal the Lunik. They gathered a team of 4 men, pretty much specialists from the Joint Factory Marking Center, and they had like specialized photographic equipment and, their basic tools. They sent this team into whatever country they were at, since it doesn't specify which country, but they had to buy a bunch of like local clothing and stuff to kind of blend in with everybody else so they didn't get spotted. And they started studying the guards' routines and all that to try to figure out how they can get their hands on it. Now, this wasn't something you just go over and steal. It was like, 20 feet long, 11 feet wide, 14 feet high? So it wasn't something you just take easily. And it was, of course, guarded like 24/7.
They couldn't just roll it out the door.
No, so they had to study the routes and stuff because it was still on tour and they're going, from place to place around the country. But then once the exhibition tour ended, it was going to be delivered to a station to where then it would be loaded up. And they found out that this Lunik vehicle would be the last one loaded up. So they were just like, you know what? We'll wait, for the driver to get in the vehicle, start driving off, and then we will pretty much take over the truck. So they waited because they found out that the truck delivering it was not going to have any guards or anything around it. You figure something like this, they would have guards on it, but no. It was guarded the whole time on tour, but as soon as it was being delivered to the station, train station, it had no guards. So they were easily able to pretty much kidnap the guy. And from what I hear, they threw a canvas bag over his head or something like that, and they took him to like a different area, and they replaced the driver with one of their own. They ended up taking the truck to like I want to say like a warehouse area. Actually, no, I take that back. It was a salvage yard, and they pretty much backed it into this very tight spot to where it had wooden fence or something all the way around it, but nothing on top. And of course, it was very dark there. The only light that you could see would be from the office. After they parked it there, they waited like a good couple hours or something to make sure that none of the Soviet guards or anything were like following way behind so they wouldn't get caught, which after they waited, no one followed them. So they decided to like get in there, dismantle it and all that. Literally, they dismantle it piece by piece. Once they got all the pictures and stuff that they needed, now they had to put it back together, which they had a little bit of difficulty putting it back together because it just, when you take something out of the box and then when you want to go to put it back in, it never fits the same.
Yeah, especially when you don't have instructions.
Exactly. So they had a little difficulty with that, but they managed. So then they ended up, putting everything back together. And it was actually real easy to take the box apart because back then they just reused the same wooden planks with 5-inch spikes in it. So after a while, those holes loosen up, shit's real easy to pop off. So they had no problem taking it out of the box. It's just putting it back in. But yeah, so they ended up putting everything back together, finally. Ended up having their driver take the truck to the station, which the guy working at the station was only one man, no radio or anything. So he didn't know when the when to expect the delivery. So they actually delivered it back the next morning. Station guy had no idea if it was supposed to be late or not. So he just said, all right, that's cool. And that's pretty much it. The Soviet Union never figured out that they actually stole the Lunik at all.
Damn. And it was just 4 people who disassembled it and reassembled it.
Yeah.
They must have been quick.
I think it probably took them all night, but still, that's still pretty quick. And yeah, it was just like they did all that just to try to find out if it was real and try to figure out more of the specifications of it.
It'd be funny if the Soviets purposely planted that there because they knew that was going to happen. So they have like a little sticker on the inside after you disassemble everything. The little sticker's like, ha, gotcha.
That would be hilarious. But yeah, they said like they never got caught doing it or anything.
Damn, that'd make a really good movie.
Now, there was one funny part that I read. As they were starting to take it apart, all the streetlights came on. And they all thought, oh shit, we're busted. The Soviet, pretty much tracked us down. But no, it was just the streetlights turning on at the normal hour that night. So it scared them.
I like that one, Dan. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thought it was funny.
All right, so I guess we transition over to my declassified document, which it also has to do with the Soviet Union as well.
I think we're going to come across a lot of them from the Soviet Union.
Yeah. So my declassified document is called Project Sunstreak. Have you heard about this, Dan?
I have not.
All right. So to understand this project, we need to go all the way back to the late 1960s. Now, during this time, the CIA started hearing rumors that the Soviet Union was researching and experimenting with psychics. The Soviet Union was kind of looking for a way to use these psychics to spy on other countries. Now, of course, at this time in the 60s, the higher-ups of the CIA heard about this, and they were all kind of like, it's no big deal. What they're doing is a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Psychics don't really exist. Well, at least that's what they thought. Fast forward a few years later to 1970. At this time, the CIA was still secretly monitoring the Soviet Union and tracking what they spent their money on for various things. Now, it was at this time that the CIA discovered that the Soviets were spending around 60 million rubles per year on psychic research. And just a little knowledge nugget, but the 60 million rubles back then in 1970 was around $800,000. And you do some calculations for inflation and everything, and that's around $6 million today. All right?
Ooh.
And quick question. Dan, do you want to guess how much the United States spent on its military in 1970? How much money it spent on it?
1.3 million?
Nope.
Higher or lower?
Way higher. Just to give you a reference, okay? I'm just going to give you a reference. In 2021, the United States spent $705 billion on the defense budget, all right? So go back to 1970. How much do you think they spent in the defense budget?
175 million.
Nope. 95 billion.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in 1970, okay? So it wasn't like the Soviets were spending $6 million is a lot of money,
Yeah.
But back then, the United States saw 6 million and they were like, they're spending that much in psychic research. Maybe we should kind of monitor this, because it's not a lot of money, but they are spending money on it. So they actively monitored this amount Soviets were doing. Well, for the next 5 years, as the CIA was secretly monitoring them, they noticed that the Soviets had increased their spending on psychic research by 5 times the original amount. It went from 60 million rubles to spending over 300 million rubles per year on it. And this was just on psychic research alone. And it was at this point that the CIA realized, oh shit, the Soviets, they might have had a breakthrough in psychic research, and it's probably worth looking into, So the CIA decided to fund a research project called SCAN-8, SCANATE, aka Scan by Coordinate. And this Scan by Coordinate project was located in the Stanford Research Institute in California. And just a little knowledge nugget, this Scan by Coordinate project was pretty much a study into remote viewing. And if you don't know what that is, it's pretty much where somebody uses their mind to locate a person or an object somewhere else in the world. That's what pretty much it is. Okay, so this scan by coordinate, what they would do, this project, a research team would sit a person down in the room, give them random coordinates of anywhere in the world, and then that person would concentrate on those coordinates and tell the research team what they saw. Now, surprisingly, the people that claimed to be psychics had the ability to do this, remote viewing, and pretty much spy on other countries in real time and tell the researchers what they were seeing, which in turn would tell the military what they were seeing. Now, at this time, the term remote viewing, it didn't even exist. They called it, like we were saying, scan by coordinate. And eventually, two of the scientists there at Stanford, they created the term remote viewing, and they quit calling it scan by coordinate. That's just a little knowledge nugget for you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, so fast forward to 1977. The Army Assistant Chief of Staff at the time for Intelligence Systems Exploitation Detachment, which that's a long-ass title. So this person ended up deciding to branch off and start a program called Golanda Wish. Have you ever heard about that, Dan?
I have not.
Neither have I until I read into this. So this Golanda Wish program, its purpose was to evaluate potential adversary applications of remote viewing, pretty much to sniff out anybody that is remote viewing on them. So pretty much they're kind of like, hey, this is our defense force, this Golanda Wish. And then a year later, this Golanda Wish project was retitled to Project Grill Flame, which I know you know what Grill Flame is, right? You've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then over the next few years, this project, it would shift its focus and funding, and it would become Project Centerline and then a bunch of other ones, and then it finally became Project Sunstreak. Now, a little side note real quick. There are a lot of different projects that have to do with remote viewing, astral projection, psychics, and all that stuff with the government. There's a whole bunch of various different projects. Like we talked about Golanda Wish, Project Grill Flame, all them other ones, They all have a parent title, which is called Project Stargate. That is what all of them fall underneath, okay? So just an FYI going forward. And I know you've heard of Project Stargate, Dan.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to concentrate on Project Sunstreak. And this is where shit gets really weird, okay? So this entire project was pretty much looked after and ran by a guy named Major General Albert Stubblebine. Now, this Major Albert was a pretty weird dude. For an example, he was known to gather all of his staff and all of his soldiers together. He would gather them all up in a room, and then he would say, okay, everybody sit down. They would all sit down, and then he would walk around the room and hand every single person a metal spoon. He would then tell them, he would say, hey, my staff and soldiers, I want you all to be very quiet, and I want you to stare at your spoons and try to bend them by just using your mind. This happened so much that people started calling these sessions that he'd gather everybody up in the room spoon bending sessions. Like when he'd call a gathering, everybody would be like, oh shit, we're having a spoon bending session. Another thing that this Major Albert did is that he would gather up his generals and he would take them to a small fire that he had built outside. The Major would then tell his generals to take their shoes and their socks off and to walk through the fire barefoot. And his generals would be like, why the hell would we walk through the fire barefoot? And then the Major would say, look, when you walk through the fire barefoot, it taps your inner wisdom that is overall going to help you in the battlefield. And of course, they did it. And there's another random knowledge nugget that's pretty weird, but this Major Albert in the 1980s, he got into some trouble. He was sending some of his men to the Monroe Institute to practice hemisync, which we talk about hemisync in a previous episode a while back.
Way back.
So Major Albert would send his men to practice this hemisync so that they could kind of out-of-body experiences. Now, one of these men that he sent to this institute actually went crazy during one of these hemisync sessions, and he ended up leaving the facility, and he was found wandering around completely naked and rambling nonsense. And it was kind of a big deal. It caused some trouble for Major Albert. Like, he got a few spankings because of it.
Wonder if they made him walk through fire as well.
Probably. All right, so this Major Albert was, like I said, the one leading this Project Sunstreak. And as crazy as he may sound, the declassified documents of this project and its findings were pretty amazing, to say the least. So this project concentrated on remote viewing, and it was pretty successful. For an example, the psychics that were involved in this project were first tested. And during this test, they were asked various questions about what information was inside of classified envelopes, which they had no clue, because these people weren't military at all. They were just regular citizens who claimed to be psychics and claimed that they could remote view. So they didn't have any idea what was inside these classified envelopes. But using the remote viewing powers, they were able to describe accurately what was inside of those envelopes. So then after that, they were asked to describe locations that they weren't familiar with, in which they described accurately, because supposedly they were able to remote view and go to those locations and say, hey, it looks like this, this, and this. Not only that, the military started using these psychics to remote view and find hostages around the world, in which they were pretty successful in doing. So it wasn't like this Project Sunstreak was a failure, because they were having some like, oh, look, we're seeing this crazy shit happen and we can't really explain, you know? And this is all detailed in the declassified documents. Another thing that these documents talk about is an individual named Ed Dames. Do you have any idea who this dude is, Dan?
No.
Okay. Well, let me hit you with some knowledge nuggets, because this guy was pretty weird, all right?
All right.
So this Ed Dames guy was one of the individuals, along with Major Albert, who kind of like monitored and oversaw most of Project Sunstreak's remote viewing sessions. Ed started seeing like how successful these sessions were. And at the time, some of the psychics were stating that they were able to leave their bodies during these remote viewing sessions and explore places outside of themselves, aka astral projection. So with remote viewing, you're just viewing locations. With astral projection, you're able to leave your body pretty much and travel around freely, not just view stationary areas. All right, so Ed heard about this astral projection, and it kind of sparked his curiosity. So he started diving into remote viewing and astral projection himself, and he was able to do it. However, it wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to push the boundaries of remote viewing, but not for the military, but for his curiosity about weird and strange things. And this is where some weird claims start happening in these documents. So in these documents, it states that Ed started to remote view for long periods of time and started to make claims that during these periods, he was able to leave the planet Earth. And not only that, but he was able to leave the current time period as well. Now, during these sessions, Ed claimed that he was able to see the fall of Atlantis. And he also claimed that he had found Loch Ness Monster, which he stated later on that the Loch Ness Monster wasn't actually a creature, but it was a ghost of a dinosaur, which kind of takes away from your credibility, Ed, but whatever. Another thing that Ed claimed was that he encountered UFOs and Martians during his sessions. All right, so that's Ed, and he was off doing his own thing, doing his own remote viewing and, all this other shit. And these experiments with these psychics, they continued on. And two of these psychics kind of stood out from the rest of them. And they were two women who ended up getting the nickname the Witches. Now, these two women preferred not to call what they were doing remote viewing, but instead they insisted that it was called channeling. So these two women not only did remote viewing, aka channeling, but they would also go around to various military officials and do tarot card readings and make predictions about their personal lives and endeavors in which they were often right. So it kind of like built up their reputation around the base and with the military officials. And they were like, hey man, these witches, we like them. All right, so this remote viewing was pretty successful. Many of the psychics were able to locate bombs, people, and predict certain events. Which begs the question, if it was so successful, why was it shut down? Well, the CIA appointed a guy named Ray Hyman, and he came in and evaluated certain projects that the CIA was working on. Now, one of those projects that he evaluated was Project Sunstreak, aka Project Stargate. And he stated that this project had done nothing to help the government, intelligence agencies, or military organizations. So in 1995, the project was terminated and declassified. And that is Project Sunstreak. And just a little rumor real quick, even though the project was shut down, there's like some rumors and theories and kind of like talks going around that the psychics didn't actually leave. They kind of stayed behind. Those quote-unquote witches, they stayed behind, and they're currently still working on various secret projects there at some of the bases.
Oh.
But that's just some rumors. Anyways, that's my first declassified document.
I like that one.
Figured, I'd bring a little bit of, remote viewing, stuff like that. People like that, give them what they want.
All right, so, next time we get together, we're going to have a, session before we start doing our work. We're all going to have spoons and see if we can bend them.
With our mind. Yep, sounds good.
Then we'll go outside and we're not going to walk across fire. We're just going to walk across the grass.
I'm going to walk across fire. Hey, real quick, I went to my grandfather's memorial this past weekend, which I hate going to anything like that, but I went and paid my respects. And I saw a person that I knew from a long time ago who was a friend of my uncle's. And he ended up, when he was younger, they built a big bonfire. And he tried jumping over the bonfire and fell in and got burns all over his body.
Oh.
And he said the most painful thing he'd ever had to experience in his life was when they would come in, the nurses, and scrub his burns. It's like, damn, dude. Ugh.
I bet that did hurt.
Just a little random knowledge nugget. All right, moving forward. Dan, tell us about this next declassified document that you are covering.
All right. So, like you said from our previous declassified document episode, one of them was called Acoustic Kitty, which, do you remember what that one was about?
Wasn't it where the United States government tried to see if they could turn cats into basically spying tools where they put microphones on them and had them walk up to certain officials?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's exactly it. Which, of course, didn't work out so well. I have something similar to that. Have you heard of Project X-Ray? And no, it does not involve X-rays at all.
No, I've never heard of it.
Okay, before we get into our next declassified document, we are going to take a quick break. Be right back. Hey, Third Kinders, this is Daniel's son with an incredible app everyone who buys gas needs to know about, Upside. Our listeners are earning cash back for every gallon of gas every time they fill up.
Just download the free Upside app in the App Store or on Google Play right now. Use promo code THIRDKIND for 25 cents per gallon or more on your first fill up. Cash back, baby.
Don't pay full price at the pump anymore. Get cash back using Upside. Just download the app for free. Use promo code THIRDKIND for 25 cents per gallon or more on your first tank.
Some people who drive a lot are making as much as $90 to $150 a month in cash back. And there's no catch. The cash gets added right to your account.
You can cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THIRDKIND to get 25 cents per gallon or more cash back on your first tank. That's code THIRDKIND.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're back. So you know when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941?
Yep.
It was right after that. Everybody in the United States was angry. Many people were enlisting, swore that they'll get back at Japan for doing it. But there was one man, a dentist, who was friends, well, not really friends, but more of an acquaintance with Eleanor Roosevelt. And his name was Dr. Little S. Adams. Instead of enlisting and everything, he decided to write a letter, like many thousands of other people did, with ideas on how to get back at Japan. Now, he had just recently come back from a trip to Carlsbad Cavern National Park in New Mexico. And in a 1948 interview, so this was years later, he said that I had just been to the caverns in New Mexico and had been tremendously impressed by the bat flight. Couldn't those millions of bats be fitted with incendiary bombs and dropped from planes? What could be more devastating than such a firebomb attack? So, do you see where I'm going with this?
Bat bombs, pretty much?
Bat bombs.
Oh my God.
So in that letter that he wrote to the White House, he wrote in great detail how they could strap tiny, tiny incendiary bombs to those bats, who would then carry the bombs into all the nooks and crannies of Japan. Now, you got to remember, back then, most of the Japanese homes and buildings were made of wood, bamboo, and paper. So incendiary explosions could cause a ton of wildfires back then. Everything would just friggin' go up in flames. How his letter actually got so much attention, people say it's because, he knew Eleanor Roosevelt, or someone reading the letter was just like, oh, this is such a great idea. We got to, do something with this. So either way, the idea was actually approved by President Roosevelt. So they actually proceeded with this idea, and they actually had Dr. Adams come in and be the lead on this project. He suggested that they go to the caverns in New Mexico and try to capture some of the bats so they can do some studies on it. He stated that there were over nearly 1,000 species of bats around the world, and they can live up to 30 years or so. And most common one in North America, about 9 grams, and they can carry about 3 times their own weight. So that leads to April 16th, 1942, when they actually started the research on how to gather the bats, and they titled the research, Use of Bats as Vectors of Incendiary Bombs. And of course, they go through great detail on how they're going to use the bats, and they would actually release the bats at night. So these bats would just go spread around, get into the nooks and crannies of all these homes and buildings. And then later on, they would be detonated to where they would just light everything on fire.
On the surface, that's a pretty good idea. I don't condone that violence, but when you think about ideas, that's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty good one. But they decided to pick the Mexican free-tailed bats, and they collected because there was around 20 to 30 million of them. So they went to this one cave called, it's a NEY cave, so Ney Cave. But they collected a bunch of bats to, do studies on them, because they needed to find a way to strap an incendiary bomb to the bats to where they're still able to fly and everything. So they ended up designing 2 different bombs. One was designed, and it weighed about 17 grams and would burn for 4 minutes with a 10-inch flame. The other one was a tad heavier at 28 grams and would burn for about 6 minutes with a 12-inch flame. And the bombs were oblong shaped and whatnot, and they had kerosene in the center of it. That on the side of these little bomb casings would be a small time-delayed igniter, which was made from a firing pin held in tension against a spring by a thin steel wire. Then a copper chloride solution would be injected into the cavity to corrode the wire to activate the incendiary bomb. So they had this stuff all planned out. It's once the wire was corroded entirely, the firing pin would snap forward and strike the igniter head. And then, of course, the spark would then ignite the kerosene, and then boom, you got flames.
Those poor bats. Those poor bats.
Yep. Now, how they would attach these little bombs to these bats, they said they pinched away about 1/2 inch of loose skin from their chest and inserted a surgical clip and a piece of string. Now, you got to be thinking, how are they going to transport these bats all together to where they're not just flying around, probably setting off these little bombs themselves? Well, they ended up creating a big bomb casing that they would have, but it had like a bunch of holes in it. So it was like a really bomb cage. But how do you get all of them in there without them trying to fly off and stuff? They ended up putting these bats in refrigerators to force them into a hibernation.
My God.
Now, honestly, for back then, don't condone violence or anything like that, but it sounds like a great plan that it could really work, if you wanted to spread fire and stuff. But they ran into a ton of problems. And I shouldn't laugh, but this part, it really does get you to giggle. The main problem was that after they got the bats to hibernate, they loaded them up into this bomb cage. They would fly over their target, so they were doing some practice runs, and that they would drop this bomb cage, and after, dropping for a while, a parachute would come out of it to slow its descent, and the cage would open up, which would then release all these bats. Now, the problem with that is that these were bats that were still hibernating. They were hoping by the time that they reached their destination that they would wake up, but they didn't. So when this cage would open up, all of these hibernating bats would literally just plummet to the ground and die.
Oh my God.
So it's like they have to get it out of hibernation. Well, they couldn't really figure that out. But, while they were still trying to figure out ways to test this, they had another accident. Somebody accidentally released a bunch of the bats that had bombs attached to them, which led to the air base in New Mexico catching a couple buildings on fire.
Oh my God.
So their plan to catch buildings on fire literally worked, but at their own air base. And now the Air Force was in charge of this project. Should have said that earlier, but they were in charge with it. But by 1943, they just said, F it. We don't want this no more. So they passed the project over to the Marine Corps, which then they named it Project X-Ray. And of course, they did, some more tests involving fake Japanese cities. And, they said that they had positive results. They did what they were supposed to. But they ended up canceling the project after 30 demonstrations and $2 million later. Which, pretty much right after they canceled this, they created the atomic bomb instead. And that right there is Project X-Ray.
That is like the weirdest, most like almost great idea you could have.
Right?
Like if they pull it off, it's like, wow, great job. But as you can see, they didn't pull it off and it just went down horribly.
Yeah. Bats either plummeted to their death or someone accidentally released them and it catches their own base on fire.
Jesus. Well, I'm glad we've moved on from that.
Right?
Man.
I don't know. They might still be trying to test it because they said it was a great idea. Just they couldn't do it right.
Well, I really like that one. It gave me a chuckle.
Right? Oh, the things people do, man.
Yep. And I wish my next one would give us a chuckle, but it's not going to.
Oh, so mine should have been last, right?
Well, we do have like 2 bonus ones, and I made sure the last one was pretty funny. So, yeah, we don't have to end on a depressing one.
All right, that sounds good then.
All right, so my next declassified document is not nearly as long as my first one, okay? So, Dan, have you heard of Project 4.1?
No.
All right, well, you're in for a treat.
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, before we get into that next declassified document, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So to understand this project, we have to go back to 1946. So during that year, the United States decided that they wanted to start conducting nuclear weapon tests on warships. Like, they were done dropping them on land. They got enough data from that. They wanted to drop them and see how they affected warships, you know. And to do this, they needed to find an island where they could gather multiple warships around, and then they could drop a nuke on that island and see how it affected the warships around that island. So, the United States started looking around, and they eventually chose the Bikini Atoll, which is one of the islands that are a part of the Marshall Islands. Now, this Marshall Islands, just a little FYI, is an independent island country near the equator in the Pacific Ocean. And the total number of islands in that area are an assload, okay? The total number of people that live on these Marshall Islands is around 58,413. Kind of gives you, you know, some information to work off of as we go forward. All right. So in 1946, the United States went to the Bikini Atoll and said, hey, which the Bikini Atoll is pretty much a small island, said, hey, everyone here, I need you to gather up. All right. We need this area, this island, because we're going to drop a bomb on it. All right. However, everybody that's here, you all have to leave. But hey, good news. You can go to the atoll nearby. Okay. We're going to drop you off to the island next door. Okay. And when we're done dropping bombs, we'll come pick you guys back up. We'll drop you back off on your original island that we just bombed.
Wait. You said they were doing nuclear testing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The residents there, of course, they didn't know what the hell nuclear bombs were, which I don't blame them because they're fairly new back then, right? Not saying that they were stupid. They were just not aware of what they were. They just thought they were regular bombs. They were like, okay, whatever. So the residents agreed. They packed their shit up and they went to their new home, which was an island next door. And just a little FYI, this island that they were sent to next door, it didn't produce nearly enough food to cover all of them. So a lot of people that ended up being relocated to this island ended up starving. Now, the ones who did survive and didn't starve, they couldn't return back home after the testing was done. And I'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But they all ended up relocating to another island that had a lot of food, so they ended up surviving and all that good stuff. All right, so let's talk about this Project 4.1. So between 1946 to 1958, the United States dropped 23 nuclear bombs on those islands. So now that we have like an understanding of what happened between those time periods, let's talk about what happened on March 1st, 1954, which is what this entire Project 4.1 is about. So of course, during this time period, March 1st, 1954, they were in the middle of testing nukes in the Marshall Islands. And most of these nukes that they tested, they were pretty normal ones. However, they had just recently developed the new thermonuclear bomb. And they were like, we got to test this baby out. Jesus, this is where it gets bad, okay? So on March 1st, 1954, they dropped that bitch on Bikini Atoll, that thermonuclear bomb. Now, initially, this device wasn't supposed to be that big of a bomb. Scientists who actually developed it said, hey, it's going to be around 6 megatons of TNT. That's how big the explosion is. The military was like, oh yeah, that's fine, that's perfect. However, when they blew it up, the yield of the bomb ended up being 15 megatons of TNT, which was 2.4 times the original amount. And this ended up being the most powerful nuclear device ever detonated by the United States. Of course, when it went off and the United States realized, holy shit, it's 2.4 times the original amount, they were like, this is not good. This large explosion caused huge amounts of radioactive contamination to be spread in large areas on the other surrounding islands where a lot of the people lived. And guess what?
What?
The residents of those islands weren't even told about it. I mean, they could clearly see that the bomb went off, but they were used to it by then, right? They were testing all the time. But they didn't know that they just had an assload of radioactive fallout just rain down on them. And they weren't evacuated from their island until 3 days later when they started experiencing radiation sickness. And something else that happened is that when this thermonuclear bomb was detonated, there was a Japanese fishing vessel nearby. And it was caught in that fallout. 23 crew members on that fishing vessel experienced super bad radiation sickness. And they were like, we don't know what it's from, but we suspect it's from this giant-ass bomb that went off next to us. United States was like, oh, we don't know what you're talking about.
Damn.
All right. Just a little FYI, too, going forward. The fallout from this thermonuclear bomb wasn't just to those islands nearby. This fallout spread around the world. However, no one except the United States at the time knew what happened. So the United States, of course, was like, hey, we can't let a good tragedy go to waste. Let's do some studying. So they created Project 4.1, which was a top secret medical study and experimentation, states, on those residents of the Marshall Islands that were exposed to the radioactive fallout. Now, the official explanation for this project was to, and I quote, study of response of human beings exposed to significant beta and gamma radiation due to fallout from high-yield weapons. It's pretty messed up, right? I mean, you figured they would provide aid to those citizens. Instead, they're like, hey, let's study them under the guise of it being aid. And to make it even more messed up, it was classified as secret, this Project 4.1. And the reason it was classified as secret was because, and I quote, and this is straight from the documents, the project is classified secret restricted data due to possible adverse public reaction. You will specifically instruct all personnel in this project to be particularly careful not to discuss the purpose of this project and its background or findings with any except those who have specific need to know. So they were just worried about public reaction. They didn't want no blowback. So they're like, let's keep it a secret. So after these documents and this project 4.1 was declassified, the findings in it stated that 239 individuals on various islands were exposed to significant levels of radiation ranging from 175 rads to 69 rads total. And 28 Americans that were stationed on an island nearby were exposed to 78 rads, which that's pretty much my Project 4.1, but I do go over like the meaning of rads and kind of go into that. Because, I mean, most people, when you talk about rads, they're like, oh, okay, cool, 175 rads. Doesn't sound like a lot. Well, it is.
That's a shit ton.
Yeah. So to wrap this up, I'm going to hit you with some knowledge nuggets about rads and radiation and units of measurement, okay? So the term rad is basically the name of a unit that's pretty much absorbed radiation dose. So when someone says, hey, I got 1 rad, it means that they've absorbed 1 rad of radiation dose to their body. Now, there's different types of radiation, but I'm not going to get into that right now. It can get pretty confusing. I just want to talk about the term rad and how much you can take before you die. So in terms of radiation, as Dan knows, and some of you may know as well, some of you listeners, we're exposed to radiation all the time, even with us not even knowing. Almost all the time, there are low doses that don't affect us at all.
Eating a banana.
Yeah, eating a banana, getting on a plane flight, getting a CT scan. So we're exposed to each year 0.62 rem, aka 0.62 rad, each year, naturally. So not even 1 full rad. Now, how many of these rads do we need to be exposed to start feeling some effects? Between 1 to 24 rads, nothing really changes. You can receive 24 rem and you'll be fine. Now, around 25 rads is when there is some observable changes in your blood. However, it's pretty minimal and you won't likely feel any different. Now, when you get up to like 100 to 200 rad and you have that delivered to your entire body in less than a day, like if you absorb 100 to 200 rad to your entire body, this might give you acute radiation syndrome, like you'll feel like shit, you'll start losing your hair, coughing up blood, stuff like that, but it's not usually fatal. The fatal range is usually over 400 rad when that is delivered to your entire body. And this puts you in the category of LD50, which LD50 stands for lethal dose. And it's pretty much just, hey, it means you have a 50% chance of living. If you get 400 rad, the 50-50 chance you're going to survive. Now, when you get a dose of 1,000 rad delivered to your entire body, that puts you in the category of LD100. Basically, LD100 means your bitch ass is dead. You have a 100% chance of dying within the next few weeks of radiation poisoning. And it's not going to be a pretty way to go. It's one of the worst ways to die. You suffer for the next few weeks, your organs start shutting down. It's horrible. So the people in the islands around there received 175 rads. I mean, it is a lot. And I think the most messed up part about this is it being hid from those people and them not being told what happened to them. So yeah, that's Project 4.1.
Nuclear question. 1,000 millirim is one rim, right?
Yep, 1,000 millirim.